want political? We got cringy liberal here. I think he's probably hankering for some politics,
Well, I
right?
want
I
some.
am. I
I
am.
always
Yeah.
like political shit.
All right. Well, let's start there.
Watch the video you were on
Let's
a moment ago.
see. The groundswell of xenophobia across America under the Trump administration. It was just a statement, no question. The groundswell of xenophobia across America under the Trump administration. Does anybody believe that's an actual thing?
No.
Wait, that's being scared of aliens, right?
That's the strong fear, dislike, or prejudice against people from other countries, foreigners, or anything perceived as strange or foreign.
I thought it
So
was just
yeah,
a
so
Yeah,
Negro
absolutely,
movie.
for sure.
Reworded is the rise of nationalism, rather.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Well, you're
I-
conflating illegal, or excuse me, enforcement of the law with xenophobia. It's like ridiculous premise.
I mean, like we had when Trump uses rhetoric, like they're eating the pets, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. When he says that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, when you say all this kind of shit, when you say Somali fraud instead of just like fraud happening in
are we
Minnesota, and
producing
then like,
fentanyl
and then
domestically?
and then
he's
and then,
feeding
wait,
the
and then say
xenophobia.
that,
hold on, let
and
him
then
let
like
him
advocate
finish
for,
first.
and then advocate for like a Muslim ban, then yeah, you're going to see like more xenophobia within like the general
Pick
population.
one.
Well,
Yeah, we should have a Muslim ban with
You
everything they're doing.
understand? You understand the concept that he's saying, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to gish gallop, and I'm not having it.
Well,
Pick one
he
of
was
those topics.
Well, we can work us on one point.
We
like,
can pick one. Cringy, do you want to pick one, and we'll go
sure,
down
like
that
sure,
route?
we can start with like eating cats, eating the dogs, right? Obviously, false. JD
Okay,
said-
they weren't
JD
eating cats and dogs. They were literally caught taking geese and ducks and swans though from city parks
that's
and
not
carrying
true.
it. Yes, it is. There's pictures of them doing it.
JD Vance said himself that that was not true.
I know
he
you're
said-
18-year-old
he said
kid,
himself that
but
wasn't
I mean,
true.
let me tell you the truth. I've seen the news story on it,
What?
so I mean, maybe when your balls drop and your voice gets deeper, you'll understand.
Was that
Yeah,
an
let me-
argument?
If I may, gentlemen, I'd like
Go
to
ahead,
jump
Beth.
in and break it up here.
Was that an argument? Or?
Number one, there has been, I think that the issues with the foreigners existed before Trump came in, for sure. And when he talks about when we want to talk about eating dogs and cats, that was happening by a certain group where I live a long time before it was.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Especially near the Chinese buffet, you don't want to own a cat in that neighborhood.
Oh no.
Hey, can we switch
Hey,
it a little bit?
You can expedite the process. Have a vet clinic where they put animals down right next to the Chinese food place, and hey, it's a one-stop
Yeah.
shop.
But yeah, no, there's
Well, you
no
probably
evidence.
don't want to.
Go ahead.
Wait. I want to lead the cats, man. I want to lead the cats. Get back to the politics. Jason,
Sure.
instead of picking the one we just picked, eating cats, let's pick this one. Blowing up the boats. What you think about that one?
What?
I think it's great.
Me too.
Now that's a better one to argue against you with.
Wait, is
That's,
that like a? How's that relevant to the proposition?
because the only reason he does it is
Is it
because they're-
xenophobia? That seems to see.
Yes.
No, the only reason
Yes.
he's doing it is to stop drug trafficking.
Exactly.
and I'm arguing that it's xenophobic bullshit.
How's it xenophobic to stop
not-
drugs or drugs? Now nationality.
How is it
Well,
irrational to
it
fear
depends.
drug dealers bringing poison?
It depends
They
how
don't-
you stop them, right?
No, because that
When
group
did
has been
murder become a
But
thing?
Joe, here's the issue and why you lose. The group's been designated a terrorist organization. As soon as they were designated a terrorist organization, then what is happening now became completely legal.
Well, I didn't never was arguing the legalities. I said it was murder. Just
It's
if
not
someone
murder.
tells me, writes it down, and calls it legal, me and you know it's still murdering a
And
motherfucker.
you are saying it's illegal.
Wait, I'm
because
sorry,
By
we're not
definition, murder is illegal.
Excuse me. The proposition.
Well,
Wait, excuse
not
me.
really,
wait.
not really though. It's,
Little kid,
Joe,
be
Joe,
quiet. The adults are talking.
Joe, you're confused. You're
No,
supposed to be
no,
arguing
no.
that xenophobia,
Hold
not
on,
murder.
hold
okay?
on.
I am.
Let's
The real-
hold
okay,
on,
you're right.
gentlemen.
I'll let
Let's
him drag
reset.
it.
Hold on. Let's reset. We're gonna go one at a time. I do want to hear what all of you have to say, but I can't hear you when you're talking over each other. Okay, so let's
All
try
right,
to
let me
be
get the murder
respectful.
shit out the way. I'll just try and do it in a sentence. God would determine what murder is. If men try and write it down and change it, just because he wrote it a law, that's not the real murder. All right, so that was why I was addressing that shit. And the way it addresses xenophobia is he only does it to people of other races. He can outright kill those people because they're of another race. And let's chase your logic. You say it's okay. Let's say, like you say, it's okay to shoot a motherfucker and blow up their boat because they got drugs. So does that mean when the police pull me over, I got fucking a trunk full of drugs? They can
No,
shoot me
because
in
you're
the
on
head
American
on the street?
soil and you're not a terrorist.
You're
Very
within
good.
the
Very good. What
jurisdiction
about when the government
of our
tells me,
judicial system.
when the government says that is domestic terrorism, having all those drugs, you get to murder them on the street. Now it's cool suddenly?
No, because they're not
No.
going to do that. The Constitution says it can only be a foreign, a born area can be designated terrorist like that.
We go against the
Even
Constitution all the
designated
time,
terrorists, you
right?
still have your 4th, 5th,
Oh,
and
Joe, here's a
14th
really
Amendment
simple
rights.
question for you. Did you
Hold
have
on,
the
I
same
wanted to hear.
problem when
Hold on,
Obama
hold on,
did
hold
it?
on, hold on, hold on. I wanted to hear what Ant was saying.
I was going to say is even if you were labeled a domestic terrorist, you're still entitled to your 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendment rights. You're still going to get due process. It's just you might have an extra charge, but it's not the
Yeah,
same.
I
On
would
American
agree, but
soil as an
yeah.
American citizen. You guys don't
Well,
think that
even if you're
foreigners
abroad,
on
you
Amer-
still
are foreigners on American soil entitled to the constitutional rights?
we generally give them the same protections. Most of them, not all of them. Like it's not the same as
Should
being
we?
a citizen, but for a lot of it, yeah, like we're still going to let them speak what they want to say for the most part.
Sure,
You know,
sure.
we won't let them buy guns, but that's a different issue, right?
Speaking of guns, Texas Bully Mom says, damn, Jason lighting it up tonight already. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, he is.
Telling you, we're going to make a monster out of Jason. Next thing you know, he's going to be doing
Love it.
debates, have a full
I was
studio
born a
setup.
monster.
Ah,
All right, back to
Jason,
you guys.
Jason, I'll chase you a bit more with that labeling shit. When you label Antifa domestic terrorists, you open up a lot of doors legally to do things to them. What happens when they label gang members domestic terrorists? You okay with that?
No,
Because it'll happen.
no.
Yes.
No?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Somebody
If they're
must
an
keep it.
American citizen, they deserve, the.
Like,
I mean, Joe, the really simple answer to this is y'all were all just silent as a lamb whenever Obama used drones to use the most drone strikes of any president in U.S. history, and it even killed an American citizen overseas.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, the
Does-
country
wait,
we
wait,
want
wait,
to
wait.
war
No, he said my name.
Okay,
I'm
go
curious.
ahead.
Does y'all include me?
I don't know. Were y'all calling
You
it
say
out?
y'all like it did.
But Democrats were silent when that was going on.
Did you assume I was a Democrat?
Yeah.
You're like a liberal, Joe.
Yeah.
If you're not right, then you are left. In this day and age, if
I
you're
would
not
say
right,
that,
then you are left.
I would say I share more of the soft gay hippie shit with the left, but I hate Democrats, Joe, and I think people would sub IQ motherfuckers who even talk like that.
Only Sith deal in absolutes.
Goodness. Cringy liberal, I want to hear back from you again. How you
Jason,
feeling?
how does Obama drone strikes at all pertain to xenophobia? I'm just like, what's the connection there?
I was referring to what Joe is asking. Are you really this stupid? If you are, I'll just boot you now so we can get somebody who has like
Like,
above
what's the,
high school
what's the connection?
education.
Like,
Don't
we're
do it.
we're going,
Cool.
we're going Venezuelan
That's
boats
cool.
to Obama drone strikes, and someone just pertains to xenophobia. Like, can somebody like give me the arguments? Or
It's the.
I was a little confused.
I know you're really stupid and really slow, but let me explain this. Joe asked me about the us shooting boats in the whatever whatever sea that is down there, Caribbean.
Eastern Pacific.
Because
actually-
I thought it was xenophobic.
Okay,
Well, what was it xenophobic that Obama was killing all the brown people in the Middle East?
Not sure it's xenophobic when he does it. I think his fucking uncle might be from there or something.
I mean, they're both terrorist organizations. It's the exact same thing.
I support Obama.
Duck, if you're going to talk shit to me in the chat, at least have the balls to get up here.
Yeah, come on up. Jason's not going to boot anyone for a while. He's going to have some fun first.
Check.
Promise.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I
we
can hear you, Joe.
I'm shocked. My phone just did its little thing, and I can actually hear you fucks, and you can hear me. I'm fucking. So I was already reaching for my second phone.
Oh,
Wow.
shit. Well, you're good. We got you.
All right. Good. Listen, that was just one thing, man. You throw in that the reason he can do it with them is because there are people of a different color. And we could also argue that his first shit, ban Muslims, get rid of all Somalians, blah, blah, blah. When one
Well, when they
race of
stolen
hold on,
$9
let me
billion,
finish anyway.
Let
Let me
him
finish
finish.
anyway.
Let him finish.
Yes. When another race does something, we attribute it to them as a race. If a white motherfucker did something, you would not ban no whole group of white motherfuckers. He's
True.
xenophobic.
Joe, let me put it this way. If there was a group, let's say the French or the German or any European nation that's predominantly white, because that's pretty well the only countries that are predominantly white is European nations. If any of those countries had stole $9 billion and sent it back to their home country to fund terrorism, I would say deport every single one of those motherfuckers.
So the thing we have to understand
would
here
too.
is that when 54
Same.
people are indicted for fraud, that is an indicative of community of like 500,000 plus. And I feel like anybody who knows anything would like see that that is like the reasonable opinion here, rather than literally deporting every single Somalian. Like, come on, buddy.
Wait, what? Yeah, slow the fuck down.
I just heard. So apparently, Tyler, average debater there. He looked it up. In Minnesota, something like 80% of Somalians there in Minnesota are getting welfare, whereas only 2% of Americans in Minnesota are getting it.
I don't know how.
Beth, I
And
was
it's
doing
only
the
about
research.
80,000 Somalis in Minneapolis, not 500,000.
Just throwing this out there.
54 out of 80,000.
Beth, I did the research the other day with a friend who I'll call him a government friend. 40%, they're estimating 40% of Somalia's GDP is from money they've stolen from our country and sent back over there.
Okay.
I thought it was their GDP.
So
I was
again,
just throwing
wait.
out a piece of information that I had learned. That's all.
Jason,
Okay.
I don't
But
think
again,
I don't think a
hold
guy.
on.
I don't
Cringy
mean this
liberal
to be
was
offensive.
talking. Hold on.
I don't know how welfare payments pertain to whether we should deport all Somalians for 54 of them committing fraud. But like, if somebody'd like to explain that point to me,
54.
seems just
That's
like kind of
all that's been
non-sequitur.
caught so far.
Well, I think those who are caught, you should do something with. You just don't get rid of a whole group. Whoever said that shit.
They started the investigation in 2021. The FBI under Biden administration. What are you talking about?
Are you joking? The
Biden
Biden administration that brought them over here?
Jason,
Yeah,
The
no,
Biden
okay,
administration
I don't
didn't
know.
bring
See,
it.
this is
You
the
can't
problem.
import
Go ahead,
a
Doc.
person,
Uh,
Jason.
This is the
You
problem.
can't
hold on.
import a person.
Hold on.
Jason, just to be clear,
Go
go
ahead.
about one thing, you cannot import a person. It's that isn't something that exists, right? That's called slavery. So I don't know what you actually mean by Biden brought.
Oh God, you're stupid, Doug.
You know,
Doug,
slavery is more prolific than it was during the transatlantic slave trade.
I mean,
I would-
again,
Doug,
as I was-
they've uncovered papers
Hold on,
where
hold on, hold
Biden
on,
literally
hold on,
said
hold
during
on,
the
hold on. Let Cringy go.
yeah, like again, as I was saying, if you read halfway down to Wikipedia, you would know this.
oh
which is that-
Wikipedia.
which is that the Minnesota, which is that
I think
the
he means
Minnesota.
that. I think he means the Wikipedia in a way of kind of poking at you to go ahead.
He's using
Yeah, which is-
Wikipedia as a
which is that the
source
Minnesota-
who you can go on there and
Which is,
change
that
it
in,
yourself.
which is that in 2019 and 2018, the Minnesota state government brought to the FBI, told the FBI, hey, start this investigation. And in 2021, under the Joe Biden administration, these people were indicted. And then just now we're getting the convictions. So what do you mean this is all there is? We've already done the investigation. We've gotten the indictments, buddy.
And
Like, excuse
cringy.
me?
Cringy. The little daycare center that they couldn't even spell learning correctly. You can't even spell a basic 5th grade or 2nd grade word correctly, and you're getting millions of dollars.
Even I grant you,
Tim Walz
you're-
investigated that daycare, and they said they saw no fraud whatsoever at that daycare.
even I grant you those 54, you're ignoring like
I don't know
all
how
the
to-
ones we just learned about this week. Like,
Yeah.
there's tons of this going on. It's not just 54.
Cringy does this. Democrat said so, so if the Democrat said it, it has to be true.
Also, we're not even.
I don't know how that at
We haven't
all
even
He's
works.
right
brought up
about the
all of it.
investigations,
That's
though. I
pretty
looked into
funny.
the
I was like,
investigations
complete
That
too.
one
nonsense.
was pretty
That was a
funny.
complete
Cringy can't even
nonsense.
vote
Hold
yet.
on.
I mean,
Let me reset
offense.
all of you. I think what's going on is there's a lot of iPhones out there or whatever. And so when you stream from iPhones, iPads, or anything of the such, you often can't hear when other people are talking because once you start talking, it actually cuts the output. So be mindful of that. And you guys are all kind of overriding each other, and all we hear is the whole time. So
well,
just be
Sarah,
respectful.
honestly, I just want to boot Cringy because he's using
No, don't
Wikipedia for a
boo
source.
him. Don't
He's
boo
using
him.
Wikipedia.
Don't. Not yet. Not yet. We're just getting started. We haven't
I
even
mean,
made it into the first hour.
Wikipedia isn't
I
even
will
used in
veto.
colleges.
I will.
Speaking
Hold on.
English,
Hold on.
Nathan.
Hold on. Hold on.
That
Hold on.
doesn't make any sense.
I will veto the boot and hold it until I'm ready to let you use it. He's being very respectful. He's trying to have conversation.
And
even
it's
if you think
politics. He's the
Maybe he should
opposition.
get
We
above
need
a
him
high
right
school
now.
education, though.
Don't
I
put
mean,
the
because he's
opposition that quick.
using the dumbest arguments known to man.
Well,
He was
we
right.
have
There
that.
has been an investigation. He was absolutely right in what he
Yeah, there
said.
was, but you really think the Democrats were going to sit there and charge the people that were giving them votes?
If you can test
Yeah,
any,
right.
if you could test
I'd
any of my
like to
facts, I'd
summon
be
the
I'd be
powder
open for you.
dusty.
I'd be open to you actually like bring forward evidence that would prove anything I said false. But
Cringy,
there's
look
again,
up,
if you're not going to contest anything I say, then your argument's just mute. It's just a non sequitur.
Cringy,
That's a Martin
look
Bailey
up the
bullshit
fact
tactic.
that Tim Walz had his administration come out and say they investigated the daycare and they see no fraud whatsoever in that daycare.
Okay, when was that? When did they say
Like
that?
2 days ago.
Okay, 2 days ago. Let's see.
I mean, it was this week. He literally, his administration director came out and said, we investigated that daycare and found no fraud. Yeah, right. They couldn't even spell a first grade word correctly.
Yeah, and that's supposed
Okay, where
to.
did they say this?
She
you
literally
not
did
see
a
the
press
sign?
release on it.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see.
Children's Leering Center is what it said. You haven't seen that? You've got to be lying to me. You haven't seen this.
In a press conference yesterday, Minnesota Department of Children Commissioner Tiki Brown claimed the Quality Learning Center in Minnesota closed down last week, which explains why there were no children when journalist Nick Shirley visited with his camera yesterday. However, the Quality Learning Center was packed with kids. She sat there and came out and denied it. She said they were closed, but yet they opened back up the next week. Yeah, right.
Okay, so it says what they're saying on Friday. Government Walz and officials from the Department of Human Searches, DHS, said there's no evidence to suggest a number anywhere. We've seen evidence of tens of millions of dollars at this point, said the Deputy DHS Commissioner John Conley. We don't have evidence in hand to suggest that we have $9 billion fraud in these benefits over the last 7 years. If there is evidence, we can stop the payment. The department's Inspector General, James Clark, said he's asked the U.S. Attorney General to share information and hopes to meet with them soon.
Where are you getting
All
this
right.
information from, please?
Hold on. Joshua wants his time with Cringy. Now, here's what I'll do to ensure, because if you put this 10 and said boot Jason, he'll just send another 10 and bring himself back up. But I will allow you the speed date because you paid for it. So you can have a speed date where everybody goes backstage except for the two of you. Does that sound like a better deal?
Sure.
Is your mic working,
Yeah.
Jace? Or not Jace, Josh? I always fuck it up with
That
the two of
sounds
you.
lovely.
Perfect.
All right,
Let's
Josh.
do it. And while you do that, I'm going to go get some coffee.
All right, Cringy. I'm Josh. Nice to meet you.
Sup? How's it going?
Good. It's good. So I'm noticing from chat here, and I apologize getting my link. Jason says you're saying retarded things or something like that. So what I'd like to know is, from your perspective, what do you think your position is, and then what does he think is?
Yeah,
so
I mean, it seems
objectionable we
to be
shouldn't
the
even hear?
case that the Minnesota state government went to the FBI, said, hey, we think there seems to be some like wacky stuff going on here. Can you investigate? This is around 2019, 2018, and then indictments were pursued under the Biden administration in 2021, and just about now we're getting some of the convictions.
Right. So can you give me the 10-second on what your position is? Are you of the opinion that this is not an issue? We should all calm down about it.
I mean,
what is it you're saying here?
The position I'm of is that I don't think like Tim Walz or any like Minnesota officials are like conspiracizing of Somalis in order to like sweep money off the top. I don't think that this like.
Do you think it could be happening even if they weren't conspiracizing on it?
Sure, I mean it could be happening. I don't think there's any evidence of it. I don't think it's.
So the reason why I bring this up, and I hate to cut you off, I do want to interject on this point if you'd let me.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So the thing is, the way the political system works. By the way, I'm wearing a sun-bleached AFP Nevada shirt. I knocked 7,000 doors in Nevada doing political canvassing. So I've talked to a lot of people. I also ran for state senate, and I learned a bit about how the campaign finance and everything works. So I'm going to run a scenario by you. I'm not saying this is exactly what's happened, but it's an idea. Just sort of give you a framework here. What if hypothetically Tim Walz got a big donation and they just said, we want you to vote for supporting childcare programs. We need more childcare. And he goes, oh, that'd be great. And he takes $10,000 and someone else goes, we really want you to do this. And he takes another 100,000. He has no idea about this. His whole sales pitch is, oh, well, I want to support childcare. So he has no explicit knowledge, but then they exploit the hell out of the programs and milk the taxpayers. Do you think some version of that could be what's happening?
I mean, like again, like potentially could have happened, but not. I would see it like to be very improbable pertaining to this case because again, the Minnesota State government went to the FBI and said, hey, can we get an investigation here, or like, do we think there's shitty shit going on, right?
Okay, and how? I'm assuming you're in support of this investigation. If there's fraud, we should get rid of it.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so why does Jason think you're so unreasonable? You're so reasonable with me here. We agree fraud is bad.
I mean, he's just kind of like an angry dude who gets angry because like there's a little black child who's just destroying him over in the corner.
You know what? I'm gonna. I don't think it's about your race, my friend. I don't think.
I don't think it's about my race. I was just describing myself.
Then why'd you bring it up?
I was just being descriptive.
Why is it gotta be? What's that?
I was just describing myself, describing my quality, my character traits.
Black's a character trait?
Yeah, it is. It is now. You know, whatever makes him angry. Whatever makes him angry.
That argument. I feel like you made the argument. You're trying to hang on to it, but I don't. I think it's descriptive. I don't think it's the same as you there. But you're walking it back. That's fine. We'll let you do. So, what's your hottest take, if you have one? What's gonna drive Jason up the fucking wall? Oh my God! I need to scream at this guy.
My hottest take, geez,
that you actually care about. Yeah,
I actually care about. I don't think we should be like doing mass deportation. It's probably like my hottest take.
You don't think what?
I don't think we should be doing mass deportation. I think it's stupid.
Why is mass deportation stupid? And also, just as a side note, I'm sorry, I don't think we're doing mass deportation. I wish we were. Why are you against it?
Yeah, generally, I think when we look at the average immigrant, legal or illegal, I think they're like fiscally beneficial over their lifetimes. To the federal
that was
government,
not true,
to the federal government, to the federal government. When we look at the state and local level, there tend to be like a slight fiscal negative. I'll acknowledge that. But like, it's not going to be practical to be like deporting like 20 million.
So what if
11,
the
20
numbers
million
made
people?
sense?
We can look at like the recession that would cause.
Bro,
like,
don't go 7 steps with
$1
me. No. Let's do it one at a time. What if it made economic sense? We do mass deportations then, or no?
Sure.
Okay. That's excellent. You could have just said yes, and we would have been. Oh, that's wonderful. All right, Cringy. Is there anything you got for me? I'm a very offensive guy. You just haven't gotten to know it yet, and I do try to understand other people. That's
so
why
you
I'm
like
so
focus
glad
more on
you're
social issues, economic issues, like what?
I'm a constitutional conservative. I'm an independent software guy. I run a software dev shop. I launch products. I ran on the Republican ticket.
Yeah,
I am fairly conservative.
What do you think about like Trump violating like 200 immigrants' due process rights to send them to a foreign torture prison? Like, what do you think about that?
So let's separate a few things. You say you're a cringy liberal, and I'm gonna try to help you if you want, aspire to being slightly less cringy. Part of the way that people become cringy liberals is they smuggle arguments in. As a starting point, I think it's terrible that anybody would be sent to a torture situation, period, full stop. The rest of the conversation really doesn't matter. So I'm against that part of it, just outright. Second part, I don't give a fuck about immigrants' quote unquote due process rights, because fundamentally I don't believe that the Constitution provides a framework for them to have that. I think it's incumbent to be a citizen. And I realize there's argument on case law, and there's, I believe, good arguments on it. In fact, Ryan Mullally and you and I, if you find that topic interesting, we could probably have an interesting, and I don't mean this in anything lured, threesome or a three-way discussion.
Awkward.
So if we wanted to do that, I think there's some interesting stuff about that. The whole interstate commerce law that allows a lot of the federal government to exist, and I just learned this from Ryan recently, but like the whole framework on that flies in the face of the 10th Amendment. I find it brutally offensive. So I'm very much like a government minimalist. In fact, are you familiar with the Federalist Papers?
Yeah, I'm familiar with them.
Okay, so like almost all of them. What's that?
As in, I've skimmed over them. I probably couldn't give you. If you ask, just to be clear, if you ask me like, what does this say in this number of Federalist paper? I'm not going to tell you.
I'm not doing gotcha on it. I just want to know, do you know roughly what this thing is? So this way we're on the same page. That's all right. I'm trying to actually connect with you here.
Yeah. Okay.
So most of the Federalist Papers early on and constantly throughout it, honestly, it's about protecting borders. Like the whole sales pitch on uniting the states of America was significantly based on protecting borders. So as a constitutional conservative, when we're talking about border protection, I start off, yeah, we should be doing it. Like Biden making it difficult for Texas to protect the border. That's insane. That's like, I hire you, right? Cringy. I mean, I'd use your name if you have it. I don't mean to I usually don't call people libtards, whatever, but cringy. If I hire you to do a job and then you don't do it, and then you get in the way of me while I'm doing it, isn't that fucked up?
Well, I mean, I would contest that premise that Biden wasn't doing his job.
What? Well, so for example, he was suing the DOJ was suing the state of Texas, saying they were doing things at the border that weren't.
I mean, they
proper.
won the case, so that's what the DOJ.
So that's not the claim, though. You're moving something. What I said was the entire foundation of having unified states. The whole reason they all got together and said we just won against Britain. Let's go ahead and fucking do our thing. Now, how's our plan? They said, we're going to unify the states around this federalist concept where we all protect the borders. So what I'm saying that the president of the United States of America, which is expressly bound to protect borders, should fucking protect borders, and that he got in the way when Texas was protecting borders when he should have been doing the protection. That's the claim.
Yeah. The premise I'm attacking there is
that
he wasn't protecting, that Biden wasn't protecting the borders. I do think Biden was protecting.
No, he wasn't. He was opening the doors.
I disagree. I don't think he was opening the doors.
If I could demonstrate
Josh, pardon me for.
I mean, go ahead.
I got him warmed up, Jason. You got plenty of material to work with, and thank you. Thank you.
No, my issue is he basically called me a racist and said that I attacked him because he was a little black kid. Little boy, I really don't give a fuck about your. I really don't give a fuck about your color. But you know, if that's your only weak ass argument, maybe go back to your third grade classroom and fucking argue with your little boy, your boyfriend or whatever. Because it ain't gonna work with me, son.
Wait a second, you're not racist. I'm racist, okay? Like, chill. Don't worry.
Yeah, at least you admit you're a racist.
I'm joking.
Thank you.
I'm joking.
No, I believe it. You are a racist.
Yeah, for sure, brother.
No, I'm not your brother. Oh,
what an
unlike you, I'm actually very successful and don't live in my mommy's house.
Okay, little
now
duck.
you're
looking at I mean, like you're like hurting redder than a fucking tomato right now. Okay.
Don't give a flying fuck. When you call me racist, I don't care how red I turn. I'll fucking boot you back to your mommy's tit in the other room.
We have created a monster.
I fired kids like you with fucking a lot less gusto and fucking sent them on their way crying like the little bitch they are.
And shout out to Texas Bully Mom for keeping on it when I didn't have to keep on it. She says, 4 minutes, chat. Yes, we had the donut goal, and I didn't cancel it after Jason paid the big hundo to open the panel, but what I'll do is I'll give some leeway before I kick off the next timer for all of you, since you kind of are doubled in. Backstage, I've got Tim E, but Tim E needs to do a quick cam up. Otherwise, I've got Kazak waiting to come up. If you all are familiar with Kazak, you know that he's always ready to rumble, and he always pays to get everyone else up, so you all should do the same. I wanted... Mm-hmm.
Just last night, silly, or whoever your fucking liberal name is, I tipped more last night to Sarah than you'll make in a fucking month whenever you fucking get a job.
Aww.
Did you hear that? He's talking about you having future earnings. He believes in you.
He believes.
Yeah,
it.
he'll probably make
Yeah.
like $8 an hour. I mean,
He's
because that's
still
about
talking
his
about me.
peak.
He's
He
still
thinks
talking
you
about
have
me.
a future
Watch
in the
him, this might
workforce.
interest
He's
you.
still talking about me. My
Arizona
bad.
just
Jesus, I
accomplished
didn't even
something.
know. Holy.
Aw,
That's how
we don't
stupid
know.
you are.
Hold on,
I mean,
hold on, Jason. Hold on,
literally,
Jason.
did you
Hold on,
even
hold on.
graduate high school? Or you
Jason.
You're
getting a
still mad.
GED?
We need to.
Jason,
Jason.
Arizona.
We need. Shh, everyone, shut up. We need to get Jason some headgear, earbuds, or something, so that he can hear us better. But Jason, we don't want to be mean to him. Like he's
No,
hold
fuck him.
on,
He accused me of being
hold on,
racist,
listen,
Sarah.
Listen.
Fuck the little kid.
Hold on.
That's
but you're
nasty,
you're
bro.
you're a grown man, and you know that
I don't give a flying fuck. I don't play the race card, and he just went and cried like a little bitch to fucking Josh and pulled the race card because he doesn't have an educated argument. He probably didn't
Gotcha, but
even
he's
graduate high
articulated one.
school. He's
Jason,
probably a high school dropout. Look at the house he lives in.
My friend, let's say he is. Look, he's growing plants in the back. I love that. I love gardening. I have a greenhouse. I grow beets. I grow peas. It's wonderful. He's looting,
Fully
gardening.
based.
He likes plants. There's more oxygen. That's great. Let me ask you this. So Cringy's here, and we'll agree. He's fucking wrong. And he's fucking wrong on like so much, and it hurts. But he's
I
here
didn't
and he's
hear him
talking.
say-
And
Josh,
most
you didn't say
people,
anything.
and
You
most
had-
You know
people,
what
You had
Cringy's
5
work?
minutes with
May.
him. You had 5
Damn,
minutes
you
with
are
him, and
saint.
he didn't say anything
All right,
ridiculous.
all right,
He
all right,
said
all
a
right,
lot
Josh,
of
you know what
things.
Cringy's worried about?
Everybody, shut up! I don't give a fuck who he called what. You guys get called worse things. You guys have called people worse things. You'll all.
But you let me
live.
boot everybody else. You're protecting the little kid.
He's your opposition right now. You don't want to boot the opposition.
Oh,
Everybody, shut
I'm
up.
leaving
There's
Duck
some-
up here.
That's actually quite that's an odd one. Sarcastic Saint says, "Cringy liberal. If you are calling Jason a racist without any proof, then go fuck yourself. This is a real man who knows how to treat people the way people should be treated. In the back for 10 minutes. All right, you got a 10-minute boot backstage. Go hang tight." Relax for a little bit. We'll probably give you a nice little break and let everybody relax. Ooh.
Josh,
If I
my,
may, gentlemen,
Go ahead, Beth.
gentlemen,
yes, Beth.
real quick. Consider for a minute, this is a young man who's up here, and he's coming up and he's engaging with us. And yeah, he's going to say some stupid shit from time to time. But we are the ones who are going to lead him into his growth, right? The way I've always seen it is everybody who's like a late teen into early 20s, they all tend to be left. Okay, it's up to us to kind of.
Well, then you have
Sarah,
Duck, who
that's
he's like a
open.
30-some-odd-year-old man, and he's still just dumb.
Some never leave it. Okay.
but he's here and he's engaging, and so many of them are too fucking pussy to even sit and have the chat. That's why I
Right.
think you're being
Who's
stupid.
they?
I respect you, but
Who's
Young.
they?
those
Young
with
people.
differing views, those
Young
with this,
Okay. So
Yes,
those
young
with differing views are too fucking dumb to share their differing views with Joshua.
Nobody said that, Duck.
No, that's
Duck,
not what
we just
said.
call you dumb because you are dumb.
That's
The
not what
holy
we said, Doug.
council of listening to
And-
my
fact that you
ramblings.
just said
Texas
nothing,
bully
not at all.
mom.
What we said, Doug.
Hold that.
Texas bully mom doubled down on the 10 for Cringy in the back. You got another 10 back there, Cringy. I set the timer, so you got now you're down to 17 minutes. So go grab some food, hang tight,
I'm
unless
gonna take a break.
somebody wants to pay to bring you back up. You somebody can, in fact, buy you back up and negate the stuff. So if you want to try to do that, you do that.
Fucking
All right.
cringy.
Josh, my best guess, Josh, is people like Duck and Cringy. Since he tried to insult me, I'll just insult both of them. They're worried that liberal doesn't get in office, then they're going to lose their welfare benefits. So they won't be able
That's
to afford.
retarded, dude. Like, be better.
I do worry about people that depend on welfare benefits. The United States is a welfare state. It's not a derogatory term. And I don't know how you would justify that it is derogatory.
You're not a
Jason.
welfare
Iotin wants Cringe. Oh, well, we got it. All right. Josh, since you bought the official one to bring the second one that officially brings him back, who would you like to boot to bring him back? And I will say, if you boot Jason, he'll just pay to bring himself back up. So it's kind of a
Well,
waste,
so here's the
waste of
thing.
points.
I'm gonna skip the foreplay on that one, Jason. I
Ooh.
appreciate the hell out of you. I know you're just gonna donate anyway. And Duck, nothing personal. I just want the slot, and you're most likely to interrupt.
Or
But I
what
look forward to you
Oh, I
coming
don't
back.
Leech, are you still with us, my friend?
See you guys later.
Hold on. Leech, let me make that decision for you if you don't mind, Joshua.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't like if we're panel
As long as
squatters.
there's no
Panel
interruptions,
squatters should be the first to go.
Yeah.
You know, but they won't interrupt. They won't
I would-
interrupt, Sarah.
Yeah, but then
What's
would like to-
they're just holding a seat for nothing.
I got you.
With
Gringy,
I would like to back up
we
Josh,
paid for your
though.
freedom.
Freedom,
What's that,
Fringy! He might have gone to take a shit. He's like, shit, I got 20 minutes.
Duck, you have to admit this is the longest I've let you last in a while.
That's true.
Austin,
Trindy's been fucking
Yeah,
Austin, you
good
don't
for
have
you,
to.
Jason.
Pardon me for just a moment,
awesome.
gentlemen. Austin, you
Very
don't have
cool.
to stay on cam. You're more than welcome to if you want. I just needed it backstage to make sure you're not naked and trying to show us your stuff. But Austin, welcome.
Jason, are you an investor?
Pardon me, Doc.
stuff.
You know the fucking
Sorry.
rules. If I'm talking, you shut your fucking mouth. Thank you. Austin, welcome to the Gauntlet, also known as the Raging Tomato on the other channel. This is open panel shit show of craziness. People can boot you, as you just witnessed going on back and forth, but they can also pay to bring you back if they seem to like you. So I'd like to give you a moment to tell us who you are, what you do. If you have a channel, feel free to shout it out. And then what are your thoughts so far on what the topic?
So, I am a neoliberal, one of the few. What I do is mostly I do political advocacy. I go around and I do like protesting. I was at No Kings. I was advocating for Biden back in 2024. I was hoping he was going to run again, but it wasn't going to happen, unfortunately.
Love
So
you,
I
bro.
switched, supported Kamala after that. I don't know what the topic is currently. I hate to say. I came in. I saw that you guys were talking about politics. And I figured I should give my 2 cents.
Absolutely. Let me reread the statement that we spun off of. The statement is the groundswell of xenophobia across America under the Trump administration. We've so far gone down they're eating the cats and the dogs. We've gone down the fentanyl missile launching. We've gone down the daycare issues and fraud issues out in was it Minnesota, Michigan, whichever one it is.
Minnesota.
We've gone down a lot of those routes. Do you have some thoughts to add to that? Do you think that the Trump administration is xenophobic?
Josh, quit
I would
making me
think
laugh.
so, yeah. I think heralding back to 2016, I think it's important to look at, what was Trump's initial claim to fame when he came to politics. His initial claim to fame was
It was
talking about
fucking
how,
rich.
Obama was, well, what's part of that? But Obama was also, he was saying that Obama wasn't from this country and that we should ban all Muslims from entering the country, like people from Iraq or Iran or whatever. And he's carried it on with the closing down the border for Mexico. He hasn't totally closed down the border yet, but that has been his goal for as far as I can tell. So
The so-called Muslim ban was 7 countries, and 2 of them weren't Muslim.
what were the 2 that weren't Muslim?
North Korea and I forget the other one.
North Korea is well known for being deeply. Austin, you're on your own, bro.
Yeah, North Korea has never been. I don't think we've ever allowed immigrants from North Korea. I don't
But that
think
was
that's ever-
part of
minded. I
the
think
travel
North Korea would
ban
have a
list that
problem
you're
with it,
talking
being
about.
honest.
And to be fair, I'll grant you, Trump himself called it the Muslim ban. But if you look at the actual number of countries banned, it's 7 countries out of what, even if I grant you that all of them were Muslim, that's still a tiny percentage of countries that are Muslim and still allowed to come here. It wasn't a flat out ban on Muslims like it's portrayed.
Sure, but the reason behind it was to prevent Muslims from coming to the United States. These were
No,
the
it
countries
was
where
to
a lot of
prevent-
Muslims were coming in from. No, this is where a lot of Muslims are
It
coming
was to
from.
prevent.
Why-
It was to prevent
let him-
an influx of terrorists and spies. Is what it was for.
I've got a
Do
whole
you think-
folder you'd die reading, Austin. You're on a strange piece of this argument.
No. Do you think that Laos has a lot of terrorism?
What's that?
I think that anyone
that Laos
opposing
is a lot
a
better.
more involved immigration policy is retarded.
I'm
I don't
just
know
asking
why
about
anyone would
the
support
terrorism,
Kamala.
do you think?
That's an even more bizarre proposition.
Well,
I do want to
now we're talking
understand
about-
you. I don't
right
want you
now
to
we're
get the
talking about the
wrong
Muslim
idea.
ban. Right,
What's
right.
that?
Right now we're talking about the Muslim ban, though, right? So we're talking about Laos. Laos was on that list for countries that would not be allowed to travel to the United States.
So what are
Allow
you
me
trying to
to
establish
interrupt
by
for
Muslim?
just one moment. Fourth Wiseman, I apologize. Cringy is here on screen. He was just in avatar mode, but I'll give you the credit back since you couldn't tell what was going on. I want to see some of the cringier adults get hammered by a kid. We've all seen worse here, so enjoy the show. Yeah, Cringy was already brought back up on stage. Other people, actually, the righties paid to bring Cringy back up. So, Fourth Wiseman, hold that $20 credit. You can use it for something else later, just because I understand it was probably confusing since he was cammed down. So if you want to use it, that $20 credit later, just tag me in the chat. If I don't see it, tell the mods to get a hold of me backstage, okay? All right.
On the Muslim ban point, I mean, Trump said Muslim ban, and then he implemented the policy, which I'm pretty sure he characterized as a Muslim ban. So, when people go
I already
around
seeded
calling
that.
xenophobic, I'm not, or like,
So let's just say that he
Homophobic.
did.
I'm not
What is
exactly gonna be there to
xenophobic
defend him.
about it? Prove that
I
part.
think that's just what he called it at the time. I don't think there's really that much weight attached to it. You're giving it personally, but if
I
it
mean,
bothers
I
you,
would
be
say
bothered by it. I don't care.
Well, I'm bothered by it because I don't think that we should be portraying Muslims as terrorists, especially when we're looking at the list of these. And it doesn't even extend.
I don't
them,
disagree
like,
with you.
countries that
Next
we-
point.
It doesn't even, hold on. It doesn't even extend to countries that we'd expect terrorism from. Like Laos. Laos does not have terrorism to the extent that we're talking, especially not Muslim terrorism.
No, but they have drug traffickers and human
In
traffickers.
Laos, you think that Laos
Yes.
is like a big exporter of drugs
Yeah,
to the
it's
United States of
lousy.
America?
Laos has the Golden Triangle, which is there's some organized crime and stuff. Whatever
Well,
you want to
Laos
say,
is
but
a
yeah,
landlocked-
it's Southeast Asian politics. It's a global market for drugs. So,
should
terrorists is
restrict-
one way to say it. I wouldn't call it terrorism. I wouldn't say they're terrorists. Like there's casinos and stuff. People get executed all the time for getting caught for trafficking drugs. That word means something. It should.
So Austin, I have a
So
question
for
for you.
one, it's
How
about,
are you-
it's
how
about-
would
it's-
you
hold on, hold on.
define-
Real quick,
Oh,
to
okay,
respond
no
to that.
question.
Okay, before I answer my question, I'll answer your question. Don't worry, I just gotta respond to that.
No.
If that's what actually was happening, one, it wouldn't be under a Muslim ban. It would be under a terrorism ban, or under some sort of a ban of global fentanyl trafficking, if that was the case, or whatever.
Call it whatever you want. I don't care.
Let me
but
do.
hold on,
Let me
hold on,
some.
sure.
Hold on. Let me do something technical real quick, Austin, because I want to make sure we can hear you. Are you using a phone?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. Is the phone? Hold on. I want to make sure. Is the phone sitting on the desk?
No, I have a stand, and the microphone's
Okay.
kind of over here.
Over here. Bring the microphone closer to you if you can, because and make sure. Actually, let's do this. Go down to your settings, your little wheel on the audio, and make sure that it's actually using the mic that you have plugged in, because it sounds like you're coming from talking in a fishbowl.
Right.
And it might be. There we go.
Yeah,
That
it's real
sounded
hard to
better.
hear you.
Hold on.
Okay. Does that work?
Oh wait,
that better?
maybe. It sounded good for a second there.
Well, and your video looks choppy. It might be bandwidth a little bit too. Maybe stop with the torrenting of the 18-year-old porn. All legal, but it still does.
Just bring the mic closer to you if you're. Oh, he
Josh is the
disconnected
closest
his
they'll get
device.
to a
Hold on.
woman.
He just
Sarah, next
disconnected.
time tell him to put the microphone under the desk in the other room away from him.
Kazak, how have you been? I'm just gonna give him a minute. He's got to reconnect his devices. How have you been, Kazak?
I've been good. Nothing too new or crazy, but I've still been keeping up with you guys and your shenanigans. So
Oh, good. Good.
Hey,
good,
Zach,
good.
I've seen you
Cringy, are
everywhere
you
else
on X?
besides here, so you're a traitor.
I've been
Cringy.
on a few places.
Cringy.
Yes, you're
Yeah,
absolutely right. I'm not ashamed
if you
of
go
that.
to my,
No.
I mean, if you go to any of my socials, it's either going to be cringy liberal or cringy leftist. I have a link tree, and you can get to my X, or you can probably just look it up on.
Cringy liberal X. Let's see
It's
if
going to be
it's-
cringy leftist, probably.
Josh, I have a question. How can people identify as anything when they've never been able to vote in their life because they're
Oops.
too young?
I missed this, Saint. I apologize. I missed this. Saint says Duck needs to rethink his career as the YouTube clown bum who annoys pretty much everyone. Austin, I was going to boot Duck, but after hearing what you just said, you get 10 in the back, so enjoy, asshole. All right, Austin, you got a 10-minute timer backstage. If anyone wants to negate that 10-minute timer, you're more than welcome to do so with $10. Otherwise, Austin, you got 10 minutes back. I really thought that was going to be a Duck boot. Wow, Duck, you're getting lucky tonight.
Duck is just dodging
I
them
felt
lynches.
saved. I was worried I saw Sarcastic Saint, and then the second thing I saw was I saw my name, and so I was almost 100% certain I was going to be gone.
I did
luckily,
too.
it didn't play out that way this time.
You
Sarah.
were
Sarah-
backing me up, and I love
And
it.
Fourth Wiseman, I saw your chat. He would like to add 20. He's going to use this as a $20 credit to Cringy. So if you want to boot him, you still have to first match that 20 before you can go over to actually kick him off. So you have $20 protection, Cringy.
I told you last night, Sarah, my New Year's resolutions to be nicer to Duck.
Aww.
You're doing
Mashallah.
great
Thank you.
tonight.
I can't find you on X, but that's mine. It's in back.
Thank you, my cringelings, my disciples.
I like Duck. Duck's a nice guy to me.
Duck, back
I
me
like
up.
Duck
He's the most
too.
useful he's ever been. in My life.
He can have his moments where you're like, "Aw, Duck," and then other times you're like, "Dude, what the fuck just?"
The
happened?"
only thing
he
that
sings
bothers
that
me about
fucking
Duck
Duck
is
song.
Duck doesn't want to be a man. He wants everybody to do everything for him. Like he wants the government to take care of him, and that's
And he eats
just
blowjobs. I thought that was strange. He said he likes to eat nice things like a nice steak, a nice potato, and a blowjob. Never eaten a blowjob.
yeah.
That's some Duck tier shit, though.
Mm. You
I mean,
guys-
yeah,
Thank
maybe
you.
a nice duck pate.
Since Austin's not here,
Sarah, can I get the main panel while they're discussing me? I just want to show everyone my my new profile image.
aw,
Aw.
Here we are.
Cool.
So sweet, Duck.
Yeah, ChatGPT decided to make us happy this year.
Oh, I fucking love that. That's we're
Lunch.
we're
It's
even
lunch
having
or whatever.
champagne and everything. That see,
Cute
it's
Duck.
moments like that where I'm like, God, Duck, if you weren't such a tard sometimes. Speaking of,
Oh, no.
Sarcastic Saint says, Duck, you are not safe. And guess what? You get 10 in the back for being you. Go wear the dunce hat in the back and change your adult diapers before you get back because you smell like shit. Bye-bye.
wow, and a roast on the way out.
Wow, Saint's feeling it. All right, you got 10 in
All
the
right, I'll see
back,
ya.
Doc.
Sarah, I've actually brought the super chats tonight, and they're not from me for once.
They're not from you. Like you're not even
You
even
just had to
booty
get
or
on
anything.
screen.
Oh my goodness. This
So
is
cringy. There was
hilarious.
a stupid liberal here earlier, and he was trying to hone in on something. You might be able to put it in English, though. So he was saying Muslim ban means xenophobic and it's racist. But why would a limited window, 120-day couple of country thing go all the way to xenophobic? Aren't we bad xenophobics if we're not saying fuck all of them? And even aren't we even an embarrassment if we're not purging
Trump's
the ones that are
incompetent.
here?
He's a bad xenophobe.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
He's incompetent. He's a bad xenophobe. But when he like characterizes this as a Muslim ban and calls it a Muslim ban, and then people are saying that this is a Muslim ban, that's probably like a okay characterization of like the intent of the policy at the
Do you
very
think
least.
that's racist?
Well, but if
That
it's
is-
for 120 days, right? So call it 3 months. That's 3 months out of a 12-month year. So a very limited geographic, very limited calendar. If we're being xenophobic, and I'm not saying this to try to dunk on you, I'd like to hear the argument. Like, if we were being xenophobic, wouldn't we say fuck them forever, wrap them up in camps, and then dispose of them in some fashion?
Yeah, so,
That's
yeah, I think-
xenophobic to me.
I think Trump's bad xenophobe. I think he's. I think if you look throughout his administration,
Under what definition?
He's bad at what he does. So when I think of like when I
Under
think of
what
xenophobia,
definition?
for
Or
people
he's not a
who prejudice-
xenophobe.
I don't think
people
he
being
was.
prejudiced
He's
towards
not.
each other
Yeah,
for
can't really
towards
xenophobe.
immigrants solely on the
He's
fact that they are an
saying
immigrant.
bad.
solely on the
He's
fact that
bad
they
at
are
what he does.
One at a time.
Yeah.
One at a time.
Under
Beth?
what definition?
Yeah, when Donald Trump characterizes this as a Muslim ban, calls it Muslim ban, it's probably the policy itself might not be xenophobic, but the intent of the policy was. So if somebody wants to call the policy xenophobic, I probably wouldn't say it's like an unfair
This
characterization.
is hilarious.
To sit
All
there
right.
and say that he's a bad xenophobe, that is just ridiculous. It's really easy. Either you're racist or you're not, right?
Actually, I
I
can
think
show
he
how
was
this
saying
is not
that he's
xenophobic at all.
bad at it, that he's not good at doing the racist things, is what he's saying. He wasn't like using bad to amplify a xenophobe. He was saying he's bad
Yeah.
at being a xenophobe.
Yeah, we'd push him out
What
of a
about his
Klan
wife?
meeting. This
That's how I
isn't good.
understood it.
But
Why
The
would he be married
initial-
to Melania if he was xenophobic?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a good point. Well, I mean, she is pretty hot, though. I
She
guess you
is
can.
hot.
I
mean, all his
Especially
wives
at
have
her
actually been
age
immigrants.
now, I'd be like, yeah, I'd probably, if I was a dude, I'd probably tap it. Oh, shit. All right, minus 20 for Cringy. So, Cringy, you've lost your protection. All right, your protection is taken away. Plus 10 for Duck. Duck, are you still backstage? And then plus 20 for Sarah. So, who, I'm going to...
19 for Sarah, I guess.
We're going to do this. Duck got brought back up.
Welcome back, Duck.
I'll be polite.
Duck
I'll
is
have my camera on
back.
then too.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you. Happy New Year, Tom. Good to see you,
And
brother.
our friend Austin, like when I put him to the back, I don't know if he was having tech issues or not, but he had left the backstage. I still have a timer going. If he's still watching, you still come back to the backstage, and then once somebody else gets booted, you get put up. But thank you, Tom Carpenter. I hope you are well, and thank you for the 20 for me, and all of the other fun stuff for everyone else. I'm sure Duck appreciates it.
Well, that's
wait.
probably
Wait. Was it adding 10 to Duck? Like,
Yeah, I think that was that looks to me minus 20
Yeah.
Cringy is a fuck you Cringy. Plus
Okay.
10 Duck is a good job Duck. Because plus 20 Sarah, he wouldn't do
plus
fuck you
20.
Sarah.
That's right.
20.
'Cause the whole
You're not
thing's
gonna
giving you
believe what I just
$50.
did.
It's not a fuck you.
Oh my God.
There's an
I just wanna
extra
make
cent missing.
Hey,
Well, I didn't
look
know
at
if he
that.
means to, because minus 20 for Cringy was subtracting like his protection that he has. But plus 10 for Duck could mean adding 10 minutes to Duck's timer. Tom,
that's a good
we need
point.
in the
But-
chat. Are we adding
wait.
10 minutes to the timer, or are we bringing him back? I'll wait for your wording there for me. I hope you're still watching.
I really don't think that he would also give a plus 20 to Sarah if he meant it that way.
True.
And
He said
what
meant to
the
bring him back. Okay, problem solved. Thank you, Tom. So Duck, you can say thank you to Tom officially. Plus,
Tom Carpenter. Thank
Duck, you 20 to protect Duck.
And now I think I might cry, Sarah. I was
you know
here
what?
briefly last night.
I think you should have a. I think you get booted all the time. I think you should have a moment to express
All
your
right.
gratitude.
You're definitely getting booted.
Jason, this is for you. Not. On
Please
my
don't
life,
sing.
series of doors in my face, and then suddenly I bumped into you. I was thinking the same thing, because like I've been searching my whole life to find my own place, and maybe it's this party talking or the chocolate's fondue, but with you, Do, 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 do.
Duck, you're making me regret it.
Love is an open door. That's all I got. Should old
Hey, I'm good.
acquaintance be forgot?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
give
there
Duck
you go.
credit.
That's a
It's
good one.
tough.
There's the
It's tough to
festivities.
sing in
And
public.
Ayatin getting her membership over on the Gauntlet side. And not only that, but she gifted out 5 more memberships. Congratulations to you. Oh, Phoenix, you got another one over here too. Good job. Yay.
Sarah-
Phoenix has been asking for memberships for a
Sarah,
while.
who would have thought I would have saved Duck?
Nobody. Yeah, even Duck.
You said you're working on being nicer to him this year.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Fourth Wiseman sends a big 50 and says to Tom Carpenter, can't look at his mirror. Keep Cringy. Ah, ha, 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 ha. So now, Cringy, you have a $50 credit back to your name, sir. So if somebody would like to boot you, they have to pay $50 first, and then they have to pay to boot you. So you have $50 to your name, sir.
Cringy, don't throw too safe, Cringy. I've spent over $400 or $500 to boot Duck.
This is true, but I'm doing the veto for full boot at least for another half hour. Let's let Cringy have some peace and talking. I think Beth made a point earlier to say, like, this is a young man, right? And we need to be the leaders for him and show him how to actually make the arguments and have the conversations and to guide him in the right direction. Come
And
to
to
the
change
dark
his
side,
mind.
We can also
cringy.
learn.
We need
If
to
you keep
change
arguing
his
like
young
Brian,
mind.
it'd be
We
a
can
lot
learn
better
why
for
he
him.
thinks the
And
retarded things he thinks.
and not only that, but Cringy has been overall very respectful to the panel, and he's been a good sport about everything. He's not yelling at anyone. He's not pulling a Ryan on anyone. He's being just fine. So
He made
Besides
one
calling me
hiccup.
racist, I
He
mean,
made what? He made that one hiccup, and you know what? We're gonna move on from it, and I don't think he's ever gonna make that mistake again, right, Cringy?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he will. He most definitely.
if he does, he's out the
I
door
do
as soon as
rage
he
bait
does
a
it.
tad. Okay, sorry.
And Sarcastic Saint says, "Oh, look at that, Cringy! You lost your protection, so you are fair game. Now, as I was saying, you get 10 in the back for being young and dumb. You shouldn't be on panel until your balls drop. So bye." But as we just mentioned, Wiseman purchased the $50 protection, so now you're down to a $40 protection. Just so you know.
Oh, hey.
And Alex
You
puts
jerk.
it in my hands for Sarah to
still love it.
distribute how she sees fit. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna dish out to Rinyald gets a $10 protection. Let's see, Duck, you already have a $20 protection. So let's any other lefty? Who
Sarah,
else are
in
the
the
lefties?
sense of honesty, in all fairness, Sarcastic Saint said that since he can't boot Cringy, he wants to boot me for 10 minutes for protecting him.
Don't boot her. I'm gonna save her. I'm gonna save Beth because
All right, so Jason is paying the 10 to keep your, or I could just apply here. We're gonna do $20 for Rinyald. You have a $20 protection. You guys have to remember your numbers, okay? I can't remember all this at this point. Let's see. Kazak, you got a $10 protection because nobody ever boots you. Ben, you have a $10 protection, and Josh, you have a $10 protection. Ant, nobody bothers you, so you're. Good.
I'm worthless to bother because I'll just buy myself back up.
Oh wait,
Exactly.
that's right. The ladies are protected, right? Or no, I think that's only Mondays.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should
well,
just put all 50 on Beth since it looks like it is a pretty patriarchally dominated panel right now.
It's
Oh
up
my
to the gentleman.
goodness.
I handed them out. If you want to give your credits back to Beth, that's totally up to you.
Beth has protection from me tonight. Anybody who tries to boot her, I'll counteract it.
Rinyald might actually need the protection because our lefties are getting hit, and he hasn't
What
been able
the-
to speak yet. But I have a feeling he might need it. So you,
You guys don't
Yeah,
like
would you
me
like
either,
to say
so.
something stupid, lefty? Renyald, let's hear some stupid leftyism.
oh, hold on, let me get through. I got more super chats to
got
get
more.
through.
Holy-
You got more.
Cringy, you got another 10 for protection, so you're back up to the $50 number. This was to bring Beth back up. So Sarcastic Saint, you're you've been canceled out. And Tom Carpenter says, "Don't need a mirror. I'm Balderson. Minus 40 for Cringy, plus 10 for Sarah to be accurate for Joshua. Accurate for Joshua.
I
Oh,
called him out on his
I see. All right, so now we're gonna subtract 40. Now you have a $10 protection. Cringy. Does everybody have track of their numbers right now?
No.
Everybody knows what they got.
Yeah, so Sarah, am I allowed to say dumb shit? That's what I lost track of.
Well,
Duck,
you got
I
a
wouldn't suggest
$20.
it.
You got a $20 credit, and it can go out the door very fast. So I would
Yes.
be mindful.
You know,
Okay.
Jason,
What's
I'm
mine
a
again? I don't remember.
I'm a humble person, so Jason, you can have my $10 protection. Go ahead,
I don't need my $10 protection. I promise.
please. Go ahead.
You know, I'm more humble. Cringy can have my $20 protection. How about that?
Thank you.
Cringy, I promise I don't need it. I'll just, anybody who tries to boot me, it's basically money wasted because
He'll
I'm
just-
just going to buy myself back up.
No,
he'll
it's
double
supporting
down, too.
Sarah. It's a
You
great
can ask Sarah.
use of
Anybody who tries to boot me, if they're on panel,
It's-
I'll boot you and I'll boot you for the show.
It does support the grift, but I don't feel the need to push Jason to grift, right? Because he already grifts enough for me. So I don't I would be taking advantage of a situation if I said, "Yeah, boot Jason," just because I know he'll buy himself back. It would be
No,
very
I agree.
taking advantage of it.
Sarah,
So
I'll say it. Boot me. but do it at your own peril.
that's
Right.
fair.
He likes
well,
the
let's
game,
bring.
Sarah. It's a fun
Let's
game.
go ahead. We'll get back to the conversation. I do appreciate the griftathon moment, and everybody has their numbers in their head, so I don't have to remember them on your behalf. I'll do my best to try. Rinyald, why don't you jump in and kick it off for us? You got a $20 protection.
I didn't. So I came in asking, or when Joshua asked, if Donald Trump was actually being xenophobic, why wouldn't he put this ban on all of the countries? I didn't hear where that went because it took me a second to get into the studio, but I feel like the answer is super simple in that he tried to do that. And it got shut down by the courts, and then he tried again, and then it got shut down by the courts, and then he tried a third time, and that's the one that we got, right? So like 2 times he was shot down for, I'm pretty sure it was specifically discrimination that you couldn't ban like all Muslim majority countries like that. So the reason that
You know
he
why
didn't
this doesn't
do
make
a
any
broader,
sense, though, right?
Huh?
Like, you know why what you're saying makes absolutely no fucking sense, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying it to be a dipshit. No, like
Okay, yeah.
go
So
ahead,
just to
respond,
be
yeah.
clear, in all of these instances, there's threat of a risk that's being pointed out to, and it's not just they're brown and they don't look like us or they worship differently. It's here's some drugs here, some crime there, and that's at least what's being presented. So the claim is it's xenophobic. So if it's xenophobic, why doesn't it just say we don't like them because they're brown or whatever? Why does it say, well, we've noticed increased here, there's not security there, there's this, that, and the other thing. So for 120 days, we're banning these 7 countries or whatever it is. How is that categorical? Because it's narrow and specific, and that's the mental gymnastics I'm not seeing a resolution on.
Because he can't do that. That's super, super illegal.
Josh,
You can't say,
Obama.
I'm going to ban all brown people. That's unconstitutional. You're not legally
All
allowed
right,
to do
I'm on
that.
with Jason. Get him.
Josh, Obama blocked the same exact countries while he was in office, and these liberals said 0. So it's basically my old saying: if they didn't have a double standard, they wouldn't have any at all.
Well, so Raniel, let me ask you this:
point.
do you think it's fair for me to ask for non-hypocrisy when you're arguing? You can say yes. You think you couldn't say I should be able to be
Depends.
hypocritical, but okay.
It depends. So, like, if you're using it to get away from a different thing, then no. If you're asking, like, after we litigate the first issue, then yeah, I think it is. Depends on how much time we have.
So
there,
if these
right?
exact countries were banned
I'm
before,
having
another
a-
time
what I'm
no one
having
gave
a
a
real
shit.
problem with during this whole argument is xenophobia basically is nationalism. So that means you don't want any countries importing people. Muslim is a religion specifically, and of that religion, a couple countries that had other problems were picked out in the other countries, because there's plenty of other countries that are Muslim majority. And that other liberal fellow was making the perfect case for why the whole Muslim ban thing isn't even a good name, as he explained about Laos and also being in the ban. So I don't understand why all these things are getting conflated into the xenophobia.
Well, because that was the third iteration of the ban. The first 2 iterations were called a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country by Donald Trump, right? The third iteration of the ban that added the non-Muslim majority countries afterward doesn't actually speak towards the
So you
intentions of the
understand
first
Didn't
bans.
Obama do it as well?
wouldn't want
And maybe
anybody.
Bush?
Yeah,
He did,
Beth.
Beth.
From Obama.
It's because they already have the conclusion, so then they always jam facts around that.
Yeah, because
to
Donald
keep
Trump
going
told
at
us the
same
incentive.
conclusion.
Yeah.
It's
Other presidents
incoherent. That's why it drives you up the wall. It's structurally incoherent, and it's
So
I
why
will
do you
tell you-
think that
I'll
Donald
tell
Trump
you simply why
explicitly
this is
said
not
complete and total
xenophobia.
shutdown?
Other
He explicitly
presidents
said
did the
complete and total
same
shutdown of
exact
Muslims
thing.
entering the country. Why do you think he said that?
Other presidents did the same exact thing. Does that mean they were xenophobic?
That didn't answer.
right. Was
the question.
Obama
Just wanna be
xenophobic when
sure
he did the
to-
same thing? That's the question.
Why do you think?
So what I
Donald
look
Trump
for is
called
internal
for a complete and
consistency.
total shutdown of Muslims
Reniel,
entering the country.
this is
Why
a
do you think
huge
he said
point.
that
Obama
explicitly?
did that.
One at
Huge
a
point.
time.
Huge point. I actually try to understand the things that you and anyone else say.
Mhm.
And so usually I'm looking for internal coherence. For me, that's where the bad faith is. So here, a fault line, and this is where we find out.
Mhm.
Obama did same thing, same countries. That's what Jason says. So are we going to apply the same standard to both presidents? And you can say, no,
We can apply
Trump's
the same
bad
standard.
because
I think we should apply the same standard as to why they said they did it. Donald Trump explicitly said we need a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. I'm asking, if he didn't want a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, why would he say that?
Okay, let me repeat that back. So Obama did the exact same thing, but he didn't say, I also want all the other Muslims. So for you, that's the fault line. And we give Obama for doing in actuality the identical act, but not with the requisite bad will that Daddy Trump had.
Hey,
Is that
John,
the line
One
for you?
person, so if one person, like, let's say I own a business and I reject Cringy for coming in, and I say it's because he owes me $20 and I don't trust him to pay whatever, or to pay for whatever he gets, right?
What
And
does that
then
have to do with the comparison?
and then a different me owns a similar shop and he comes in and I refuse service to him because he's black, right? Can you say just because I refuse service to the same two people, it's for the same reason?
How does that? So this
Well, it's a
doesn't
business
answer
owner,
the
you have
question.
the right
though.
to
Josh, they're not going to
No,
answer the question.
That
Hold on,
explicitly
hold on,
answers
hold
the
on.
question. I can tell you
No,
how
so
it
let me
explains
ask
the
this.
question too.
Why do you go to that comparison? I'm gonna dig deeper in it. Why
Because
is that the comparison?
One
to you?
person can explicitly say, I'm doing this because I'm racist, and another person can do the exact same thing and have it not be due to racism.
Okay, so let's say I agree with you that that's possible. How does that
Mhm.
reconcile Daddy Trump, according to you, and this is just a claim, and let's just assume it's true. Let's assume it's 100% true. You've got clips of it, you got videos of it. He says, all Muslims, we don't want any of them in here. 120-day ban from 7 countries. Call it anything you want. How is that xenophobic? What is your definition of xenophobia?
Because
that makes
he tried
that work.
3 different bans, 2 of them got struck down, so he landed on the 3rd one, and he couldn't get the first 2 bans that he wanted because they got struck down for discrimination.
So
So
what
it's
is that
done by the
definition
courts
of,
in xenophobia?
xenophobia that you're using there?
Hey, Josh, can I ask a question for
Please
the
do.
dumb liberals? What race is Muslim exactly? Because I mean, I've seen white Muslims, I've seen Middle Eastern Muslims, I've seen
Arab or
black
Southeast
Muslims.
Asian. It's usually Arab,
Ask them
Southeast
to
Asian,
do a
or
definition
African.
first.
Yeah, I don't,
What's-
I don't
That's
think
like
anybody's
the
claiming.
vast majority of the billion Muslims that exist in the world are Arab, Southeast Asian, or African.
So several different
African.
groups, Tuck, many
So-
different
so con-
ethnicities.
So it's
Yes.
religion, not a race.
Continents,
It's
groups,
religion, not a
areas,
race.
whatever, countries,
So
whatever
it's
you
a
want to say.
religion, not a race.
Yeah, it is a religion. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Ben, they're going to tap dance
I don't think
around
I ever
this
claimed
question
racism.
until they're blue in the face.
No, it's not
Well,
racist. I don't think I
while
ever claimed
they're
racism.
tap
Survive the
dancing,
structure.
Tom Carpenter says, "See, we are totally rocking Sarah's brain." Yes, it's already fried now. All the numbers, I think I have them, but I probably don't. Thank you for challenging me this evening, Tom. Pass comes in to say, much love, Sarah. Hashtag real one, family, and respect. Shout out back at you, and Happy New Year to you, Pass. Sarcastic Saint says, boot Sarah for crying like a little baby yesterday after the $1,000 donation she got from Jason. I mean, my God, buy this woman some tissues and get her some wine. Those fake tears look so real.
Hey,
Just kidding.
Sarah, I said I was going to break you, and I finally did it.
He broke me so hard. I've never been broken like that. I stay so strong. I stay so fucking strong. And then Jason comes along. He's like, yeah, just kidding. All right, I'm going to take my boot and go get coffee. In the meantime, Beth, you are in charge.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely.
So
All right,
Vinyald,
boys.
definition, xenophobia. Answer it. Jason,
I-
don't let him off it.
No,
So
I
it's
want a
probably just going to be a
definition, too.
disdain for people outside of the country on the grounds that they're not in your country, right?
how
No,
about
That's nationalism. That's not xenophobia.
Fear of
If you want to give a
Vinyald,
different
Vinyald.
definition, you can.
I want to clear.
irrational. The key
I need you to
component
speak
there.
up a little bit. And I'm not saying that to be a dick. Like I literally can't hear you.
Yeah, so if you want to give a different definition, we can work with that.
What is your definition? I couldn't hear the first
just-
one. I apologize.
If you have disdain for somebody solely because they're from a different country than yours.
Okay, that's not any known definition of
I can give you
xenophobia. I
a
would find
different
if I
If you,
Googled
if you want to give a
Please.
different definition, then you can go ahead.
I mean, I
Okay,
can give you
well,
a
Irrational
definition of
prejudice
definition.
or
So,
fear of someone not of your country.
Is there a
Yeah.
security
Irrational
reason?
being
Hold
the
up.
key
What's
Isn't
word.
that basically what I
All right,
just said?
guys,
No.
can
No.
we have this at like instead of a 3rd grade level, like a 5th or 6th grade level? Like, what is the security justification from the MAGA folks that are on panel still, for banning Muslims, or specifically in any case targeting a specific country for immigration or visas?
How about most of those
people-
countries overseas fake
Yeah.
documents for birth records and everything else? So we have
That
no
has
clue.
nothing to do with terrorism. That has
Actually, it
nothing to
does,
do with
Duck. You're
terrorism.
just not smart enough to figure it out, because if they're faking all that, we have no clue who they actually are. They could be a
Listen, that's
terrorist.
not accurate. That's not actually correct.
All
Yes,
the
it
countries-
is, Duck. I hate to break it to you, but that's
All the
very
countries on
accurate.
that-
I mean, they take documents over there like they're candy bars. So
All-
I mean,
All
So,
the
Doc,
countries on that
think
list
about an airport.
were linked to international terrorism and crime.
The countries.
Yeah. So, Duck, when we get an
You asked-
airplane,
you
the
asked
TSA
two
molests
questions.
us.
I don't know
And
what that
another-
means. Linked.
of
to-
course you don't.
How can a country be linked to international terrorism and crime. That doesn't
Because
make any
we
fucking
track
sense.
criminals coming from those countries in greater numbers than other countries.
They
It's not that tough, Doc. It's really
So
not.
I think one of the
So they're
And we follow them on
statistically they're producing like a national security risk.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I think one of the best things about America
Okay.
is that when we're
What does that
looking at
mean?
people
What does that
for-
mean?
No,
Like,
let
let's
the
go
liberals
backwards.
say one of the best things
Hang on.
about America.
I think one of the best
One
things
at a
about
time.
America is that we're looking at people for at their immigration applications or for their jobs. Is that we look at them as individuals who have done individual actions throughout their life in order to build like a certain character, right? We don't just say, "Oh, you're part of this demographic, therefore you're this." So when we're looking at like whether we should be accepting immigrants in certain countries, you should be looking at them as individuals, right? We shouldn't be looking at them just because they're Muslim, just because you're Haitian, therefore you can't come in here. Just because you're Somalian, therefore you can't come in here.
We
Now
have
we're
an
protecting
overloaded immigration
No,
system.
you've got a
So,
category.
yes, I'm going to
here.
put
We're not
in
talking
some
about immigration. We're talking
pretty
about a
broad
travel
checks.
ban.
But I mean, they're avoiding my question. Oh, sorry, Beth.
Sorry, I'll be fast. If 80% of terrorist acts are done by one particular demographic, would you say that we should be more cautious of that demographic?
I'm more cautious of that demographic. I mean, if they meet the standard, then we should. If they meet the
80%
standard for getting into U.S., then we should let them into U.S.
If again,
If
that
they pass
does
your background
did
check,
not
you let 'em
answer
in.
my question. My question was, if one particular demographic is responsible for 80% of terrorist attacks, should we be more cautious of that demographic?
It depends on the situation. If it's like an
Not
immigration,
really.
Okay, under what situation is it
if we're talking like
possible?
if we're talking about an immigration application, if they pass the FBI background checks and biometric checks that every other immigrant goes through, then we should let them in.
That's not the Muslim ban. It was a temporary travel restriction, not immigration.
I know we've kind
You're
of gone off a
fighting
little
on a
bit,
different hill
Joshua.
than you were arguing on. What's that?
I understand we've kind of gone off a little, Joshua. Sorry about that.
So Donald Trump basically wanted, this is the logic. Donald Trump wanted us to be a colonial regime. And so what he said was that if we cannot operate anti-terrorism and anti-drug operations wherever we want, then we're going to tariff and tax
colonial
everyone.
regime?
That doesn't make any sense. An empire. He wanted to portray the United States as the worst things that people have said about us.
No, I don't
You're
think
not
so.
an
I
empire.
think
As
that
it-
he's
as
trying
it has
to
been.
handle- I would argue
I bet you he was eating chips when he said that to himself.
Beth, can I say-
portray the worst things that all countries think of us?
seriously, Josh, I would have to push back.
Yeah,
and say that
It was baby puppies. Baby puppies and kittens is what he was actually eating. He was throwing
Yeah,
darts
yeah.
at Venezuelan
Yeah.
fishermen posters.
Duck, I gotta push
with
back
skinning
on
a
you
cat
some, my
alive.
friend. Duck, my friend, I gotta
Yeah.
push back on you some. If we know that, again, let's go back to, if we know the majority of narcotics are coming in from a particular country, then, you would want to do something about that, right?
They don't.
In most cases, I would say absolutely. You want anti-drug, anti-smuggling operations, anti-money laundering. You want the works, and you want to have that sort of the Western standard that we have within our banking systems being enforced elsewhere.
I can tell y'all what this basically
all it
boils
is.
down to.
But not at the risk of offending people based on their demographic, right?
Not I don't I don't know how demographics entered that room or that conversation. Actually,
Well,
I don't know how they got
it-
there.
It's kind of like,
Or
what
something.
did
I
you
don't
do,
know.
Sarah?
Oh my God, we lost Sarah.
I think the
We lost
connection
Sarah to
dropped.
2026 already.
Liberals.
Beth, but here's where it boils down to, Beth.
Go find Sarah. Go
The,
find her. Go
when they
get
do the
Sarah.
census, Duck, shut up for a second, please. I even
Yeah, please shut
I
up.
said please, which is
Find
odd for me
Sarah.
with you. Beth, what it boils down to is, and they've already said this, I mean, in the census count, when they do the census count, they even count illegals in a state. If they didn't count the illegals in like California and all these other states, they would lose 20 House seats in the the Census Bureau. So those seats would go to Republican states, and most likely, let's just be generous and say even the Republicans only got 10 of the 20 that the Democrat states lost. They would lose 10 of the 20 seats they have right now, so they would stand no chance in the House anymore. So they need the illegals to be counted in those states so they can get more House votes.
So
In the
please
U.S.
forgive-
government.
Please
One-
forgive me. I'm going to go real quick here. Sarcastic Saint, you have 2 minutes. Anything you want to say before Sarah kicks
2
you off?
minutes.
2 minutes, huh? Okay.
You have to speak up. You're a little low.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
You're crackly,
Okay.
but I can hear you.
Well, first thing I wanted to say was, Jason, thank you for what you did for Sarah yesterday. Beth, thank you for the good job that you're doing hosting. Duck, it's always nice to see you on the panel, even if you're annoying as fuck.
Happy New Year, Saint.
Yes.
It's always good to see you, and I'm just so happy to see you again. Yeah.
I agree with that.
One question for Cringy. One question for Cringy, and then I'll go. Cringy, the group that does the most violence toward each other, and we've seen these statistics, is black on black violence. I mean, we've seen this statistic, we've seen everything. What I'm gonna ask you is, why do you think that happens? It correlates with what what Beth was saying about drugs and all that. There's a certain thing that happens.
Yeah, well, like very
Inside.
clearly, there's like a obvious racial component that makes black people genetically more likely to commit violent crimes. So yeah, it's gonna be my answer. Yeah, for sure.
I don't think that's it. I think it's
No.
daddy government ruining their families.
I agree.
Cringy, if your only argument is to pull the race card on everything, I'm just
I
gonna
didn't bring it up, buddy. What are you talking about?
What was he
You brought it
supposed
up.
to say?
He got
He
the
did
question.
it. He sarcastically
Cringy.
took the white racist point of
Oh,
view.
hang on. I can blow
No,
this
he just
one
is
away right now.
racist.
I got this one.
I don't know
this.
why you said that. Do you
Cringy.
actually believe that, or
Cringy.
do you actually?
No, I don't.
Sorry.
No, it's
Yeah,
probably
Okay,
was
I didn't know if you were. I don't know you,
It's
so I
probably
didn't know
like
if you were
past,
being sarcastic or not.
It's probably like past history causing like economic trauma, which then like leads into like a spiral.
Do you think it has to do with lack of
Yeah,
education? Lack of education where they live?
He said lack of education where they live.
Do you think it has to do with the lack
Cringy
of
Rinyal,
education?
question.
They
It's
live?
probably like a multifaceted issue that has to do with like past history, some government intervention, some
Are all-
like economic standing after after slavery, with Reconstruction, all that. So it's a multifaceted problem. But yeah,
Well, see, I grew up in North Minneapolis, and that's a pretty rough neighborhood. Most of the people that I've seen, black, white, I would say probably 50 to 60 of them were very uneducated. They were just into violence and all that. There was one boy out of all
yeah, I
that-
love violence. Yeah,
How about the lack of fathers in the home?
Exactly.
Destruction of the
Exactly.
nuclear family.
yeah, yeah, for sure.
That's
That's
old school
that's a
Ben
that's
Shapiro.
for sure. That's a problem, which is a consequence of like other bad things happen. Again, like this is a multifaceted issue. I'm not aware of the exact solution. I'm not gonna like give any strong prescriptions since I haven't looked into this. but,
I
like,
will.
Generally,
was
that's
gonna
my
say,
belief on like what the problem is.
I was going to say, don't you dare try to blame it on genetics, because in all actuality, most genetic codes in the world, if not all, come out of Northern Africa.
Yeah, I was just being sarcastic.
Which
I
is
know.
awesome, by the way. That's a
Leave that to
fascinating
me,
study.
okay?
If you haven't
Leave that to
seen it,
me.
you should look at it.
Just not true. Just not true. But you're still awesome.
There's actually new evidence coming out about the origins of where we came from.
Yeah, that was
it's
pushed by
a
the
super
UN.
stupid argument because the black family was very strong in the past. So even if it
Yep.
was genetic, it's already disproven that the genetics prevent them from having strong families in recent history. So it's a fucking stupid thing to say. Cringy, I love sarcasm as much as anyone. It does make it hard to misunderstand or easy to misunderstand you if you're not good with it. Get
Yeah,
better.
He
I'm
does
saying
it
keep
dry.
being
He's
sarcastic. Just
excellent
get
with
better
it.
at
He
it.
does it dry as fuck. He's
You're
great.
too dry with it. And here's
That's
something
perfect.
too. You know what I think it would boil down to really is when big government stepped in and became daddy to the household, right? And they encouraged families to start breaking up. And when it was successful in one demographic, they moved on to the others.
Ben, who was it? LBJ.
Cringy. I have a question for Cringy. It's an important question. It's a foundational question to understand you. And don't overthink it. And it's not a gotcha. Do you think the government is capable of making something better?
Yeah.
Bye, Sarah.
Bye, Saint.
Bye, Saint. Have a wonderful night. Happy New Year.
Bye, guys.
Josh or Ben, any of the educated people on panel, because the liberals aren't going to own up to this. Which Democrat president was it that when they started the welfare state said basically, if you pass this law, and made the racist comment, if you pass this law, I'll have these, racial word eating out of my hands for the next 200 years.
Lyndon B.
Monkeys?
Johnson.
Did he say monkeys?
No, he didn't say
No,
that
he didn't say
word.
that.
He used another word.
Probably the N-word, yeah.
He used the hard R.
He was
Oh,
more formal.
nice.
Yeah, it was
Hard R.
capitalized even. I saw it.
But that was Lyndon B. Johnson.
Thank you, Ant. I knew the liberals wouldn't know because they don't do any research whatsoever.
Yeah,
No,
Biden.
You
Look,
know,
like we
it's
just have,
worse than that. They're
Like we just
convinced
have
that what he
Lyndon
did was
Johnson being
good
a
for these
strong
people.
advocate for the First Amendment
So,
and saying what saying
yeah,
what's on his
that's
mind.
obviously never a correct thing to say, but our politicians our politicians like Polly Pocket Dolls, we get JD Vance basically saying, I can say I'm whatever type of Christian you want me to be that day. And to me, he just sounds like some guy who doesn't know where his ass is attached to his body. Like, am I wrong for thinking like that? For thinking that, some person can harbor racism, can say racist things. And that's also largely how a lot of the Jim Crow era politics was conducted. It was like tokens of exchange. It was a real politique.
Duck, every major racist political figure that I can think of over the last 50 or 60 years has come from the Democrat Party.
They've all been white
David
guys
Duke?
too, by the way, for the most part. 95 to 98% of famous
Joe Biden.
racists
Look at Joe Biden's
have been
past
white dudes.
history.
Joe Biden's a raging racist.
Oh goodness. Phoenix sends in 5 and says, "Bigfoot short YouTube video. Can you play it, please?" No. Maybe
for
once
$30.
once we get into DGen Power Hour, maybe I will. But I typically don't play videos especially during panels, because we are not a reaction show here. It's not what we do. We are a panel show, and we invite conversation, not just watching videos all night. And Chuck says, "A chicken in every pot." What does that mean? What does that refer to? Something?
It was another Lyndon B. Johnson quote.
Oh. Thank you, Chuck. All right, back to you.
Yeah, I just think it's just a slightly, as someone who is maybe center left, a traditional progressive, I think it's a little disingenuous to say, well, the Democrats have been just as racist as everyone else. I think largely Democrats.
No,
are
we're saying they were
progressives.
more racist, Duck.
Yeah.
Okay, as racist. Okay, so but what
more.
progressives have what progressives have done historically, guys, is sort of target this weird idea that where you're born and what economic opportunities determine what you do for 90% of your life for 90% of your life, right? And so I feel like if you're taking this small slice of sound bites or policies you don't like, you're not actually looking at the damage that Donald Trump is doing by basically saying, well, you guys can be
you're a broken record.
you guys can be wealthy welders with social media accounts, and that's what the future looks like. That's not a vision. That is basically exporting violence to our industrial military complex. It's exporting violence to other places, and it's exporting violence to places in the United States that we still don't know the long-term impacts of really this devastating presidency. It's horrific.
You think Biden was better?
If you're a liberal and you're building for 5 years, if you're fighting for what's happening right now and you're building for 5, 10, 20, 30 years out, like you have to be in the United States. It's none of this conservative bullshit that the future just takes care of itself. People magically change. you're allowed to actually, as a liberal or a progressive, you're allowed to be a lazy liberal. You're allowed to be a lazy progressive because there's not always opportunities for system level change, or to really give people that sense of optimism and enduringness to go out and perform, to go out and do things as private citizens.
Duck, have you seen the older videos? They're not that old, but they're older videos of Biden. Like
the 80s and 90s. I mean, he created the crime bill, like that, disenfranchised black people for years. I mean, the last 30 or 40 years.
Oh,
I sure wouldn't want my kids going to school there with those. What were they called? Were they?
They said it would turn the schools into the jungle.
Right. That's it. Yeah, I just don't want to say it.
I get skinny Kazak looking on nice and everything.
I did. I trimmed the beard a little bit. First and foremost, I know I put it in the back chat, but you were like the first person to say Happy Veterans Day to me, and it meant something. But here we go. So in your view, conservative. What does conservative mean in your eyes?
I believe, to me, conservative means that there are values around like individualism, a seeming belief in property and markets. It's basically a soft appeal to national values, in my perspective.
So pretty much when America became America, to conserve means to keep it, conserve. You're going to conserve it. So conservatism is to keep traditional values.
Yeah. I think like a conservative would see someone like Charlie Kirk's organization, which is deeply nationalist, and they would look at Turning Point and they'd say, well, this might not be good for the country, but the United States needs to have a way to organically fight off
because they were
this
conservative.
cancer.
They believed in the conservative values of women in their role, men in their role, and
you don't need an influencer telling you how to worship your God, and you don't need an influencer telling you how to vote.
Well, Christianity, even though it was Protestant, was a big deal in early America, correct?
A huge, yeah, absolutely.
It was
had multiple
Protestantism
characters,
because they broke away from the Church of England, and right? Am I wrong?
And they loved their money. They loved their money. They loved writing slave Bibles to give to slaves. There's a lot that Protestants in the United States did.
Well, also the Democrats in the South, they all loved slaves too. So what about you and your Democrat or progressive? Why? What does that mean?
So I think a response to this is that, when I look at the general thrust that that either an abolitionist or a former slave could say, well, from my perspective, it looks like the United States exists to define me as property and to support everything, the whole world outside of me supports.
And that was
Democratic.
That was democratic. That wasn't Republican. That was Democratic to keep the slaves.
And
which is progressive, which is what you.
And there was, and so, but I think that injustice, when we look at the way people can feel exploited, the way people can feel like they're owned by the society that they're living in, and the way that people feel that their values aren't being represented because we do have lunatics at Turning Point USA, lunatics like JD Vance sharing their beliefs and opinions, because those are louder, because they're more convenient, they're easier, they're comfortable for people. We're basically paying for the future with the sins of the present. So I do see it values driven.
So back in the day, to be progressive was to build infrastructure and take care of the fields and stuff. That was to be progressive, and they had slaves.
I don't think so. In the South, You
Well,
had.
you can look at it. Yeah,
That's not
all written in
That's not
history.
historically accurate. Yeah,
Yes,
well,
it
if
is.
you want to do it this way, it isn't. You had these antebellum values. You had
For
social
democratic.
theorists, fascists. Yeah,
They were democratic.
Yeah, everyone. Okay, yeah, yes, but the whole thing was about preserving this family community structure, and the God-fearing folks gotta have a way to fear God, and they gotta have a way to praise God, and basically this idea was that, well, eventually you get machinery in, and the wealthy Northerners still need to buy our crops, and somehow this is going to turn around.
But in
for
the
us. So
North,
you basically have psychopaths running this little corner of the world.
in the
It's
North, the
horrific.
slaves could own land, right?
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. Okay,
Yes.
yeah. So you have property rights, yeah.
Okay, I think I see the end of this, Sarah.
All right. So, Zach, you were 100% wrong on your fucking history, basically. Now, you can say that the Democrats were basically progressive, but they were not actually progressive back in the day. As a matter of fact, the Democrats back then were conservative. Let me explain to you why. Can you think of a time at a point as to where, conservatives nowadays or progressives nowadays wave the Confederate flag? Can you tell me that?
No one. Say it one more time.
Okay. Can you think of a time where progressives wave the Confederate flag nowadays?
Well, no, they can't because it's illegal. They took all
Why
the
not?
Confederate flags away.
No.
Because it's bad in society.
Okay, sir, pay attention. Let me pay attention, pal. I'm educating you. You'll see conservatives waving that Confederate flag proudly. Why is it conservatives are so proud about Confederacy and the Confederate heritage, essentially? Why do you think that is?
Where do conservatives wave that flag?
Are you stupid? Seriously, sir. They promote it all over down the South. Like, sir, have you ever lived in the South, actually?
Yes.
Really? And you've never seen a Confederate flag? You see people. Why is it that so many conservatives?
I did before
that
they
vote-
banned it. Yes, before they started.
Nobody
throwing
banned it, sir.
statues and
Nobody's
everything.
banned the Confederate flag. Are you stupid? Where has anybody banned the Confederate flag?
Not banned, but they changed it. Everyone changed it. South Carolina, they all changed it.
What? What are you talking about?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Something's like working in the background. Hold on a second. I got to delete something real quick. So hold on a second.
No, I heard some music, but
There was something going on in the background. Okay, so where did they ban the Confederate flag? Tell me.
oh my gosh, I can't remember off the top of my head. It was either North or South Carolina. They changed their state flag.
Okay, why? Okay, and what was that at that point? Who was actually kind of like running the country? Like, is the South predominantly conservative or is it predominantly progressive?
The South, it's predominantly, actually, I would say,
Conservative.
conservative.
Yes. So why is it they cling so hard to Southern tradition as far as the
Because
Confederacy?
conservative is to keep the traditions of
Right.
the past.
And what did the Confederacy fight for? To conserve, right?
To keep in their time. It
Yes.
was what, slaves.
Okay, so
yes.
how is that progressive exactly?
Because that's where that's where it changed. Because it was
No, it didn't.
democratic.
Wait. You're telling me the party changed? I thought the big conservative argument is that there was no party switch.
So you tell me, were the Democrats not about slaves back in the 1860s?
They were, but they were conservatives
Yeah.
back in the day because they were trying to conserve the way of life. They were trying to conserve
That was
states'
back
rights.
in the. Okay.
Yes,
So
I agree. That was back in the day, sir. But the
and
thing
that's
is,
what my argument was. My argument
but
was
you
back
said it was
in the day.
progressive. Dude, I just listened to you. You just said that was progressive. Progressivism is the advancements of the, so for example, the abolishment of slavery was a progressive idea. Do you disagree with that?
You're not going to change anyone's opinions. With
That's not what I asked. I asked you a specific question. Is the abolishment of slavery a progressive or conservative idea?
It was a conservative.
Why? You just said that it was like things
Because
changed.
it was a Republican president that changed
But
the
he
law.
was progressive, sir. He was actually progressive. Even though actually Abraham Lincoln actually said he didn't actually want to. He actually didn't want to. If he could actually win the war without freeing slaves, he actually would do that. But the thing is, he was actually talking about like sending some of them back to like Africa, essentially. But the thing is, at the end of the day, he was actually going to try to promote the idea of giving them 40 acres and a mule. And guess who actually reneged on that? Actually, it was Andrew Johnson. And guess what? Who they gave reparations to? The slave owners, actually. But the thing is, my point is the fact of the matter is like, you always hear this idea. It's like, oh, there was no change. There was never a change of ideology. But yet you always see the conservative people saying, we defend the Confederacy because it's all about states' rights. It's all about fighting back against a tyrannical government. But then for some reason, when the topic of slavery comes up, they suddenly say, oh, it's a progressive idea. When progressivism is not about slave ownership, it's conservative. Why? Because it's all about
change the slaves. Change the slave topic. What else is progressive want?
Change the slave topic. That's the main reason why the South seceded, to maintain slave ownership.
Well, the South lost, so that's why
they did lose. And I'm glad they lost too, because they're pieces
Yeah.
of shit. Honestly, I'm glad they lost.
Exactly. So now progressives in 2026, I guess.
Okay.
Weird to say that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It is. But what's progressive now? All they want is the same thing. They want illegal immigration, and they want I don't know TOS stuff, so I'm not going to say it. But about men and women and changing, right? So what's up with the progressives now?
What does that have to do with slavery, sir? Like, you literally just literally had a conversation about like, oh, well, those damn protectors back in the day, they were owning slaves. Now you're changing your argument, essentially. You're trying to like pivot from the argument, essentially. You were talking with your whole fucking chest about slavery and the South and Democrats, but now you're talking about the 2026 now.
Well, because it is what it is. What it is Democrats in the South back in 1860, they liked slavery. The Republicans didn't. And nowadays, the Republicans, we have Republican in office.
Okay, and I just asked you, is the abolishment of slavery conservative or progressive? And you tried to say conservative, which is not true, because I actually completely debunked that whole argument, because every conservative out there completely defends the idea. If you can actually show me a progressive that defends slavery that isn't Bill Clinton, because even Bill Clinton's not a progressive. If you could actually show me a progressive nowadays that actually celebrates the Confederacy, I am all for it. I would love to see that. But typically, when you see somebody waving that Confederate flag around, they tend to lean conservative. You could tell me I'm wrong, but I live in the South. I live in Michigan. It tends to be like people that wave that.
All right, well, Michigan's the South? Holy shit, is my world upside down?
I live it. When I see people that in the North, they tend to vote conservative. Like, you'll see people waving that Confederate flag around in the state of Michigan, and then they see the Trump flag. Why is it are you saying that those people are progressive now? Is that what you're going to try?
It's the Trump flag.
The Trump flag is not progressive, sir.
What did you just say?
I simply said you see the Confederate flag and the Trump flag, and that means that they vote conservative. Would you say that's wrong?
No, but I don't know what the Trump flag is.
What is the Trump flag? Okay. Are you saying that a Trump person, like somebody that has a Trump flag, are they Democrat or Republican? Probably.
Well, they're going to be Republican, yeah.
Exactly. And what do Republicans tend to be? Conservative, right?
Yeah.
I rest my case. I mean, seriously, sir, you can't tell me that, like, you can't say, progressives, they own slaves. Okay, if you're going to talk about, like, maybe back in 1860s, yes. But the thing is, the abolishment of slavery is a progressive idea. Because you know what progressive actually means, sir?
Yeah, it's to progress the human population. It's progress. It's the future. That's what they plan on.
It's actually to progress better ideas that actually benefit the betterment of society,
Which
essentially.
Is transing your kids and stuff like that, right?
No, nobody's talking about transing kids. What is wrong with you, sir?
Oh, have you not listened to fucking
Sir,
CNN
nobody transes kids at a young age, okay? That whole idea that Donald Trump says, a child can go to school and come back trans. That's not a thing that actually happens, actually.
It doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
I'm going to...
Hey, Sarah, how you doing tonight? Nice to see you.
I'm wonderful. How are you? Thank you for that 50. We handed it around.
Sarah, I got to show you love. You know that? You're a good friend of mine. I'd like to think you and I are friends, so.
We are. are. I feel like we've got a good podcasting thing going, and we will continue to.
You're doing great, by the way.
Collaborate. Thank you. We're doing good for what we've been through. I'll say that. We're still holding strong. But first and foremost, Josh said, Alex, first you struggle. Second, and importantly, the South will, as you know, rise again. Do you have any thoughts for that?
Who is that again?
It says, Alex, first you struggle.
No, who is that? Who is that? I'm sorry.
Oh, this is Joshua, this one right here.
Oh, the South will rise again? Really? Like, how? How will the South rise again? I keep hearing that, but yet I haven't seen anything to back that up, essentially.
I think it's probably in terms of, like we see Texas taking a strong stance against a lot of progressive ideologies to a degree, right? And we see them taking back a lot of things and kind of standing on their own ground outside of federal support. And I think a lot of other states will follow suit and begin to take the state power back. I think that that's a big piece of it, and that's a big factor. And eventually, I hope, in actuality, I hope that more states begin to take their own power of the purse back into their own hands and be able to run their show how they want it done.
So when it comes down to that, like people say, oh, well, the states should have the power of the purse.
Mm-hmm.
They're full of shit, honestly,
because the federal government has the power of the purse. They offer all of this money, but that money comes with conditions. And I think eventually the states that can afford to, like Texas, will get up on their own feet and say, you know what, we don't want your bullshit. We're just going to do our own thing.
Well, here's the thing, though, is like when it comes down to the federal government that's actually issuing out money, at one point, the Biden administration actually issued out money to, like everybody remembers what happened last year when that flood took place. That county actually received funding for their first response system, but they say, we don't want this communist stuff. We're going to spend it on something else. You know what they actually ended up spending that money on? On police cruisers. And then guess what ended up happening? An entire flood happened, and then they don't know what the fuck to do about that, essentially. So here's the thing. If people say, oh, we don't want any funding from the federal government, then they can't blame the federal government when things start going awry, because the entire first response system, especially the NOAA, was gutted under this administration. What actually could have led to a better response system regarding this. And people are not understanding that this is why the federal government and I'm not saying the federal government is perfect. As a matter of fact, it's pretty fucked up, and especially this administration. But the thing is, though, is like, as long as you have competent people that are running that government and in proper positions, you're actually going to have a much more efficient system in place, essentially. So, but like this whole idea of like, oh, well, the federal government, we can't trust the federal government. Okay, so don't ask federal government for any kind of assistance when there's a natural disaster takes place, because it does happen. Floods do happen in this country. It's just like a thing. There's nothing you can do about that unless you actually have the proper funding and you have the people that are actually looking out for you with regards to this. I mean, it's completely ridiculous that people are just like, oh, I don't want the federal government. Okay, where exactly does the federal government start and end for you exactly? That's what I'd like to know, essentially. So,
Fair
sorry,
enough.
I ramble too much.
That's fair. That's fine. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
So-
hold on. So Jason sent the big hundo and says to follow through with a promise, Alex. Now, I believe this promise came out of Discord or something. He
Yes.
said he was going to boot you at some point.
So Jason actually is a liar. He's a scumbag. And listen, I will respect the fact that he gave you that grand last night. I respect him for doing that because you deserve it, Sarah. But this guy actually took the time to look up an article from the Fort Sill, doctrine, essentially saying that I was in logistics, because we had this big thing, him, Toasty, and myself, about like my military service, essentially. But this guy is such a fucking crybaby that he is looking for anything to try to discredit me. But the thing is, like, he's trying to find out, like, oh, you said you weren't in logistics. I said my MOS, my military occupational specialty was 13 Bravo, but he's trying to look for any little thing to undermine my argument. But the thing is, the guy is he's a cunt. Let's put it that way. He's a fucking cunt. Honestly, I say that honestly, and I say it with my whole chest, Jason. And if you want to have a one-on-one discussion sometime, you and I can have this discussion. But I think you're too much of a coward to do so. Honestly, let's see if he actually is. Sarah, see if he's man enough. Let's see if he's man enough, honestly.
And let me do
Alex,
this before. Hold on.
What do you
before
mean?
guys
I've
get
been here
into
the entire time, little boy.
Hold on. Before you guys get into it, I'll let you guys get into it, and then what I'll do is I'll give you your 2 minutes to plead to the chat and ask for somebody to keep you on.
Oh, Sarah,
They can kick me. They can
Sarah,
kick
I'm
me.
done with him before I ever start with him because he's just a little bitch.
Oh, stop
and
it.
Saint threw his words in too. He says, Alex, you do realize Kazak is probably drunk, and so you are picking on a defenseless drunk man. How dare you, sir? You could take 10 in the back for being such
What
a
the
big
fuck
meanie
do you
to
think
Kazak.
I'm doing? What do you
Hey,
think
Alex,
I'm doing?
Alex,
What
go
do
to
you
the
think I'm
marina.
doing?
Alex, go to the marina and sit behind your desk and answer the phones like a good little secretary.
Well, I'm
Marina?
gonna give you to the room, and then when I'll give you however long, and then I'll bring everyone
Jason?
back up, and then we'll go.
First things first, Jason, I want you to explain to me what exactly is my MOS? What do I do?
According to you, you're 13 Bravo. Do I
Yes.
believe you? No.
Why don't you believe me?
Because you're a lying son of a bitch.
Really?
You just sat there and said that they're not trying to trans the kids, but yet let's give them
They're
hormone
not trying to
blockers at 8 years
Okay,
old.
we're not talking about that dipshit. What exactly makes me a
Alex,
fucking liar?
you're not
What
controlling the
makes me a
situation.
liar? Shut
I
the
have
fuck
brought you down, so I control this, bitch.
You dumb motherfucker. How about that? What are you going to do exactly? Are you going to fly in your private jet and do what exactly?
Alex, I'm actually just going to say, Sarah, I'm done with him. Give him his 2 minutes.
Oh!
And if anybody buys him back up, I'm going to buy him down again.
Cry baby.
Aw, well, I will say, Jason, I never doubt Alex's background.
He actually had to go
I don't
online and find an article about me being an AIT platoon sergeant, and all because I deal in logistics. But he didn't actually take the time to ask me,
Oh
hey,
my
what does
God.
this mean, Alex?
Nobody
That's
gives
what he
a
did.
fuck. Listen,
I'm trying
Beth,
to
this
ask you,
doesn't
Alex.
concern
You
you.
had me blocked like a little
did
Go
not-
ahead, Beth.
Jason.
Beth, be our voice of reason.
Thank you. No, listen, stop. Okay, bring it back to what's actually important here, which are these topics. And you actually brought up one that several people on this panel are probably really pissed about, me being one of them. Because I'll tell you right now, my child brought home classwork about trans stuff where the school was offering to protect students from their parents.
Washington State just passed a bill to do it.
Like,
Yep.
like they were literally doing that shit here in New York. This is not fake. I have screenshots of my son's classwork. I'm happy to fucking show it anytime. Okay.
He doesn't
That's
care.
not
He'll say
true.
it's
Alex says so.
anecdotal. Excuse me. He'll say it's anecdotal or whatever, buddy. Are you gay?
What does that mean?
No, this guy who's talking about gay stuff. I'm asking a question.
I mean, he looked pretty gay.
They're talking
I
to
don't
you,
know.
Alex.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. 10th didn't say who he was talking about. No, I'm not
He
gay.
made
actually.
facial reaction.
Are you talking
Don't
about
bombard
Alex or
Alex for kicking
Joshua?
my ass.
Which one are you talking
Are
about?
you gay?
Who?
I am not gay.
This guy above me.
Is there anything
Okay.
wrong with that?
I have many reasons to believe Alex is not gay,
Right.
And I don't
Right.
mean on a personal relationship level, but in terms of I understand his life.
Okay.
So I have a quick. I want
So
to. If I may.
hold on.
Here's-
We have to respect the boot because it has been a while, and I have to respect it. So we're gonna give Alex his 2 minutes to either plead to the chat or give your final thoughts, whatever you would like to use that 2 minutes for. Alex, you are welcome to do
No need
so.
for break.
I'm glad you are here, and I'm sorry you got booted so soon. But
It's okay, Sarah. It's for a good cause, honestly. It's basically make sure that your channel succeeds, and I'm all for it. And I'm
Aw.
a man. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. If people contribute money to get me booted, and as long as it supports your channel, I am all for it. I am not going to get upset about it. But the thing is, Beth, at no point did I say about like people not, like learning about trans stuff. Learning about trans stuff is very important because trans people are a part of society. I simply
it's not.
stated. Okay,
No,
fine.
really not.
That's your opinion, essentially. The fact of the matter is, I was very specific.
No, because I'm
about
gay.
Shh, hold
And
on.
you're
These
not.
are his
Give
2
Alex-
minutes.
All right.
Hush.
Okay,
Everyone,
good for
listen,
you.
I will put all of you back in the back if I need to. These are his 2 minutes to speak. Please shut your fucking mouth. Thank you.
10th, I'm very happy for you, and I loved what you had to say the other day about like the whole Andrew conversation. I thought that was hilarious. I respect you for that. But the fact of the matter is like I was very specific on what I talked about. Is that Trump said that children go from their families and they come back trans. That does not happen. That is not a thing. That it does not. Okay,
It's
I'm
his
sorry.
2
No,
minutes. It's his 2 minutes. It's his 2 minutes.
it's not a thing, Beth. Stop it. Okay, seriously, stop it.
They come
Yeah.
home gender confused, sweetheart. I'm telling
Oh, okay,
Let
yes,
him talk,
okay,
let him
sweetheart.
talk,
I'm
let
sure
him
you're.
talk.
It's his
Okay.
2 minutes, Beth. You'll
It's
be on the
fine.
rest
It's
of the
fine.
night.
It's fine. It's fine. They can get upset if they want to, but the facts are on my side, not their side. But here's the thing. When I actually, I didn't even come up here to talk about Jason, but Jason got all up in his fucking feelings and shit, essentially. So,
Alex,
but
I'm a man of my word. I told you I was going
are-
to do this.
I know you were going to do this, and I get it, and I'm a man of my word too. But the fact of the matter is, I came up here to talk to the other guy because he said some bullshit about the South, and he said about like how slavery was a progressive idea when it is not. As a matter of fact, the abolishment of slavery is a progressive idea, and I'm very concerned about this because I actually study history, living in the South, essentially. Now what?
Please.
Now what?
Please.
Now what?
It's
No,
his
I
2
want to hear what
minutes.
this fucking do. Okay, anyway, I'll actually give him that time. Essentially, what exactly you want to say?
Oh, here we go. You got to
Whoa,
win back
snap.
in. All
Sweet.
right. I don't know how long that's going to last, but
So,
Fourth Wiseman
Alex-
says, keep Alex, and I want to see Jason argue without a hand in his pocket. So I'm going to give it back to Jason and fuck.
Nope, fuck him.
All right. Jason has continued the boot. All
Keep
right.
it coming.
Let's give at least, can you
support
entertain?
Sarah. Keep the money coming. Let's go. Let's keep it going.
Well,
Hey,
Alex,
give me this.
considering I donated 1,000 last night, a couple of hundred to get rid of you is well worth it.
Jason, do you want to entertain? Because Fourth Wiseman did ask
No,
for a
I don't really give a fuck
continuation.
about any liberal, so no, just fuck them.
All right. Jason did speak with his wallet, Fourth Wiseman, so I must respect it. But thank you, Fourth Wiseman, for attempting to keep Alex on. We do appreciate
And I
it.
give to Alex for beating my ass. I mean, what the fuck? Like,
But I mean, Jason, this is a call out for you to make your arguments.
No, I don't really care. I mean, Alex has proven right now that he's lying. Washington State, passed a bill in the last couple of years to, basically take, trans kids away from their families if they want to freaking, transition and their families don't support them. Alex is just
Yeah.
full of shit.
If it
And I'll
was-
say whoever the liberal talking point is.
If it was any other cause at all, and adults wanted to talk to your children about this stuff, it would be considered grooming. But somehow this is different.
And it is. I'm telling you, listen, your kids are going, our kids, especially here in New York, there's a lot of kids that went to school totally fine. And after a week, maybe 2 weeks of going through all of the shit show that they were putting forward, like actually suggesting to these kids that they might not be safe speaking to their parents, all of a sudden you had a whole rash of kids. I'm telling you right now, I've never seen so many kids claim to be something, trans or bi or gay or anything. Not in generations here in New York. It's wild where it came out of nowhere except for.
Which is incredible because I was very specific. I didn't say children talking about trans. I said transitioned because that's what Trump said. I was very specific about my words, but people, once again, are not listening. So, Jason, I guess somebody want to contribute $100. Let's have this conversation.
And I gave another 100 to get rid of your ass because you're just that annoying.
Jesus Christ.
You know what, Sarah? Honestly, I'm glad this is happening. I'm glad so many people are contributing money. I think this is great.
Well, Jason, what they'll call you out on right
I
now.
don't care if they
is-
call me out, Sarah. I told you this last night.
Jason,
I've dealt with little
you-
crybaby bitches like this my entire life.
I would like to invite-
Here I am talking to you, and yet you're like, oh no,
Jake.
I don't want to talk to
Get
this
him,
guy.
Jason, get him.
I
Jason.
deal with guys like this
May I
all the
Alex,
just
time.
one moment?
proven you a liar on the
Alex.
trans bullshit already, and you won't own it.
all the time, but yet for some reason I just can't engage with this guy. You know, I'm
Alex,
just this kind of guy.
See, Alex, there's a difference in arguing with someone who will listen, and then there's then there's like beating your head against a brick wall, and talking to you is beating your head against a brick wall.
Let me give the option. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me give the option to Kazak because it is technically a speed date. I'll give Kazak the option. Do you want your time with Alex?
Oh, hell.
Alex already beat me up, man. I don't want to have a time with Alex.
I'll beat him up.
Do you want to use it for Joshua or someone else? It is a paid speed date, and I protect the speed date. So it's
I vote for 10th or Josh. I was gonna say
whoever you want, Kazak.
What'd you say, Beth?
I was gonna say I would vote for either 10th or Josh looks like he's ready.
10th might have some fun.
Yeah,
10th.
Yeah, last time we did this, Sarah, you kicked me off.
Well, don't say bad words this time.
I'll try. I'm sober, so let's go.
Hello?
Hey, buddy. So, have you ever had any partners, sexual partners or anything like that that considered being trans or did become trans? Ever?
Nope.
Okay. So, where are you getting your information? Because, like, I'm in this, right?
Okay.
Like dead center of it. As far as I'm concerned, the trans agenda is a genocide of gay people. That's why I named my little black kitten Genocide, right? It's not a joke. It's very, very serious to me because as a child, it would have been very easy to convince me to become trans, right? And especially other people that I grew up with that were really confused. So do you think that that is okay?
Well, so first things first. Okay, are you attracted to trans women?
That's not the, we're not, no, you're not going to pull, you're not pulling the, no, I asked, no, sir, don't make me be disrespectful. You're pulling the little trick where you answer a question with a question because you know your answer is going to make you look foolish. I'm not doing that. You're not going to play those mind games with me. I'm better at this than you are. If you want me to be disrespectful, then I will.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question? Let's hear it again.
Why do you think that it's okay to take children like myself when I was young and cut off my penis?
That doesn't happen.
Sure it does.
Okay, can you give me an actual example of that actually happening?
They begin the process. They might not actually have that performance surgery at that age. But that's not the point. It's once you go down that road, right? And then they pull all the support away from you if you want to detransition. You think that's okay?
No.
You're not going to answer any questions, right?
No. I actually asked you a question and you said, oh, well.
No, I'm not answering your questions. You made the claim. You made the claims. No, I'm making the statement of fact, what I see.
You see that. Okay, so you actually see children getting their genitalia cut off.
No, I see children beginning the process that are already mentally ill, getting puberty blockers and things such as that, which is the exact same thing because their penis will never fully develop and their gonads will never fully develop. So do you think that's okay?
Okay, first things first, puberty blockers do not actually do that, actually. Did you know that?
Yes, they do.
They actually do not do that because you actually no.
So you're gonna pull the that can be reversed bullshit? Is that what you're gonna? Are you gonna try to say that puberty blockers can be reversed?
Stop 10th.
Are you?
10th. You're gonna.
You're not right.
10th. You made a claim.
No, you're dancing.
No, I'm not dancing. You made a claim about children get their genitalia cut off, and I asked you about that, and then you backed away.
That's the beginning of the process. It's exactly the same.
Sweetheart, listen to me what I'm saying to you, okay?
I'm not your sweetheart, creepy.
You definitely, okay, first things first. You talked about
the fact that you would support this nonsense and sit here and tell a gay guy that feels like it's a genocide that he's wrong and you're right. Who do you think you are?
I'm somebody that does the research on this topic, and I talk to people.
No, your research bullshit, dude. Who do you think you are to tell the gay person that he's wrong about gay stuff?
Do you speak for all trans and LGBTQ plus communities?
No, I speak for the
I know you
LGBTQ. No plus, no plus for pedophiles. No, we're not going to do that either. See, that's what I'm talking about. Is you don't
about pedophiles. Fuck them. They're
that's what the plus symbol's for, weirdo.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay,
yes, it is.
Why is it that
because when they tried to add P onto it,
didn't they?
Right, and instead they put a plus symbol, and they're still in there, creepy.
The plus is not for the pedophile community. Honestly.
Yes, it is.
It is not. Well,
yes, it is.
Source on this. I would love to see a source on this.
I'm the one who talks to these people on a regular basis in real life. Do you?
Of course I do. Yes,
no,
I do.
you don't.
Oh yeah, you know who I talk
then you,
to.
Where do you live? California?
No, I live in Michigan.
That's just as bad.
Oh, why is that bad? California's a shithole state, but I live in Michigan.
Yep.
Okay, but first things first, you made the claim about children getting genitalia cut off, and I asked you if that's happening, and then you backtracked immediately.
No, they wait till they're 18.
So fucking what? They're
so after 10 years of grooming them, then it's okay?
By then, are they not? Are they not adults by then?
No, especially if they were given puberty blockers because they never developed. That's correct.
No. You just made a completely different argument.
No, not when you've medically interfered with their natural progression into adulthood. No, they're not an adult.
So they're not an adult at 18. They're not adults.
No, because you interfered with it by giving them puberty blockers. Yes. Yes. See, you don't understand. So either you're lying, like everybody said in the back chat, either you're a liar or you're just a piece of trash. Yes.
Piece of trash. I'm either one of those two. That's such a fucking bad argument. Essentially,
that's the only two that it is because you are wrong. You're sitting here telling the gay dude that feels like this is a genocide of his people that he's wrong.
Genocide. What is a genocide exactly? What's a genocide?
To wipe out a specific segment of society that you just don't like.
Okay, sir, you actually have a higher chance of being wiped out by the conservative community that you have a hard that you're hell-bent on. Yes, you are. Because they yes, it's 100% correct.
Wrong.
Okay, and I asked you a question earlier. Are you attracted to trans women? Yes or no?
Sometimes.
You are. Oh, that's right.
Sometimes.
That's because you're bisexual, right? Why are you
mostly 51% gay? Yeah.
Why are you attracted to a trans woman then? Is it because of like the way they look, the feminine appearance they have?
Who knows? Depends.
Are gay men typically attracted to trans women? Yes or no?
I'm married to a dude who used to dress up as
okay, that's
as a woman.
Okay, I asked you a specific question. Are gay men typically attracted to trans women? Yes or no?
Sometimes.
No, they're not. They're actually not.
You're wrong. You have no idea what you're talking. Dude.
Okay, yes.
Once again, you're telling me what my friends do.
Yes. Oh yes, because I'm just okay. So what I say is invalid because I'm a straight guy, but what you say is valid. I love it. Okay, that's great. You know, even though like I've got plenty of
so you agree with grooming. You agree with harming gay people. That's what you want to do. You want to hurt gay people. It gives you a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling in your heart when those children get harmed, right?
Sir, that's not what I said.
Correct.
Do not straw my argument, actually.
Then why do you make arguments that are counter to gay people?
Okay, try to steel man my argument. Let's hear it.
There is no steel manning for grooming.
Right, that's because
it's impossible.
You're wrong.
No, it's impossible to steel man, and then for you to say, "Oh, they're adults at 18," when their development has been interfered with. No, they're not.
At 18, they're not adults.
Do you give a person that is brain dead full rights as an adult when they turn 18? No.
They're brain dead. It's completely irrelevant at that point. They're brain dead.
And so what if the person has an IQ of 50 and can't take care of themselves? They go into a group home, right? Even though they're an adult. So that's what you've done to these people. You've retarded their progress into adulthood. So you no longer can consider them an adult.
Different arguments that are nonsensical, actually. Yes,
no, these are dead on exact. Because you would have been perfectly happy to have my penis cut off when I turned 18 after they groomed me for 10 years, right?
Did I say that you should do that?
Kinsman, now you'll see why I didn't want to debate with him, because he'll never admit he's wrong.
No, he won't even answer a question. He answers every question with a question. He does that crucible bullshit.
He's trying to tell a gay guy what gay guys do when he's not gay, supposedly.
Yes.
All right.
It's
Let me
weird.
hit some love here. Let me hit some love. Holy shit, you guys are really having some fun tonight.
Sorry.
Let me just say thank you to everyone first off, and not only to the people that are donating and having their fun booting people and all that, but to the panelists, because I know you're at risk, right? And I know that can be a feature part of being on this show here. So thank you.
Wait.
What? This person is keeping you.
So Sarcastic Saint said I was a Marine. What?
Oh God!
I have no idea.
No. I know I was not a Marine. I would say I was a Marine if I served in the Marine Corps. No, I was not a Marine. I'm sorry.
13 Bravo was a gun fighting-
Marines let everyone know they're Marines.
I went to boot camp.
Hold
Definitely not a Marine.
on.
Alex,
Holy fuck shit. Everyone shut up for a
Let me-
second. Okay.
let me answer that.
No. I'm not worried about Alex's prior military service. I don't have any questions in
Just
my
let
mind
me
that he
answer-
served. Hold on.
Let me
Let
answer-
me
let me
get
answer
through
that.
the donos first, okay?
Let's hear her talk.
The fourth wise man sent 100 and he said, I ain't a liberal or affiliated to a political idealism. Keep Alex. Jason keeps paying to pass the exam like a cheat.
Come on.
Do you have any words for that, Jason?
Yeah, I don't have to pass or pay somebody to cheat for me because I was actually smart. That's why I graduated college with a 4.0.
Fair enough. And Alex, this was directed at you as well. You're welcome to say anything you'd like.
Oh, come on, big fella.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the $100. Thank you for helping Sarah out. I think it's great that you're helping out our channel, honestly.
Thank you. Texas Bully Mom says, just to let you know, us little yellow chatters are still here at the party. I know, it's been like red. I am not complaining by any means. And thank you, Texas Bully Mom. Too.
Sarah, what
Yeah.
color is 1,000?
I don't
love
think
it when rich
YouTube
people
won't
fight
let
with
you
money.
do that. It's got a $500 cap on.
Oh, I
YouTube.
know that, but I know how to get 1,000 over there.
It probably would still make it. Anything 100 or over still would come in as red.
But-
So I'm assuming if YouTube allowed you to do it, I'm assuming that's what color it would be. But
Oh no, I'm referring to if you make your own color, what color is it going to be?
let's go with black, like my soul.
Oh, that's my heart. So
Like your fingernails.
Yes, I love black. My daughter hates it. Actually, I went to check on her because she just got in from her friend's house, and so I went to check on her and get my coffee. So that's why when your bring us back up message came through, Kazak, I was watching it on my thing. I'm like, crap, I gotta go.
So this is for the Sarcastic Saint right here. So
Here we
this-
go.
this-
See?
U.S. Army, not
I
Marine
never
Corps.
said you weren't in the army, Alex. I just said
didn't
that you
say
were
that.
lying about what you did.
He was talking to Saint.
Yes, stupid. How much you paid? You see, this is why you need to fucking pay attention and stop assuming, oh, I'm right. So therefore, I need to fucking just jump in whenever I think I'm right. That's why, okay, you graduated college, but you're still dumb as a box of hammers. I'm sorry.
Alex, that's why I'm retired, and you're always going to be working for
retired
someone
too,
because
stupid.
you're a failure.
Okay.
I got
Oh,
out of the
yeah,
Air Force.
I am a
never
failure.
got
Stop.
nothing
Alex
like
is
that.
Alex.
retired.
Alex, I've seen high school dropouts go into the military, so that's nothing special.
Hey,
I've seen high
careful! You're treading on my territory now. I was military as well.
I didn't say all, Sarah, but I've seen high
See,
school
Alex,
dropouts
even
go.
women
So I
get
mean,
in the
you
army.
know, he got out as an E7.
Oh, dear.
That's
Okay.
Let me
average.
say this loud and proud. I love our military veterans. I don't care if you were a high school dropout or not. The point is that you went to your service went to the service to protect and provide for our country and our safety and our freedom. I say a big thank you to everyone. I love all of my veterans, no matter what your high school education or IQ level is.
Alex-
You are still writing that check.
I'm going to use Alex's own words against
We
him.
all bullshit with each other.
I respect you for serving the him for serving the country, but I don't respect everybody who did it. And those are his own words in the Discord chat. So I don't respect him as a man. I think he's a bitch.
That's fine. I did something you never fucking did, bitch.
Alex, I got a quick question for you. If you can stop the chest thumping, I know it's fun and you're drunk and whatever else. So
Actually, I'm
Clark
pretty
County
sober right now.
Schools, where Las Vegas lives, right? So Clark County Schools has a program where they fund what 10th was describing as grooming. So literally, they spend tax dollars and they do these secret meetings and they hide things away. Do you think this is so? Do you think this is a good thing, or do you deny it's happening? Either one of those.
I don't think grooming's a good thing, honestly. I think like something like this, like I would say grooming as a whole. Like I would even say that like grooming children into believing like invisible sky daddy is gonna punish you if you don't believe in them is a bad thing too. I don't think children should be like forced and mandated to believe certain things. I think they should come to these things on their own, like especially once they start getting older, essentially. But at the same time, I don't think they should be told, oh, these things are bad because I say so.
No, so here's let me give you the
No, pause. It's always bad. Listen, so I have a bad leg, right? I almost lost my leg in the 80s to a staph infection. And it's always in pain, and it's been like that for over 40 years. And my husband's significantly younger than me. And I went to my doctor one time, and I said, my husband says that we should just cut off my leg because it hurts all the time. She goes, yeah, we don't do like voluntary amputations. And my husband goes, well, what about trans people? And she goes, I don't want to talk about that. So what do you got to say about that, buddy boy?
I'm sorry, what? Leg and trans people?
Yeah, you don't get it, right?
No, he
Yeah, I
You just
don't get-
refuse to? Everybody else gets it though, right? Everybody else heard what I said?
You need to understand. You need to clarify. Okay, so somebody
I've got a
wanted-
half-dead leg that's
Okay.
been like that since I was a single-digit age.
Okay.
That they saved. I was spent 4 months in the children's hospital to save my leg. I almost died. You understand?
Okay.
My husband asked, why can't we cut off my leg that hurts all the time? She said, because voluntary amputations is not a thing that we do. And he asked, well, then how come trans people can do it? And she said she didn't want to talk about it.
Do what? Cut off their legs?
No, cut off their genitals.
Really?
I
So
see
I would-
what
Yeah.
you're
Here's a
saying.
part of the
So
problem.
if they're
Okay.
saying voluntary, so if he has a leg that's hurting and has a lot of consistent issues with it, and he says, why can't I just cut this leg off? It's causing me so many issues, so much harm. It's maybe quality of life, so on and so forth. And he asks the nurse or doctor, says, why can't we just cut it off? And she says, well, we don't like voluntary removals. We wouldn't recommend that.
Healthy limbs. Healthy
Right.
limbs. Just, yeah.
But then he's saying, well, then if that's the case, then why are trans being able to cut genitalia off?
So your leg was healthy?
No. Oh my God. Are you dumb?
I asked you a question. Do you still have your leg?
He said he almost lost it due to a staph
Yes.
infection a while
You
back,
still have your
and
leg?
then it
Mhm.
caused him issues later.
Oh, so maybe
Yeah.
cutting off
The
your leg
point
was
is-
not a good idea? What,
The
was
point
your
is, we don't cut off.
You like giving
Oh my God.
mastectomies to healthy females?
All right, let me
for
move
good
on
reason?
to some super chats. Chuck in Tennessee says $5 and says reward offered for 10th lost penis. 10th
Almost
man,
a
have you
lost leg,
found
I
your
guess.
dick yet?
I was just using it before I came on here. So yeah.
Fair enough.
Like
And of
you
course,
got your leg too, don't you?
Kazak sent
I
20
thought-
earlier during the speed date to say,
God.
win 10th man, bring us back. And then Sarcastic Saint
Happy
says,
New
Alex,
Year.
10th man can help you bring out your inner gay man. He has done it for Dusty and he can do it for you. You claim to be straight, but does anyone really believe that? No, stop spazzing. You're welcome to respond, Alex.
Okay, that's your opinion, Saint. If you want to just sim for 10th man because you're secretly gay for 10th man, that's entirely
Most of
your
these
business.
people hate
I
me.
do
What
not-
are you talking about, dummy?
I
Is that
do
is
not-
that
I
the
do-
best
I listen-
you got? Is that the
I-
best
I-
you got?
I
Is
listen
that the
and I do
best
not just-
comeback that you got? Is that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
best comeback?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
is that?
How do you
Who is
like
that
it? How do you-
speaking?
That's Saint.
I'm sorry.
That's Saint.
That's Saint.
How do you like
Saint,
when
you
people-
just
how do you
Saint,
like
you just
when
said I was in the
somebody
Marine Corps,
interrupts you?
dipshit, and I
How
just
do
fucking
you
proved
like
you
when
wrong. Shut
somebody
the fuck
interrupts you?
up!
How
Shut
do you
the
like
fuck
when
up,
somebody
Saint.
Will you
interrupts
shut up,
you?
Alex?
How do you like when someone interrupts you? How do you
Oh,
like
right,
that?
yeah. I just proved you wrong, dipshit. How about you shut the fuck up? Stay in your fucking lane.
No, how do you like when someone interrupts you? Because that's what
Oh, because I'm
that's-
fucking smarter than you, dipshit.
You
Sarcastic
are not
Saint.
smart.
I'm
You are
smarter
not
than you.
smart.
Okay, yeah, okay, go ahead. Try-
Tenth man just put
He
out
did
dumb
not say
people.
anything likely. He said, "Oh, they tried to. I want to get my leg cut off, but he still has his fucking leg because obviously he was not serious enough to get his leg cut off. You stupid motherfucker! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up, Saint! Shut
Tenth
up!
man just put how dumb you are, you dipshit.
What? He did not do anything. He said, "Oh, he wanted to get his leg
Yes,
cut
he
off,
did. Oh
but he
my God,
obviously
you're
didn't need
stupid.
his leg cut off
You're
because
so
the medical
stupid.
community." Oh, I'm
Oh
so
my
stupid.
God.
Because you just accused me of being in the Marine Corps, dipshit. Okay, where did you get the idea I was in the Marine Corps, dipshit?
I was wrong. Okay, I was wrong.
Okay,
with
you
that.
were wrong. So you're wrong again, dipshit.
No, I was
just
wrong
admit
with
you're
that,
wrong
but I'm not
again.
wrong about you being
yeah,
dumbass.
you're wrong. You're
a
wrong.
dumbass.
Yeah, you're wrong
Fucking
once. You're wrong
interrupt
again.
You
Yeah,
are a
I
fucking
fucking interrupt you because you're listen to me, you hula hoop chicken looking jive turkey. Listen, you Gatorade brain.
A jive turkey. A
Yes,
jive
jive turkey.
Is
Yes.
that the best you got?
Yes,
Is that
that's the
best
best I
you
got. If I wanted to come back, I'll wipe it off the back of your fucking head, jackass.
Oh,
yeah.
really? Really?
Yes.
That's how,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You just
enjoy it.
How dumb you
Hey,
are.
I hope the flavor is pineapple, jackass. Hey.
Chad, are you listening to this? Chad,
Yes,
are you
I am.
listening to this? Are you
you're
listening
listening
to this?
too. You are listening too, actually.
Test man, are you listening to this, dipshit? Are you listening to this?
Bro, I'm telling you, notice his tactics of arguing. He does that answer a question with a question, all the same stuff as those cuckable idiots. No. So because he's, I believe, in my personal opinion, that he's another self-hating gay that wants to hurt gay people.
Why would I hate gay people?
Because you want them to cut off their genitals.
Did I say that at any point?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Go back and say where I said that, sir.
You did not understand Test man's hypothetical. Lane.
No, his hypothetical is ridiculous. At any point that I
No, my husband asked, "Why can't I have?" Listen, bro. when there's no, you don't understand.
About your genitalia.
When there are numerous nights, like happened a couple weeks ago per year, where I go into a seizure with my leg. I still stay conscious, but the pain is so bad, it's literally like my leg is being cut off. All right? That's the pain that I endure regularly, right? And there's nothing can be done about it. It's nerve damage from the sepsis, all right? From years ago, right? So my husband said, "Why can't you just have your leg cut off?" And I brought it up when we went to the doctor, and that was the interaction. You get it now?
Well, you didn't say that earlier, honestly, but
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I just said it really fast, and you're dumb.
You said, "Oh, my leg hurts, and I want
That's
to get it
not
cut
what I
off."
said.
That's what you
No,
said.
you weren't listening.
Okay, I was.
You weren't listening.
Okay.
No.
Tenth man, you need to stop. You need to stop.
You're a liar.
Oh, yes, I'm a liar. Yes,
You're lying right now.
I'm lying right now, Tenth.
Yes, because that's what I said. So either you weren't listening,
Tell you what, how about you fly out to
or
Michigan,
you're dumb.
cut your leg off? How about that? Will that make you feel
See?
better if I cut your leg off?
So do you understand that your type of mentality is the reason why?
I could cut your leg off. You want to get your leg cut off? I will cut your leg off for you.
Your type of mentality, sir, is why medical assistance in dying in Canada is the #1 cause of death in Canada in 2024 because of your type of mentality. You understand that? Because you're stupid.
Oh, I'm just stupid, right?
Yes.
Listen, I can,
because people like you go out there, you shame people into believing or going along with things that are horrible, like medical assistance in dying and the genocide of gay people. And then you sit up here all self-righteous. You don't care about those people. You want to hurt them. You see it as that's one less person that I have to compete with, right? That's what you see.
One person after another, because first things
you
first.
see it as that it's less people for you to compete with, right?
Man, you need to listen. I know listening is not your strong suit, but the first thing is first. We're talking about people dying. We're talking about people actually. No, stop.
No.
You've had your say. You've had your
dying
say.
From what?
Okay, if people are dying from a terminal illness, should they not have a say in? No, stop.
No, it's not from terminal illnesses.
No.
No, you can just go in. You can do a walk-in clinic.
No, you cannot.
And get on a live. Yes, you can. Yes, you can because you're poor or you're homeless in Canada.
In Canada? No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look this shit up right.
Look it up.
Okay, so first things first.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you don't understand where your type of nonsense leads. I have an IQ of about 136. You probably have an IQ of about 72. This is boring. It's boring talking to you because you're stupid and you're half my IQ, and it's a waste of my time. I'm doing this for Sarah, not for you. You are a piece of trash.
Oh, yeah, I'm a piece of trash, right? Okay.
Yes.
Fantastic.
You're out there hurting people and you think it's okay.
Really? Who have I hurt exactly? Who have I hurt, 10th?
With your type of ideas, you're hurting gay people. You're hurting gay people.
I'm hurting gay people, right? According to who?
Yep.
You?
According to the gay man, yes.
What? Okay. So one person says I'm hurting all gay people.
I find your opinions offensive.
10th man, you are the cause of death of so many people in this country because I say so.
I do not advocate for doing things to people that will harm them.
I think you do. I think you do,
No.
10th man.
Nope.
I think you do. Oh, but you're wrong,
Nope.
10th man. You are wrong, 10th man,
I'm
because
not.
I say so. See, do you see how you see how
I've been researching this stuff for longer than you've been an adult.
Oh, so now you've been researching. I thought you were
Yes.
such an expert on this piece.
I am. I've been doing shows about
are.
it for 6 years.
Okay, great, fantastic.
Yes.
I've been doing some research on this, but for some reason you think I'm fucking bad about this. See, this is what
I'm mad because you're going out there advocating for things that will harm people like me.
Okay,
And you don't care.
Okay,
The best
10th man,
part
you
about
can
this
take.
is it's actually about 10th man.
But you see, 10th man, at no point did I say anything bad about gay people, but you are strong in my argument.
All right. 10th man, you got 10 minutes in. You got 10 minutes in the bag. I was only holding it. Rude mud crap. I was only holding it because of the speed date. But
Hey, Alex, which
10
party
minutes for you?
Which party Alex tried to change pedo to maps, and which state was that in?
I just want Alex's opinion on maps.
I want Alex
They're
to look
awful
up
people. They're
Dixie
disgusting
Crap.
people. That's my.
Oh,
opinion
by the
on
way,
that.
Alex, since you're not going to answer it, I'll answer it for you. It was in California, and it was a Democrat.
Fuck California. I hate California. I've made that abundantly clear.
It was
hate
your party,
California.
though, who tried to change the definition of pedo to maps.
Alex, you're from the South, Michigan or whatever the fuck.
I lived in the
northern
South.
state.
I lived in the South.
Look-
I lived in Georgia for 6 years.
Look up Dixie Crap. Look up what a Dixie Crap is.
And what's up, Squatch?
Hey,
Can I just ask a question? Did everyone make it their New Year's resolution to get crazy? If so, you are winning.
Yes. Oh, my resolution was to shit on Alex as much as I could.
Sarah,
Yes, Beth.
you gotta admit you do enjoy the content.
I do. I've been dying laughing at this probably for the last hour, especially backstage.
What was your MOS, Alex?
13 Bravo.
Oh my God, that explains it.
What's wrong with that?
13, what's 13 Bravo?
Yeah, what's
Is
wrong with that?
military? Police?
Yeah. Now you're fucking with Ant over here. He was a fellow 13 Bravo like me, okay? That guy is a red leg brother like me, okay?
What's 13 Bravo?
13 Bravo is a canon crew member.
Canon crew member is the best MOS out there.
Pull string go boom.
Hey, I love it.
String go boom.
That's what it is. Like people say pull string go, but it's actually called a lanyard. But people say pull string go boom. It's like it's a joke. Though, but
Well, Sarah, it has to be simple
show.
for someone like Alex to understand.
Fair enough. Pull string go boom. Fourth wise man coming in with the Big Ten. Us Aussies keep our kindergarten babies in preschool until their IQ exceeds 136. Is that true? Is that a real thing?
That is true.
Hilarious.
I fail already. Have
you ever talked to an Aussie? No.
Yeah.
They're not real.
I'm not convinced it's real. It could be just 725 actors playing every single role.
There you go.
So I got to step in here because 10th Man made a claim about like Canada says, oh, people can just walk into a clinic and they say, hey, kill me right now. It's not true. It's as a matter of fact, it's people that are already expected to die. They just want to go out on their own terms, which I am perfectly
Everyone
okay
is
with.
expected.
That's what he said.
I'm talking about a terminal illness. A terminal
Isn't
There's a
Kid
re-
Man from
There's
Canada?
a revision. There's a revision coming in.
but it's not in effect yet. We're talking about people that are terminally ill. Like for example, if you were gonna like have dementia and your brain is gonna deteriorate and you want to go out on your own terms, I fully support that because I think people should go out on their own human dignity. Now,
Well,
if it's
under the revision, if you can't pay your bills, you're qualified.
I fully support Alex pulling his trailer across the Canadian border and living in Canada.
I'm not too far away actually, but I'm actually kind of happy living here, honestly.
I think the
bet
most
you are.
consistent thing here is
That's
this
us.
fucking cat that just doesn't stop making bread behind me.
Biscuits, making biscuits.
That's all
Love
she
it.
does.
I love
That's a
it.
cute little
Lily?
fella.
Speaking of cats, where's mine?
That
I
cat
wouldn't
is worth
mind-
300 views.
I wouldn't mind having that cat do that to my back right now, honestly.
That's all she does all day long. She just jumps behind me and she makes bread, and I'm just like, I'm embarrassing myself, and she's like, I don't care.
Don't be embarrassed, man. It's
Tom
great.
Carpenter, because we have a full panel now, who would you like to boot to bring back 10th Man? You have your pick of the litter.
And Alex, look up Dixiecrats. Those were the Democrats that converted to Republican because of the civil rights laws.
People.
And actually, most of them didn't convert. They lost the next election, and the Dixiecrats all moved up north.
Did they?
Also, there's two
Yes.
people that switched.
What's weird is this happened in
Sorry,
slightly different time periods in different states, but it kind of reflected itself all across the South in different places.
So, Alex, next
Utah.
presidential election, is it going to be Gavin or what?
Oh, God.
Fuck that.
Oh, no.
If
Hey, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I actually have something that I want to ask. How come for the last
hold
like
on. Beth just said I
Whoa,
have a
whoa,
question.
whoa.
and I
it's a
said-
logistics thing. It's
and
logistics.
I said, go ahead, Beth. So you can wait your turn. Go ahead, Beth. You know ladies have priority on my show. You know better.
I know, but this is important. But go ahead.
Oh, no wonder Alex
Let
gets
Ken
to
ask
talk
his
so much.
question first, but please bookmark me for next.
No, it's super fast. How come for the last week when I try to chat and you're chatted subscribers only mode, I am subscribed. I can't chat. I haven't been able to for a
You're
week.
not the first person I've heard say that.
That's why I'm asking. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, you're not the first
All
person
right,
I've
just
heard say that.
go ahead, Beth. Sorry, it's it's hard.
Okay. You're totally fine. Yeah, that's a good question to ask. What does everybody think about Nick Fuentes? Not once, but now twice. Now twice he has recommended that people vote for the Democratic side in two different
He's
races.
gay.
Mm-hmm.
He's gay.
Well, he did recommend vote. He did say he would rather vote for Gavin Newsom because he's handsome. But then there's also the Vivek Ramaswamy thing.
Well, Alex would prefer a Muslim to be our next president.
What?
Alex would prefer a Muslim to be our next president. Alex wants to make make America a Muslim again.
We already had one. We don't need another
Wait,
one.
when was America Muslim?
Wait,
When Obama was president.
He wasn't a Muslim, actually. Beth, go ahead.
I'm asking about what everybody thinks about Nick Fuentes.
Fuck Nick Fuentes, spay and neuter old groypers. I say it right here.
I hate. I'll actually agree with Alex on that. I hate Fuentes.
Me too.
I think Nick Fuentes says dynamic and bombastic things specifically to get reactions out of people who don't quite understand why he does what he does.
I think it's really interesting to hear him recommend, like, vocally say, like, I would vote for the Democrats in these situations, and you should too. That
Do you,
blows my
do you
mind.
agree that that is a bombastic statement that you would not expect him to say?
Oh
And
yeah,
do you
especially when he
agree
gave
that
us reasons why. Huh.
That it has created quite a bit of stir in the Groyper community?
Fair.
Can I?
And that's
Well,
not a
calls herself
community you really
Groyper.
wanna because they'll fuck with your personal life.
It's
And
a
Sarah-
terrible way
They'll
to get
go hard.
attention and publicity.
It's only going to upset one person probably, but can I pull the pin on a grenade and throw it out there?
Oh boy, here we go.
Alex, what do you think about the last bill that the House passed before the break?
What was
Oh,
it?
which one was that?
Basically, it bans all puberty blockers for minors until 18, and any doctor who gives it to them, it's an automatic 10-year prison sentence. And let's see, what else was it? Banning all trans from all sports in the United States.
Well, consider the fact that trans people is not like a huge issue. It's simply just a dog whistle. It's simply like something you focus on attention away from everything. It's not a big issue.
Excuse me? A dog whistle?
It's something that's like to focus your attention away from like the bigger issues. Like there's less than 15. There's like less than 15 trans athletes in the NCAA, so it's not a big issue. But people make it a big issue. Now,
What about all the people that lost their
stop.
record?
No. What about all those medals in the Olympics or whatever it was? The games.
There wasn't. Okay. Honestly,
Never mind that. It was like 200 medals, wasn't it?
It wasn't 200 medals, okay. But anyway, as I was saying,
well, that's what it was.
I'll look it up.
It wasn't. It
I'll
wasn't.
look it up. I'll look it up. I'll
Okay,
look it up.
fine. You go ahead and look it up. Anyway,
hold on. This might be an answer, 10th. It says, whenever I get the subscriber only thing, I just have to switch from top to live chat or live to top chat, and it fixes
Oh,
it.
okay.
So it sounds like a
I'm working on it.
No,
Thanks for the
good to
advice.
I think it's a glitch that came in when they added vertical, because there's other, as a content creator, there's
Right.
other weird glitches that are happening right now that all appeared when they added the vertical, and they aren't like fully integrated yet. Like
I've seen them.
when you're on StreamYard, all your YouTube comments and all your Rumble comments and all that should be feeding and showing up in this little feed, and they won't show up off the vertical for some reason. So there's like they're having some compatibility issues with this new thing that they're doing.
Oh yeah, I tried to log into StreamYard tonight, and it wanted $35 a week.
So what was
They
the first
wanted
question
from
again?
me.
Because we've got to pass that point. So what was the first question again?
The law about the puberty blockers and the trans people being outlawed.
Okay, so
from
like
sport.
the whole puberty blockers thing, like there's a lot more that I gotta like look into that essentially. But the thing is, like, puberty blockers actually doesn't permanently affect anybody essentially.
Excuse me?
That's ridiculous.
But as I was saying, it's not people don't just get permanent puberty
It
blockers
does.
on the first. No, they don't actually.
It
They don't
does.
get puberty block. They do not.
No,
They don't
sir,
get puberty.
you're not
Yes,
gonna
they
lie.
do.
Puberty
And then
block.
walk away
Okay,
like it didn't happen.
okay. I'm
It
sorry. They
changes
don't get puberty.
everything. The
Okay, they
earlier
don't,
you
Let 'em-
start
let
with,
'em
the
ho-
more it alters it.
they're just gonna interrupt me. It's fine. It's
Let
okay.
him talk so we can at least have some points to dismantle. Go
So-
ahead, Alex.
Yeah. Puberty blockers, they don't get like issued puberty blockers like after the first visit. They don't get like their genitalia cut off after the first visit. These are all
Doesn't matter what
misnomers.
visit.
Yeah, okay. But it's not something that happens like immediately
Building a
afterwards.
straw
It's something
man,
that
watch. He's
Hold
building
on,
a
hold
straw
on,
man.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
fine.
We're
They're
gonna
interrupt me all the fucking time.
we're
so
gonna
it's
at
okay.
least let him spit it out, and then you guys can attack. Okay, I promise I will let you pig pile him, but you gotta at least
Yeah.
let him talk first, so you know
Go
what
ahead.
you're arguing.
Let him go, Sarah. It's okay. It's fine. I'm gonna
Yes.
mute myself.
Go ahead.
Okay, the issue is not how many visits you go or how long you spend involved in it or at what point you start doing it in relation to your doctors. It has to do with how early in the puberty process you start taking them directly determines how much damage takes place to the puberty system, to the way that takes place. If you start very early, you can completely it depends on individuals. Of course, there's individuals, but you can almost completely deny the changes of puberty. And you say it's not permanent. How can you say it's not permanent when you're probably speaking of someone over 15 or 17? You know, there are 12 people being prescribed puberty blockers, or were.
I
But that's
think another solid point.
right. He
Alex,
won't
would
engage.
be-
Oh, no, Sarah, don't
Hold
say
on.
me. He won't engage.
Hold on. I think he's looking something up. But I think another strong piece, Alex, would be the idea that these are still children. And if I asked my daughter when I asked my daughter when she was 5, and I said, I remember like going at the grocery store clerk and checking out and getting the groceries in the car and stuff. And she looks at me, she says, Mommy, when I grow up, that's what I want to be. I want to be the lady that checks you out with your groceries, and I want to take the money and push the buttons because it goes beep, beep, and she pushes buttons and it makes gadgety noises. Like, that's 5 years old. Do I think that she knows what the fuck she wants to do, or the fact that she thinks maybe she's a boy or a girl, or I'm confused or whatever? No, I don't take it with a grain of fucking salt at that age. Even at age 11, when I asked my daughter what she wanted to be when she grew up, she wanted to be a waitress because that sounded really fun. You get to bring the food out to the people and you get to talk to people. Nobody wants to be a fucking server when they grow up for a living. Even 30-year-old waiters and waitresses don't want to be a fucking server at that age, right? So when you're kicking off at age 13, 14, 15 with these puberty blockers for somebody who says, I don't think I want to be a girl, or I don't think I want to be a boy, like, I consider the idea of like, why do I tell my kid, no, we don't drink and get drunk and stupid, or no, we don't act like this, or no, we don't do these things? Because they don't fucking know. Their frontal lobe hasn't developed. They don't know jack shit. They think they know everything. Trust me, my now 16-year-old daughter tells me every fucking day, I know, Mom, I know. No, the fuck she doesn't, as much as she likes to believe she does. So the idea that we're allowing, pardon me for just a moment, 10th, I know you feel
No,
very
it's okay.
strongly
No,
on this.
I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Even though we like to pretend that, oh, well, they don't feel comfortable in their own skin, or they're emotionally this way or that way because they believe they're a boy, but they can't be a boy, and yada, 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 whatever. It's like, okay, well, there's other things you need to do. If you take them to a doctor and you affirm the idea that this is okay to just change it, right? Just change it. This comes down, and here's where the crux of it all is. This comes with the idea that when things are broken, we just throw them away and buy new ones. That's all we do here in the United States. That's why nothing is built to last. Nothing is meant to be forever. We've gotten rid of traditions. We've gotten rid of the old school shit. We just don't give a fuck. Oh, toy break, get new one. Doesn't even matter. We don't fix it anymore. And that's what we're applying to our children with the whole idea that, oh, I think I'm a boy, or oh, I think it's broke. We just throw it away and get a new thing. So in this instance, we just throw away the idea that you are one sex and get a new sex because that should make it better. No, the fuck it doesn't. The fact that you're sitting there affirming a fucking delusion in their head. This is called a mental illness. If I told you, Alex, if I came to you and said, Alex, I think I'm a unicorn and I'm going to do everything to reflect that, you'd tell me I was fucking nuts. And if I told you, no, I'm serious, I have a unicorn or like a horn on my head and I have a long tail and I'm telling you, I run around on all fours and I gallop and I shit rainbows for a living, you would tell me I'm fucking crazy and to go seek help. The same thing should be happening when kids say, I think I'm this and I think I'm that. And instead of telling them, shut the fuck up, you're being stupid, we go and we say, oh, let's go see a doctor and see about changing you instead. No, it's fucking horseshit and you know it. I would rather eat lead paint than to tell my child, oh yeah, that sounds like a brilliant idea. Let's just go change who the fuck you are because you don't like who you are. No, that's the fucking problem. Instead, we need to be teaching people to accept themselves for who the fuck they are and fucking deal with it. If you need mental help, go see a fucking doctor for actual mental help, not just change the shit.
Sir, it would be like telling a schizophrenic that the voices they hear in their head are real.
5 seconds. Sir, I was born the year before giving gay people electroshock therapy was the 1978. They changed the law here in Canada. No longer did they put you in a mental institution and give you electroshock therapy to cure your gayness. My husband's uncle died like that, right? And you're not transitioning into another sex. You're becoming an aberration. And it's the exact same thing as diagnosing someone with a mental illness and giving them electroshock therapy to cure their gayness as giving them puberty. And I had numerous dudes that I, was seeing when I was a teenager that didn't even hit puberty till 16, 17, right? When I was growing up. So to start talking, and one of them said, hey, maybe I wanted to be a girl. He was a little bit confused there at one point. And I'm like, don't do something like that. I wouldn't even like you anymore then. Right. So if I had have affirmed that, some of these people that were kind of weak minded when I was young, I could have very easily, yeah, bro, let's do that. Yeah, that'd be hot. Go do that. And then groom them into doing that. That'd be weird.
You might have been a hot chick for me.
I mean, sir, a doctor in Houston got fired in the last couple of years because he basically called out the doctors in Houston for chopping women's breast or little girls' breast off so they could be a trans boy. And they fired him.
You can't get that. Like, once you do something to a child, they can't get that back.
Nope.
Even the puberty blockers.
I just want to claim some clout. I broke Alex.
Even with the puberty blockers, there's really good indications that even if they were to stop taking them, especially later on. Like if they go through all of puberty, taking the puberty blockers, it's not like it restarts. Their body will not, most likely, will not be what it should have been from the beginning.
So
Correct.
I'd like to step in because, like, and first things, Sasquatch, I respect you, man, but you didn't break me, okay? So first things first.
You're right. You're already broken.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Okay. I just was listening because, like, okay, so first things first. If y'all just say, okay, this is just an illusion, okay, fine. That's a matter of opinion. I say the same thing about people that believe in an invisible sky daddy. If you don't believe me, you're going to be sentenced to hell, essentially. That, to me, is the biggest illusion out there. The belief in organized religion is the biggest horse shit argument out there. Now, here's the thing. I can objectively prove, like, we can actually prove, like, for example, when it comes down to, like, and here's the thing. I'm not proving.
Slow
saying,
down.
No, hold on a second. Okay, I let everybody else talk. Y'all can be respectful, okay?
No. I'm just trying to follow along. That's all.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But the fact of the matter is, okay, when it comes down to the topic of, like, you know, I'm not saying sex. I'm simply saying gender, because gender is in fact, a social construct. Many trans people, when you speak to them, they acknowledge the fact that they were born male or female. They are actually willing to admit these things, but they're simply saying that, like, they were basically born the wrong body. Now, let's say, for example, Sarah, if you were to wake up tomorrow and you look like, you know, Sasquatch, okay, you would be like, what the
hell
fuck?
yeah.
This is not right. I do not have this beard. This is not fucking correct. Something
Lucky
is
girl.
wrong here. You know, but the fact of the matter is like, she would actually say this is wrong. And Sasquatch, if you were born and then you had, like, Sarah's body, you know, like, wait, what the fuck?
Great time.
I'd be in Georgia right now.
But the thing is,
Lose me.
Sasquatch,
There
you
would
would
be
actually
sides.
say, no, this is not correct. I am actually supposed to be a male, essentially. That's basically what it is. Now, here's the thing. I'm not simply saying, like, every case is 100% exactly the same. I'm not saying that. Every case needs to be treated on a case-by-case basis. And that's why gender affirming care comes into place. We're simply saying is the fact, like, a child might feel a certain way if they go to therapy and the therapist say, hey, well, why are you feeling this way? They're saying it's like, oh, okay. So then let's say, for example, the child says, okay.
Bro, I have been putting that I was a velociraptor down for my race for the past 25 freaking years.
Did anybody here catch the beginning of Flo's show where he talked about this stuff? And then listen to this guy. And imagine that guy who died in the mental institution. That's this guy.
By the way, Alex,
I was very respectful and let everybody else talk, essentially.
But you'll ramble for like 40 minutes.
and you'll still shut the fuck up, okay? That's what
Alex,
you're
no,
doing.
Hold up. Let me say one thing.
Go ahead.
Alex is outnumbered. Okay, so there's 9
And
of
he's
us
wrong.
versus 1 of him. So we do have to be mindful that there's 9 of us that are going to say something to him, and he has to respond to all of that. So just be
Jason,
mindful.
Put your can back up, bro.
Beth, did you want to chime something in there real quick?
Nope.
Alex, should we tell schizophrenics that, you know, the voices they hear are real too?
Yeah, then they'll become oil executives like you.
At least I wouldn't be a broke ass bitch like
Hey,
you.
bro, I was always told not to listen to the voices if they ever show up. And so
Don't
we got
believe in
started-
God, then.
Mine
because
are really
that's an
nice.
invisible voice.
Mine are
If you
really
don't
nice.
believe in
Why
if you
are
don't
you
wanna-
so hateful towards God? What's God
Because
got to
God
do with
doesn't
this?
exist. Honestly, I think it's a mental
Really?
disorder to believe in something that and to believe in an invisible sky daddy.
Okay, one
Like,
on one. Give me an. Alex doesn't believe in God. Let's do
I
it.
do not. Oh, dude, you don't want this smoke.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You wanted this smoke. Go ahead.
All right. So why does Jesus Christ? What's up? What
That's
do you
not
believe?
that.
All right, Christianity. When it comes to Catholic Church, you believe in the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. There's the Trinity, the 3 in 1. What do you think?
There's 40,000 different denominations of the Christian religion. Which one's correct? Either one of them's correct or all of them are wrong.
Well, it's going to be the original, and that's the Catholic
Which one's the
Church,
original?
Universal Church. Yes.
What Orthodox say they're correct? Are you saying they're wrong?
Orthodox? Yes.
Why?
Well, tell me why not.
No, I asked you why. Why are they wrong and you're correct?
Okay, well, tell me why not.
No, stop it. Stop it. Seriously. I asked you why are they wrong and you are right. You're
Well,
the
you-
one making the affirmative. I'm the belief of like no religion, Muslim, Buddhist, Christianity, all of them are fucking wrong because there is no belief in any spiritual entity on earth.
You don't even know that. You don't even know why that.
I do know because
is.
I'm saying this as a person that was formerly religious and I don't believe in this shit anymore. So, okay. So if you want to play this game, okay, do you believe that if I don't believe in God or Jesus Christ, I'm going to go to hell? Do you believe that? Yes. Yes or no? Do you believe? Okay. What happens if I don't believe in God or Jesus Christ?
Well, then you have a lot to answer to.
Okay. What am I? Okay. If I go to God right now and say, I don't believe in you, what happens to me? Do I get sent to hell or do I get passed on into heaven?
Yeah. If you accept that there is no God, yes, you go to hell.
Okay, so what? Okay, what does hell look like essentially? Is it a place of eternal fire? Okay, no, stop. Is hell a place of eternal fire? Is it a place of like complete like isolation away from God? Is it like a pit of ice? What is hell?
I haven't been there yet. I don't know.
Okay, so what is it? Okay, based on your interpretation, because you're defending Christianity or Catholicism or whatever the fuck it is, what is hell?
Catholicism is what I was saying. And then you asked me about the argument with the Orthodox, right? That's what you said. And you said, what was the difference? What was the schism? You tell me what the schism was.
No, I asked you, there's 40,000 different denominations of Christianity. Which one is correct? And then you're like, oh, it's just kind of like went on a drunken haze. But I'm on to something else. Okay, what is hell? Let's stay on this right quick. What is hell? In your interpretation, what is hell, according to the Bible?
A banishment from heaven.
Okay, so let's say, for example, it's an banishment like from God's eternal presence. Are you saying that's correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if let's say like, okay, for argument's sake, if hell is basically a place that is away from God, away from Jesus, away from the love of everything for all of eternity, right? That's what you're saying. If I don't love God and I basically am in this eternal room for all of eternity.
Well, if you deny him.
If I deny/love. I mean, deny/love is kind of the same thing, right?
No, deny and love is totally different, but yes.
Okay, so fine. We'll say for argument's sake that deny is if somebody was to deny the existence of God and Jesus Christ, therefore they're going to go into this little hole, small hole for the rest of their life, okay? So here's the final question. I want you to answer this in a yes or no format. If I was to tell my wife, if you don't love me or if you deny me right now, I'm going to lock you into a chamber for the rest of your life and you're basically going to live in solitude for the rest of your whole existence. Am I a loving, good husband? Yes or no? Why not?
No. Why not?
Why not? Why am I not a good, loving husband? Because that's what God said. That's your standard according to God.
You're not showing love to your spouse.
And if God sends us to hell, to that chamber, he never loved us to begin with then. Point taken. Completely. Thank you for being an atheist, sir.
Hey, Alex, should we teach kids
a lot better? Okay, Zach, I hate to tell you.
Alex, should we teach kids about trans stuff in school? And
Well,
I mean,
someone
at the same
else-
time, should we teach them about religion in
Real
school?
quick,
But isn't God the
Go ahead, Beth.
Father and
Go
not
ahead, Beth.
himself?
I looked that up, and interestingly, the thing about the
1-on-one.
Olympic
Get
medals,
Beth and Alex.
Hold on. Go ahead, Beth.
Initially, the search said that it's impossible to know because they don't have to disclose if they're trans or not, which is not true. I dug deeper, found a list of trans Olympians, and 89 I was able to count 89 medals. There could be more. I'm not sure, but that's
Then maybe it was 200 records. I may be incorrect.
No, what you're thinking of, it was like
Zach-
200 medals worldwide for all sporting events.
That's what I thought it was. Yeah, I can't remember.
Pardon me for just a moment. Zach, Tom sent 10 to subtract you and add ants. I'm going to do that now.
It might not have been a complete list. I did my best. Took me forever, and I had to count how many medals.
They hide it. They do that on the
That's what
internet.
they were. What they were talking about, Beth, was that all like sports, and they were even including like darts and stuff like that.
Yes.
But basically, it took, and they were including like if say there were 3 trans people in a sport, and they took gold, silver, and bronze medal from someone. They took 200 medals in a year's time period.
I
The claim that
believe
transgender women are
this
winning a
was-
significant number of Olympic events and dominating women's sports is a myth. As of late 2025, no openly transgender women has ever won an Olympic medal.
Cool
in
story.
women's
We can all look
category.
up the notes. No one
That's not
cares.
true. I
Cool
can-
story, but that's a
I'll
lie.
name you right now.
Okay,
I'll
so
name
who?
you
All right,
Olympian-
hold on. Hold
I'll
on.
name for you. All right, and this is what it says. Hang on, I scrolled too far. My bad. This is based on was known to was widely known to be out prior to their most recent Summer Olympic competition, contemporaneously out while competing. And here, I'll give you a name. How about Sha'Carri Richardson in the USA? Lauren Scruggs, Svenja Brunkholster.
And never mind the numerous young ladies. I watched the videos of at least 2 in the last 18 months. Young ladies that were playing volleyball and stuff with a trans player that like got a ball spiked at their face and got concussions and stuff. That's okay.
Oh, that story.
terrible.
Oh yeah, that was so
What
terrible
about
that she actually ended up
boxing,
competing
too?
in other
I
sports
watched
and
it
doing
happen.
well. Yeah, she did such a great job in competing in other sports. Did she not?
There was also
Tom
the
Carpenter
boxing.
sends
There
in
was
5 to
boxing.
say, if hell is eternal separation from God, then God is not omnipresent. And Kazak wants Beth and Alec.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey Beth, how you doing?
Hi. So
We can be
about
respectful.
Catholicism. So I'm actually not Catholic.
Okay.
And actually, it's really funny. So I'm going to kind of back you up. Orthodoxy would say that it is the original church, but it used to be Orthodoxy and Catholicism together until the schism in 10 whatever when they split up. And so that's part of why I was saying, you could have
Sure.
done a slightly better job on that. So what are we supposed to be arguing about?
I have no idea. They just said like you and me for some reason, but like, okay, so I
Okay.
guess it's the
He
topic about religion.
probably wants the religious piece,
Yeah.
and maybe if God's real or not, something to that degree. I can bring Kazak up and make sure he wants to answer. Kazak, any specific thoughts on this?
Well, yeah, pretty much. I just want Beth to
Defend
well,
God?
I don't know, man. We're all having fun tonight. I don't
Am I-
fucking know.
How am I defending? Like, what aspect of God am I defending? Whether or not God is real, or
Sure.
something about the church, or
Whatever you want to talk
Well,
about.
I just want you to back up your beliefs and what you think about God, because Alex obviously doesn't believe in God. So just
This is
hammer him
true.
with that point.
Can you do that, Beth?
okay, I can try to. The problem is that I don't believe that anyone should be forced to believe in God if they don't want
Well,
to.
don't force them. Don't
Freedom
force
of
them.
will
Just
is-
hit them up with your
What I'm
with your
saying is-
doctrine.
What I'm saying is, the way I see it, God gave every human being the freedom of will to not believe in Him if they don't want to, and therefore I don't hit people over the head with Bibles.
Well, what happens when they don't believe? What happens when they don't believe in God?
I don't know because I'm not God.
Exactly. So we yeah. But
That's
Alex
up to God,
knows
not me.
because he tried to. But yeah.
You want to let him go from there? You guys
Yes.
got it from there?
Well, here's the thing: is like whenever I ask this question, it's always like everyone's just kind of like fumbling about it because the thing is like Jesus actually said, if you deny me, you're gonna basically go to hell, basically. And like that's this. Here's the thing: like I don't care if people believe. If you want to believe in God, if you want to believe in Jesus Christ, that's fine. I let you do you. I let people be Muslim, be Buddhist, be that's fine. I don't judge you based upon it's if you're a dick to people because your religious beliefs, that's when I start fucking judging. That's the thing that I start judging
Right.
people on. If you start treating people like shit, because like here's the thing, I actually attended Jimmy Carter, one of his religious services, and it was a great service. And this is one I still believed actually, because he actually challenged the entire congregation to do one good deed for somebody else over the past month, which I think is great. That is fantastic. Now, I don't think you need religion in order to do good deeds. Now, if you do those good deeds because of religion, I'm going to give you full props for that, because like during the Flint water crisis, there were Muslims that were donating water to people to Flint from Dearborn, which is fantastic. I love that. The thing is, like, I just don't believe simply because why? Well, I don't see the point in believing in something that just you can be a good person without the belief of a god or a deity. It's all based upon like human well-being. That's the only thing I'm trying to get at. Like, I might seem a bit hostile sometimes, but that's just because, like, if you start saying some bullshit, then I'm gonna come at you basically hard as hell. But if you're good faith, I'll be good faith to you. So what do you say to that, Beth?
I absolutely agree with you. You don't have to have faith or be religious in order to do good deeds. I struggle with the idea of a unconditionally loving creator being so willing to condemn his most beloved creation, right? That just doesn't I kind of look at that one a little sideways. You know what I'm saying? For the simple fact that, we're more beloved than even the angels, and the angels have way more powers than like humans do, if you go by what is said, right?
Let me throw a wrench in here. Alex, you were kind of poking fun at people who believe in the Sky Daddy. So for someone who doesn't want to be chastised for not believing in Sky Daddy, you sure do have a lot of opinions for those who don't.
Well, okay, so I'll put it. Well, here's the thing. Like, if you believe in a certain religion, but you're going to tell people that, like, for example, if I was to tell you that your religion's all fucked up, that you are delusional, and that, like, everything that you learn about is a lie, are you actually going to go and unalive yourself? Probably not.
No.
Probably not. The thing is, like, when it comes down to people that are like trans or gay, when they get told, hey, something's fucking wrong with you and I denounce you 100%, you have a higher likelihood of actually unaliving yourself. It's actually a true thing, honestly.
So I actually agree with your position on that in the way that when it comes down to actually being a good representative of faith, right?
Sure.
We are called, like, from a scriptural standpoint, we are not supposed to be walking around condemning people. Okay. You'll hear people say a lot, hate the sin, love the sinner, right? Because we're supposed to be able to essentially lead by example. My good deeds, the things that I do and what my life looks like, because I base those things on faith, is supposed to inspire those who don't have faith, because it's, appealing, right? And that's how that's supposed to go. Not that we're supposed to run around being like, you're going to hell. As a matter of fact, someone who does that is actually worse than someone who's, who takes another life or steals their neighbor's wife.
And let me interrupt for logistics really quick. Kazak, because you paid 10 to bring everyone back, I automatically put your name in there, but I left Ant backstage, but would you rather boot someone else for your position back on screen?
So
me,
hold on.
Hold on. So you're saying, like, boot someone else to
Well, I just automatically used Ant's seat because Tom paid for Ant's seat to be on screen and minus
go
you.
ahead. Bring him up. I'll go backstage. That's fine.
Okay, I mean, I was giving you the credit since you paid 10 to bring everybody back up. I didn't know if you could use
Just
that
do
too.
me. Just pop me back there. You guys know how this works. Come on.
Now go ahead, Sarah.
What were you going to ask Alex?
Well, no, the thing is, like, when it comes down to the whole concept of, like, hate the sin but love the sinner, that's completely inconsistent as far as I'm concerned, because, like, the thing is, like, which sin are we talking about? Are you talking about Old Testament, New Testament? Because, like, anytime you, like, press a Christian about, like, the Old Testament stuff, they're like, oh, well, that's the Old Testament. We don't follow the Old Testament, but then they start quoting Leviticus out their ass, which is completely, like, insane. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So, but listen, like, I got to use the bathroom. I've been holding this for, like, the past 10 fucking minutes.
Go to the
Sorry,
bathroom.
so
I'd love to answer that when you come back, though.
please do. Okay, I'll be right back.
Can I ask a good faith question? I mean, honestly, good faith. But people like him spend their entire life trying to ban religion from schools, but they want the pride flag to be in every single classroom. I mean, you can't say ban one thing and put the pride flag in every classroom.
You think that's worse? Listen, not all religions are banned from school.
Oh, I know they're not. I mean, certain schools had Muslim prayer rooms, like where they had prayer rugs on the ground for them to, do, their, they have to do a prayer like every 3 hours.
I about lost my mind when my stepdaughter's first grade class learned about Wicca.
Oh my gosh!
Nuh-uh.
Shit you not. And then of
It's not
course
even a real
every year
religion.
I got in trouble. I sent in Christmas cookies in the shape of Christmas trees when my kids were in elementary school. I got in trouble for that. But they played with dreidels. They celebrated Kwanzaa. What else was there? I mean, like
I got one for you. My son did a learn with me thing at school, and we went in, and each group had a specific religion that religious holiday that they covered. And so I was like, oh, cool. And there was like Kwanzaa and like all of these other shit that I have never even heard of, which I think that's neat to learn about something.
Yeah.
And each station had a different religion, and some even done twice, just because they had.
Sarah, can I ask?
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Let me finish it. Every fucking Christmas holiday thing that you could think of, except Christmas. Not a fucking kid covered. Like, they talked about the religious beliefs behind it, why they celebrate it, what kind of foods they eat, what do they do to celebrate it, the gifts they give, whether they light stuff up, and not a fucking one did Christmas. And I was like, well, what the fuck?
I would have picked the Celtic Christmas, and it would have looked just like Christmas.
All right, Carney, you got time in the back until somebody else gets booted. Hang tight.
Alex, and this is a good
thing I absolutely love about our district is the school play the year before last was Joseph and the Technicolor Coat, which is a Bible story. And it was like, hey, Christianity in a school.
We found one. We found one. But I was looking around the room at all the stations, and I went and I visited all of them, and I was like, how the fuck are we not covering Christmas? Like, are we just assuming everyone knows about it?
Alex, here's a good faith question for you, Alex.
On to Alex, real quick. Do you want to ask him your question or let me respond to what he had asked before he stepped away?
Either way, Beth, I'm fine. I mean, ladies first.
I'll be super fast and then hand it straight to you. So when it comes down to the whole, what sins are we looking at, right? There were a lot of laws in Leviticus that were meant for specific rituals, right? And those rituals aren't done anymore. So those laws are automatically set aside. There were also a bunch of laws that were meant specifically for like the priests and whatnot. Those are automatically set aside. If you take just the 10 commandments, okay? Now Jesus says that, the only two that you really need to consider are the first two, which is have no other gods except for me,
and love me with your mind, soul, and heart.
Love your neighbor the way, or treat your neighbor as you would wish to be treated. If you are following those two commandments, it covers all the rest of them. Because think about it: would you want someone to steal from you? Would you want somebody to to sleep with your wife, or fucking, So that's where that comes down to.
Alex might.
Alex, my good faith question to you is, how can you, and maybe you disagree with this, but your party literally pushes this hard. They don't want religion anywhere near school, but yet y'all want a pride flag in every single classroom. How can you say one thing's okay, but the other thing shouldn't be anywhere near a school?
Because gays are okay.
Okay, so first I'm going to address Beth, and I will get to Jason, I promise you, okay? So when it comes down to that, it's kind of funny because, like, when you talk about, like, how in the 10 Commandments, and then Jesus said only 2 commandments matter. The first one is, thou shalt have no other gods before me. That's a very self-serving commandment, essentially. It's basically saying that, like,
me with your whole...
Yeah, it's love God with your whole heart and have no other gods before him.
it's not a real commandment because it's basically self-serving towards one
Oh, it's
God.
not a real
Essentially,
commandment, even though it came from Jesus. It's not a real.
it's not a real commandment. Honestly, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's
But
stupid.
here's the thing.
It's stupid.
Okay,
Stop.
it is
That's to
stupid.
do
I'm
with
sorry.
idolatry.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let him finish his
But
thought.
anyway, as I was saying, like, and the second one is like love your neighbor. The majority of people that are Christians in this country do not love their
don't.
neighbor. As a matter of fact, they are very judgmental towards their neighbor. They treat them like
Wow,
shit.
sounds like they
And
needed
this is why.
Jesus.
And this
Hey,
is
you-
why, Alex, Scripture
Yeah.
says that the way of righteousness is the path of evil is wide, but the way to righteousness is very narrow. And most people will never find the path. They're stuck, or they're stuck on the wide way that is not.
Yeah,
Have
well,
you heard?
Even
it's
that
my-
a true Christian would never claim perfectionism
Which
on their
Christian?
own.
That's my point. Which Christian is correct? Like there are 40,000 different denominations of Christianity, but yet nobody seems to know which one is the
Right.
correct one.
And
Either
yet,
one of
every
them.
Go ahead,
atheist
Beth.
has its own individual opinion of atheism.
It's true.
Well,
Right,
the thing
and I'll
is,
tell you-
like, it doesn't debunk what I said though. Like there are 40,000 different denominations of Christianity. When either one of them is correct and everybody else is wrong, or they're all
there's
wrong.
not 47 different.
There's 40,000 different.
denominations.
There is. Sir, you can literally
Okay,
look it up.
so
Alex,
you,
I
you
gotta
got
answer Jason.
Hold
though.
on,
I
hold
promise
on.
I
Go
would-
ahead, Beth. I see you
I
holding
gotta
it. Go
answer
ahead, Beth.
Jason though.
Go
I
ahead,
promise I
Beth.
would.
We'll get back to Jason in a second.
Okay.
You can hold
You
his
know,
thought.
I'm sure fine. I mean, yeah.
Go ahead, Beth.
Alex, to make it real simple,
Mhm.
it doesn't matter which one is correct because the bottom line is that no humans are perfect, and no matter what the set of rules are, it's very few that can do the bare minimum. You know what I'm saying? And that's sad, but that's the human condition, and so we
And
should start there.
if you look up Matthew 5:15 through 17, I think he talks about fulfilling the commandments.
No, he
He-
says he came to fulfill it, not to do away with it. Okay.
Correct.
So he was the only one who was able to do it. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to. He was trying to set
Correct.
the example for us to follow in his footsteps. That's all.
Just because he said those two rules later on, he said, got to follow all of them.
But here's my problem though, because the thing is like this is why I said there's 40,000 different denominations. All
No,
of
that's
them
just
say
being overly
do
broad.
they all lead to one God?
they do not all. They all have different principles and morals and values. Essentially, if one of them was correct,
Humans.
all of them would accept that. Like if it was Orthodox, if it was Christianity, if it was Southern Baptist, Westboro Baptist, Christian Science, Scientology, all of them would come down to
Scientologies
that
aren't
one
Christians.
Okay, fine,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't give a shit. I'm making a point, honestly. The thing is like if one of
On
them
your
was
head.
if one of them was objectively correct, then all of them would come down to that one principle. You cannot tell me one of them it's objectively correct that this religion's correct. Then if that was the truth, then all of them would come down to flock to this religion. But I promised I would answer Jason's question, so I'm sorry. So Jason, when it comes down to this topic about like everybody is forced to like nobody's being forced to fly the pride flag, essentially. Like it's basically saying like when it comes down to the pride
Oh.
flag,
Alex,
What?
Alex,
You-
Alex.
He didn't say
the
forced
big-
to fly. He said they are allowed to fly it.
they should be
Alex,
allowed
the
to.
big
They-
argument with us was flags. Why are you so obsessed with flags, bro?
Why can they fly the
I'm not
pride
a flag.
flag?
I'm
They
not
can't
obsessed with
hang
flag.
the cross.
Alex.
I'm
all
not
you've been
obsessed with flags.
with
By the way.
flags. You talked about
I'm
the
not.
Carolina flags, the conservative flag, the Union flag. Everything that you talked about has been a fucking flag tonight. So why?
I'm
Alex-
not obsessed.
And I don't know whose side this came in on.
I don't know either.
Is it Carney?
PPP.
Is it? Did
Huh?
it come in on who got the super chat on their side?
I don't know.
I've got
I don't
Ben,
see it.
You are
Uh,
silly. Thank you,
but-
sir.
I'm not obsessed with flags. The thing is like if people are allowed to fly, like there are certain flags that people should be allowed to fly in their classroom. The only one they should not be able to fly is like the cake, the swastika. That should not be
Yeah.
allowed in schools. Like I'm sure
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm sure we could all agree to that essentially. But the thing is, like, the pride flag doesn't hurt anybody. Like, what does it do? Like, it's not like the pride flag's gonna automatically like.
What does the
like,
pride flag do? What does it do?
It does
to your
nothing.
children?
Honestly, it does
It
nothing.
does the same thing every
It does
other
nothing.
flag does.
It does nothing. Okay, just because, like,
Let me-
okay,
hold
if
on,
I-
sir.
d-
Hold on,
okay,
hold on. You've been
wait,
back-
stop. You gotta let me finish.
You never
If a
did.
child goes towards a,
No, we don't.
okay, if a
Go
child
ahead,
walks
go
towards
ahead,
an
go
American
ahead.
flag, they don't
Alex.
automatically become patriotic. Patriotism comes from the heart.
I didn't
They
hear
don't
you,
just
Alex.
walk up.
Say again.
Thank you, Papa Penguin. I appreciate that
As I was
$10.
saying, okay, here, can everybody hear me better? Okay, so anyway, as I was saying, people don't walk towards an American flag and automatically become patriotic, essentially. So honestly, the flag has no real impact unless you teach about the significance behind it. Now, the pride flag honestly means nothing. Now, if children have a question about it, sure, teach about it. Now, can somebody teach a topic wrong? Absolutely. I mean, for Christ's sake, like when I was a kid, they taught us about how Christopher Columbus was a hero when he actually isn't. He's a fucking monster, honestly. It's all about like how it's about teaching things correctly. Like
What was his
in this
hero versus monster?
Since when is teaching LGBT an appropriate topic for 1st through 4th graders?
They literally had in California a teacher hung the pride flag where the American flag was and had them say the Pledge of Allegiance to the pride flag in her classroom.
And what you're discussing, Alex, is a
Wrong.
backdoor to teach sex ed at young ages, and I
So,
don't think
so
that's
what did
appropriate.
Christopher Columbus do wrong, Alex?
aside from the fact that
Besides-
genocide and the entire genocide and entire fucking people, like
No,
actually
he
like
didn't.
bashing.
Oh,
Yes,
Columbus
he
didn't do
actually
that.
killed-
No, he
God-
didn't.
He actually
That's a
got-
lie.
Like his
Darn.
men, no, his men
Gosh
actually took
darn,
children
he
and
found
bashed
a
them against
new-
rocks.
That's a lie.
He didn't found it. No, he actually took children and bashed. He took babies and
Lie.
bashed them. His men actually bashed them against rocks
That's
and
a
actually
lie.
pawned off. No, it's actually 100% true.
That's a
Actually,
lie. No, that's a lie.
Yeah, that's
How-
a
where's
lie
the-
because
how's it a- how's it a
Christopher
lie?
Columbus
The truth
was
shall set you
Where do
free.
you get
I say
that-
you lie. So if you
Hang
can
on,
produce
where do you
proof,
get that information
then I'm
from,
the liar.
Alex? I'm at least willing to ask where this comes from.
Yeah,
It's out there. It's out there. Both sides of that story exist. In fact, there's even
Fair.
stories that he didn't land in North America. He actually landed in South America. But 100%, that's what happens when you go to war with other places.
You know that most,
but
you
here's
know
the
most
thing.
of the people. Hang on, you know most of the people he brought here were actually Jewish families that were escaping persecution, right?
No, it
He's also
always-
completing the actions of the
persecuted.
conquistadors
They've
with
forever been
Christopher
persecuted.
Columbus.
It was the
These are different
conquistadors.
expeditions entirely.
Yeah, it was the conquistadors, and they went to the there was the Southern Americas, and that's where Christopher Columbus landed, and
This shit's
He
getting
landed in the Caribbean.
yeah, it was the Caribbean, and that's why all them are Spanish speaking countries because why does Central and South America speak Spanish? Well, I don't know. Well,
because
I
they
can tell
bred the
you.
people out because they basically believe that all these people are easily subjugated and they should be brought to believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. They should be forced to do so, and those that aren't done so, like they actually punish people for not harvesting the amount
before
of
they
gold.
landed.
There was
Alex,
also that little
before they
smallpox
landed-
incident.
Alex,
The
before they
smallpox thing
landed,
is misunderstood.
no, it's
How is
okay.
it misunderstood?
Yes, it
Oh
is.
my, fuck my ass.
No, I'm
No.
gonna pass on that.
No.
also.
No,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
Zach, I think we're all going to pass on that.
We're gonna
thank
pass on
you.
that, buddy.
So what I was
Hard
saying,
pass.
Alex, is so pretty much when they landed in the Central and South Americas, it was a Spanish colonization, and it was the it was Native Americans. It was the native. It was the Indian people, and the Spanish came and they did what they did, right?
They're
Which was
brutal. I'm not
horrible.
going
It
to
was
defend the
horrible.
conquistadors, but this is getting
Yeah,
off the
yeah.
topic.
You can't say the word. 'cause
Hey,
it's
Zach,
still-
you went way off topic and we were talking about one thing and you took it to Christopher Columbus. I mean,
Actually, I brought up Christopher Columbus because I was like bringing up a topic essentially. So
yeah,
like,
because we were talking about the colonization, but okay, am I wrong?
Hey, what's
Yeah.
frustrating is there's a lot of legitimate things to call out Christopher Columbus for, and you just listed all the things that aren't those reasons. It's frustrating.
who? Me?
You, yes. Who else was criticizing Christopher Columbus?
Well, because he's a fucking monster, honestly. Because like what
He's
they
not
did
a
was
monster.
No,
he's
You
a
don't look at him
monster.
in the framework of the time he lived.
let
You can't
Alex-
apply modern values to people in the past. It
Why
doesn't
can't
work
you?
that way.
Wait.
They didn't live by those values.
Wait.
They didn't actually live by them.
Stop. No. Ant, listen, you're a Red Lake brother, and I gotta respect for that. But like, was slavery wrong?
No, I believe so. Yes.
Yes.
Was it wrong back then? No,
Why
it
only
wasn't.
modern standards to those guys back in the day? What's wrong with you? You see what I mean?
I'm not, because I can recognize that back then slavery was not illegal. It was not considered wrong.
It
and I
doesn't
understood
matter.
That what those that by today's standards, those practices are wrong.
Those are
Back
wrong.
then, were they? No.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it was okay. So that's completely asinine. Okay, because here's the thing: we live in a stop. We live in a society right now where we say that slavery is wrong, where we say like child marriage is wrong, but yet
We
back
say
in the
that
day,
today. We say
Yeah,
that
Alex-
today. They didn't say that then. Nobody taught them. Nobody taught them.
wrong.
to make
Wrong
this
is
better.
wrong.
But they didn't
Ant,
know
you
what
wanna-
wrong was.
Wrong is
Alex,
wrong.
there-
I don't give a flying fuck who did it back in the day. Wrong is fucking wrong.
So if they
That's why-
determine sometime in the future that slavery is
Alex, they're
actually
gonna
right,
choose me over
would
you,
he be
man.
wrong?
Chill out.
For somebody not religious, that's wild that you think morality is objective.
Hey, Ant, you really want to throw him off?
That's wild.
Let's
Go ahead,
hear it.
Jason.
Go ahead, Jason.
Name the only president's family, or the only family history of U.S. presidents who's never owned a slave in history.
Trump?
Oh, he's gonna say
Yep.
Donald Trump is the only person that's never owned slaves.
I don't
Yeah, no, his family
He's gonna
didn't.
say Donald Trump, right?
His family didn't, and that came from a Democrat
His
study.
his family. Yeah, and his
I don't
family also
care.
escaped military service in Germany, and yet Lauren Trump wants to actually wants to make
All right,
people
Alex,
serve in the
they're
military
gonna
when
keep
no
me
Trump
here over you.
no Trump has ever served in the military.
Hold on a second. Papa Penguin, I'm not sure whose side this came in on, but says if you're obsessed with talking about LGBTQ to prepubescent children, you're a weirdo. And Christopher Columbus was a dilettante?
Dilettante.
Dilettante. Thank you. Dilettante who sucked at being a colonizer. Read a book. Ever heard of Nicholas de Ovando? Probably not.
I tried telling Alex, just chill out, man, and they'll bump me over you, but everyone's gonna bump Alex way before they bump me. So sorry,
That's
Alex.
fine. That's fine. They can bump me whenever the fuck they want to. I don't give a shit.
Well, I just want to have a conversation with you, but you're so far left, they're gonna bump you.
I'm still
No,
here though.
he's doing
I got
fine.
bumped like 2 hours ago, and I'm still here.
Yeah, he
we're going nowhere.
survived.
You saved him, Kazak, so he would have been gone a long time ago.
Fourth did.
And Kazak did too.
Well, the thing is, I'm actually helping bring the entertainment, honestly, because like all the other leftists were kind of weak, so I'm here bringing the fire.
I will give you that.
No,
Compared to
no,
the
no,
other
no,
leftists, you've come up with the strongest arguments. The other ones,
Jason gave me a second compliment. I love it. I'm all about it.
I have to tell you something funny. My camera went off saying that there was a dude at my front door, and I'm like, the fuck? It's 1:30 in the morning.
Oh,
This
shit.
is uncomfortable, right? And I see he's got a bag in his hand, and I'm like,
Is it food?
I remember telling my daughter earlier, I was like, if you want to order some food or something, 'cause she wasn't really feeling that great after she got back. And I was like, if you want to order something, go ahead. But she didn't tell me that she did. So random dude at the door, and I'm like thinking, okay, my daughter's going to come downstairs and get the food or something. And he's just like standing there looking at his phone, trying to figure something out. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Please tell me you were
So-
carrying.
So I'm texting my daughter. I'm like, did you order food? And she doesn't answer. So I'm like, oh my God, like, what is she doing? Or if she didn't order, why is this guy at my fucking front door? So I go upstairs. There she is, passed out, snoozing in bed. And I could see the DoorDash notifications. I'm like, motherfucker.
Poor Brownie Tomato.
I felt bad for it was a little old guy, so I felt
All right.
I didn't feel
So let
threatened
me,
by some
let
random
me-
dude being there. But
Let me paint this
Huh?
picture. The doorbell rings. She grabs her under eye black, goes completely native, pulls out her shotgun. Commando rolls up the stairs. Yeah, I can see it.
I have no doubt that Sarah could fuck somebody up with a fucking rifle. Okay, I have
Absolutely.
no doubt she could fuck
Yeah.
somebody.
I
up,
was
okay?
on the shooting team.
Hey, Mama Bear, don't fuck with Mama Bear Sarah. Okay, don't fuck with Mama Bear Sarah. Okay.
Hey, Alex,
Wait. Before you
Go
go
ahead,
back
Beth.
into it, Kazak, I gotta point out, Alex, as it was said by my dear friend Toasty in the chat, and he is absolutely correct. Columbus actually went back and he left orders for the people here, the colonizers, to treat the Indians kindly, and they did not.
Bastard.
That was done. Things were done by their hands, right?
Well,
if the
that's
boss
what
was
happened
away-
when Christopher Columbus was a progressive.
Kind of was, but
Hey, Alex,
Save a
Alex,
lot of
hey,
Jewish
Alex,
families from
Christopher Columbus was
persecution
a
and the
Democrat.
Spanish Inquisition. So yeah, maybe.
well, but I think we're stretching the definition
I'm
of
busting
progressive
his
pretty
balls.
wide.
Bust his balls a little bit.
Oh, you guys have been busting balls all night.
I can take it. Listen, honestly, I can take it. I got thick skin. It's
Alex,
fine.
I'll give you credit. Hold on. I will give Alex 110% credit here. He's been taking heat all night and he's not crying about it. Right?
Well,
he
that's
didn't go
the
running
thing.
off. He didn't rage quit. He's taking the beatings and
He's
firing
not Rob
back
Noor.
as well.
Hey, give me this.
Thank you for not
Yeah,
being.
he's way less of a pussy than Fatty.
Oh my God, are we really gonna go?
And he can breathe.
Alex, I might be sick. I'm giving you 3 compliments in a row now.
Here's the
No,
thing.
wait,
Yeah.
you have to go lay down for a minute. You've got a
Hey,
little.
I'll take them
too
compliments I can get him. I'll take the compliments all I can get him.
Yeah, we can't even see his nipples poking through his shirt at all.
Alex beat my ass, but where's Dusty at? Where's Powdered Dusty? Why
I
is he
don't
not
know.
on
He's
with me?
probably.
I
Is
gave
he
him the
live
night off.
tonight?
He might be doing his own stream.
He said earlier during his premiere in the chat that he was coming live tonight. He just didn't know when.
You know what's funny? I'm not gonna lie. I started drinking at 7:40 because Powdered Dusty said that he had a channel coming on, and then I looked at it and it was like Premiere. What the fuck is Premiere?
That's when it's pre-recorded and uploaded. And instead of just
not on
uploading the video, you premiere it as if it was live, and it's like the first time and you guys can all watch it together and comment in the chat.
That's
And then,
why.
and then after that, it just goes to regular video mode.
Kazak, you're to that drunk. You're to that drunk point, Kazak, that I'm just waiting for you to say something stupid and for Sarah to have to remove you.
No, I
Nah.
don't do the slurs no more. I don't.
As
do
long
it.
as look, Kazak can be as shit-faced as he wants on these panels. This is his time, and also, I mean, he is a proud supporter of the Tomato Show here. We love him. As long as he keeps
We're on
it
the
clean,
gauntlet, Sarah.
yeah. Well, it's still a Mater nation, right? But he's learned his lesson. As long as we keep it clean and we don't hit. I even heard. I'll give you the credit, Kazak. You even said when you were trying to talk about the trans stuff, you're like, I want to make sure I'm within TOS, so I'm not going to say the words, blah blah blah. And I was like, he's really working on it. I love this, even though saying all of those things aren't necessarily TOS, but they can send red flags. I was so proud. I was in the backstage, like, yay! He's working so hard.
Squatch.
Well, what's funny is when I'm on Dusty's panel and I'm like, "Hey, I'm here because
That's a bad
Kazak's here,"
word.
and then I look and I see it's
You are
Sarah, and I'm
lucky.
just like, "God damn it!"
You are
You know.
so lucky, dude. You were so close to getting booted. I hope you know that again. Because you
Oh,
dropped some bad
Mhm.
words. You dropped some bad fucking words.
Squatch.
that?
All I
Was
can
that on
say
Dusty's?
is
Yeah.
Oh, well, Dusty's a little more lenient in
No,
certain directions.
Not with
I don't
the
know
F
what-
word.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't
Yeah.
know because he's got that clip.
He can
Well,
say
here's
it.
the
I
thing.
know.
Nobody else can.
Here's the thing. It's the
I know.
F6 on the keyboard, right? And it's just it's a bad habit on my part. I say it like in jokes a lot, but people get offended by it. So that's where
Well,
the
yeah.
issue is.
Squatch. I've determined me and Squatch can't be drunk on the same panel at the same time because we go off on way. I mean, I told Sarah the other day, I was like, okay, I can't play stupid anymore after I talked to Squatch the other night.
The thing is, you make these weird, vague references in a deep Southern accent. Most people don't get the references, and they just tickle me absolutely pink, bro.
So that's Jason R and Sasquatch having a heart to heart, and then you got Alex who's like so confused right now.
Kazak, we were actually talking
I'm just
applied
listening.
physics the other day.
I'm not confused. I'm just listening to what everybody else says. I want to be rude. That's all.
Well, Papa Penguin donated again on whoever's channel is connected. I have no idea whose it is, but Alex may have thick skin, but he's got the intellectual depth of a parking lot puddle. That's funny. I've never heard that before. That's hilarious.
Sarah.
Use your library card more and intellectually shallow slogans less.
Sorry, but my library card got canceled. I'm sorry. Okay, so I just used ChatGPT. Okay.
I'm gonna give
Go
it.
ahead,
I'm,
Kazak.
You burn books.
I'm gonna say one thing. And that's it's been Sarah what December, January, November, October. It's been 5 months. I have yet to be kicked backstage.
I think you've been booted before.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Sarah, did he just go like December, January? His months weren't even in order.
No, they weren't. They weren't.
He was
in
going
order.
backwards.
They weren't in order because it was January, December, November, October. I haven't been booted yet.
Are you sure? I could have sworn somebody's paid to boot you before.
You were on probation till
Yeah, you were on
November, and I'm pretty
probation.
sure-
I was on probation. That was me and Sarah behind the scenes.
He gave
agreement.
himself his own probation. He's like, I should be on probation for 30 days. Don't let me up. I'm like,
And
okay.
I told you that because I'm an alcoholic, obviously. And
I don't know if it counts. But
Meeting, bro. This is the wrong meeting. We're not here doing that. We're doing something.
Exactly.
Just
Exactly. You're not an alcoholic. You're a drunk. Alcoholics go to meetings.
well, that's where he thinks he's at. We're trying to break the cycle.
I'm a drunk. Everybody knows that.
Kazak, I
Okay.
will gladly be your
Let's not
sponsor.
talk
Okay,
about that.
I will gladly be your
what I'm
sponsor.
saying-
Okay.
Okay, that was a joke, but what I was saying is I never been booted, and when it comes to meetings and booting people, I will definitely spend the money to kick who the fuck I want to kick, and bring up who I want to
Say it
bring
loud,
up.
say it proud, Kazak. Go ahead, tell him. Tell him who you are.
Well, I'm gonna say right now, yeah, I drink and I like to drink, but when it comes to Sarah Tomatoes channel, I will boot who I want to boot, and I will bring up who I want to bring up, and that's what's gonna happen.
I can say
And
this.
Jason Reeves-
Varun, you're very, very good at accents.
Here's the thing, Jason Reeves, Jason,
He looks like Bruno now.
Yeah.
Jason,
He really
it was
does.
so great seeing you jump on tonight. It was pretty awesome.
Only
Yeah,
reason-
I know.
the only reason I went
up and
off camera is because
everything.
I charged my phone.
Oh, that's fair.
Well, it's awesome because I'm pretty sure that me and Jason, I think we argued in the back chat a week or two ago.
I don't know. That was like a month ago, and you were trying to tell me a 200-yard shot was difficult when that's one of the easiest shots on the face of the planet.
And then I was like, well, I drink a lot and I will fuck you up in anything. And you're probably like, no, stupid. And then I would just
Live stream it. I want to see this. I want to see it live streamed.
Let's do
Okay.
it.
Let's fucking live stream this
No.
shit.
What? Me and Jason? We don't have nothing to argue about. Do we?
No.
No, the thing is with Jason is
You said you were gonna
Jason-
fuck him up. Now figure like you should fight about whether you're gonna fuck him up or not. You should
Okay,
fight
okay,
about the
okay. Let's go back. Hey, Jason, man, you look like you're like 50 years old. I would beat you up so fucking bad.
I'm
you have
almost
no
50.
idea.
I'm getting close to 50. So yeah. I
Oh
mean,
my god, how much money do you have in your life insurance?
my insurance policy is like $5 or $10 million.
5 or 10 million?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to get married?
No. Straight.
I'll marry you. I'll marry. We don't even have to have dirty.
Since
dirty.
it just got gay, I felt every reason to add 10th man to this conversation.
Sarah, please get me off this because no.
No. The thing is Jason.
I love you, Daddy. How many millions was that again?
10th man.
I haven't checked it lately. I think last time it was like right at 10 million.
Shut up. No, Jason. Remember when we got in a chat argument like what 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, something like that.
I think we were just fighting about.
You were trying to tell me about guns, and literally my
Yeah.
gun that I shoot with every single once a week is sighted in at 900 yards.
So we were fighting about a Charlie Kirk situation. or no?
Yes, you were trying to
Okay.
tell me it was a difficult shot in Kazak. It's
Yeah.
not a difficult shot.
Well, fuck, man.
I could hit him with a rock from 200 paces. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, Jason, are we okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes. I mean, I told you that night you're stupid. I'll tell you again, if you think 200 yards is a hard shot, you're stupid.
Well, I'm just saying that, man. I literally watched you like rape a fucking.
You want to what?
No, I literally watched you like
He
beat
said
up
grape.
grape. I watched you beat up a grape, little kid on the channel that tried to talk shit tonight, and that was pretty funny. Especially the fact that you cammed yourself.
Oh, I don't care. I have no shame. I don't give a fuck what others' opinions of
Tonight
me
was
is
the first night
because they
you
don't
cammed
matter.
yourself. Tonight was the first night you cammed yourself.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't care what others' opinions of me are. There's like 3 or 4 people on this panel that I care what their opinion of me is, and the rest of them I could give a fuck less.
But you cammed yourself, and you were pretty badass, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you were pretty badass. I mean, don't get me wrong. You might have hurt Duck's feelings.
I don't give a flying fuck.
Are we
There was
okay?
there was a reason I was the person who was called into the office to fire people, because I don't care about others' feelings.
Because you got the wrench, right?
No, I literally owned my own company, Kazak. I literally was the person who fired everyone in our company.
Well, I'm sorry that I ever offended you. If I did, I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm literally, the only reason I literally walked into the house like an hour before Sarah started her stream because I came in from a business deal today.
What I'm saying that is that me and you and Carpenter, we the 3 of us, we do a big part of supporting Sarah, and
Yeah, I mean, I may have supported Sarah once or twice last couple of months.
we good? We good,
Yeah,
Jason?
Kazak, I've told you we're good like 5 times. Kazak, as somebody who used to drink a lot as much as you do, lay off the sauce as much as you can, man.
10th man, I figure I'd give you an opportunity at that insurance policy if you want to.
Sarah, it ain't happening.
Hey, buddy. I beg your penis.
Sorry, 10th man, it ain't happening.
Doesn't mean you can't answer the question.
That's not gonna happen either.
I'm just fucking around, bro. Stop it, sir. Hey, how's it going?
Sarah, what did I
She's
do to make
forcing
you
us.
hate me tonight?
I think she wants you to pay to get me off here.
I figured we'd have some fun.
That was some good shit right there. I mean, holy shit, I was like, my nipples were getting hard actually. So.
Oh my god.
3-way.
Alex, you're not helping yourself of people thinking you're gay.
This is such a great stream to break in the new year.
Yeah,
It really
I
was,
feel
honestly.
like everyone's New Year's resolutions had better be out the window because ain't none of y'all came
No.
in saying New Year, new me. I'm gonna be nice to anyone.
Sarah,
Fuck
I
no.
did say I was gonna be
Fine.
nicer to Duck,
Get off
and I
line.
was nicer to Duck.
We
My
were
New
gonna do
New
the-
Year's resolution is the best. I'm going to get more head, more booty.
There you
Hold
go.
on.
There you go, Sasquatch.
Fourth man, I'm so used to 10th man. Fourth wise man says, see, folks, a mixed stew don't taste so bad. A few good debates, a few train wrecks, and all involved through a bit
What?
larger.
Who said
Come by
I
a
don't- I
group
don't
hug, y'all
squat?
funny fuckers.
Who says Kazak doesn't squat, man? Look at my ass. Let me show you real quick.
Well, let's see your ass.
No, I
Let's
don't
see your
wanna
ass.
see your ass. I don't want to see
Let's
your
see
ass.
it. Let's see it.
No.
Show
God
us
damn it,
the
Sarah.
squats.
Oh, you brought it up, bud. You gotta show it now.
Yep.
Wait, who said
Manchester.
That's the rules.
Manchester
Hey,
did.
Rudy.
Shut up, bro.
Manchester.
Shut up.
Manchester. No,
I want to
man,
see
I
who's
don't
working.
got- Oh my god, I don't even have the.
Show me what you're working with.
Set your show.
Shake
that
ass.
Shake that
Watch
ass. What you
yourself.
said?
Hey, yes, now.
Watch
Tell me what
yourself.
you're working with.
Watch
Give me
yourself.
one thing in my hand. With my foot, your ass be cool.
Who's ever watched? You guys ever remember?
Dude, don't
like,
change the
Fat
subject
Man?
now.
Sir, we wish to see your dairy air.
My dairy ass. Okay.
Mom, it's just being all about the yard and
let's
their
see
life
them
is
squat.
better than yours
Let's
and
see them
damn
glutes.
That's a milkshake, not a booty shake.
This is better than I can possibly imagine.
This is why you don't stream drunk, ladies and gentlemen. I like your fish tank.
My butt.
His ass with both hands.
Oh, let me give you some. Let me give you some
Alright.
music for this.
There you go.
I got like
Twerk it, baby, twerk it.
Hell,
Twerk it.
Sarah, this was a hell of a night to run out of alcohol.
You can do it.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Clap with that hands, bro.
Shake it. Shake
Shake
it.
that ass. Watch yourself. Show me what you're working with.
Oh, no, you guys stopped it.
Oh my God, you guys are horrible.
Damn.
We
I
love
am
you.
naughty, but I thought you knew me. This is not
Holy cow.
This is called Degen Power Hour, ladies and gentlemen.
shake it.
Anything after midnight.
See,
is
Beth, see
straight
what
to
you
hell.
saved me from last night?
Are you watching yourself on the TV?
He is. Narcissists do that, bro.
That's quite the profile there, Alfred Hitchcock.
Oh, we love it. I love it. It's great.
The thing is, I wasn't even gonna pop on tonight. I was kind of like listening when I was gaming, and then like it's like, you know
Look at what you got into.
I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came.
That's what she said.
You ever heard of the Spanish term "hijo de la gran puta"? You ever heard of that?
Nope.
Hijo de la gran puta means son of the great bitch.
Damn.
Who
Kinda
keeps
sounds
getting
like
these
your mama's
donos? Is this to you, Carney? You can always read those out loud if you want. I mean, I can read them for you. It's up, but
It's so
you ever-
good. I've been sitting in the chats with them.
Okay,
What
fair
is that-
enough. But Papa Penguin says financial responsibility is overrated. Here's to your goal. Cheers to that. We all support everyone's goals being met. The chat has done so amazing tonight. I completely didn't even put a goal on them at this point since like the first 30 minutes in because they've done so well. So congratulations to the chat. Take your W's in the
Hell
chat
yeah.
tonight. Everyone take your W's.
Sarah, you better own this for tomorrow's
You're a
stream,
big
right?
W.
Do the stream tomorrow?
Who,
Hey,
me?
Squatch, you want me to make Sarah cry again tonight?
What?
You
You
can
can
do
make
it.
me cry tonight.
Do it.
No
You
more
can make me
crying.
cry tonight.
Beth got her Cash App here, fully loaded. If anybody would like to support Beth, her Cash App is listed below
All right.
her name. Please feel
Can-
free
can
to
I-
send
can-
love.
Can I drop my channel or in your chat?
Yeah,
Sarah?
chat.
Yes,
Drop it
please
off.
cash
Drop it
at Beth for saving my ass last night and dealing with my horrible drunken rages when I was obviously asleep drunk. And she saved me. Please help her.
Guys,
Yeah.
check it out. I need some subs. I got lots of content coming up. I'm really excited. I'm getting some help from some very cool people, including Sarah. And it's going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be some fun panels coming up and discussions to be had.
Absolutely.
I need
And
subs,
let
so
me make this a staple for anyone who doesn't already know. Somebody actually asked me today about an upcoming show that they're having, and they said, "Hey, during that show, can I advertise such and such?" And I said, "Absolutely, please do." Like this show is meant to network. That's why you can all stream to your own audience, make your own dono goals, make money, have fun with it, and feel free to name drop or advertise or tell anybody about whatever thing you get, as long as you're not like, hey, I'm gonna go live here in 5 minutes. Come over and watch me instead. That's a dick move. But if you got something coming up or whatever, always feel welcome to tell everyone about it. That's what this show is here for. Is for you.
All right,
Hey, Sarah.
you've got something coming up.
So,
I do?
Sarah,
Yes, it's all your fault.
What do I have coming up? Your birthday
Come
show?
sit on my lap and we'll talk about the first thing that comes.
Fucking Squatch.
You whipped that.
Damn, shots
That's
fired.
That
Scott.
is twice.
Well, Sasquatch is having a birthday stream coming up. Jason, his birthday is coming up. We're going to do a birthday stream for Jason in February as well.
Ain't you the
I don't
third?
think
February. That's
they're
a good
not
month.
yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be hot.
Jason is on the 3rd. Now, I don't normally stream on the 3rd, but I'm happy to do yours on the 3rd. Sasquatch is on the 2nd, so maybe we'll
I do a
try
groundhog
to.
roast.
Ooh. Now, what time are you doing your stream on the 2nd?
I have no idea. I'm sorry,
Okay,
it's not
because
out. Not
that's
there
a
yet.
usual Mod Monday. But if you're starting earlier than me or something, maybe I can conjure up something there. But Jason's is on February 3rd. We're gonna do a birthday stream for him. And if anyone else has something coming up in the future, please.
Y'all don't
never
owe me
hesitate.
shit.
We're gonna
Hey,
do
Beth.
it just so we can
Mark
roast you all
Green.
night.
Hey, Beth.
And coming in on Carney, Carney again with a big 10 from Papa Penguin says, I'm a little disappointed that Alex didn't get his panties in a bunch over my softball insult. Damn it. You're supposed to be fragile if you're a lefty. Stop ruining the narrative. Alex, what say you, sir?
Fuck you, bitch. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna.
He has to apologize.
Oh my God!
Hold on,
What
let me
you
set
told me?
the tone. We gotta
Okay,
set the
go ahead.
Fully redeemed in my book.
sad
I like you.
violin.
Penguin, dude, why? Why? I'm just. I'm sorry. I can't even keep a straight face, honestly. So,
Sarah, I'm supposed to hate Alex, and he's actually
he
making me
likes to
like him
credit
the
play.
more I talk to him.
I know he's
told
fully
you,
redeemed in
he's
my book,
so,
man.
No, Alex is so, you don't understand. Like, all of these panelists, like, I know them very well. I've been interacting and engaging and collaborating with these people. And unless I specifically say, fuck you, right? I probably think you're all cool. Whether I agree with you or not, whether we're on the right side or left side or religion, atheist, whatever, I still appreciate everyone as a person, as a panelist, and all of those things.
You really think I'm a person?
There you go.
Well,
You guys understand?
that's my
Can
homie
I,
right
hey
there.
Sarah, can I say that there's two people? I think they're probably from our favorite channel that are in here saying how stupid I am in your chat, and I'm getting a good kick out of it because they're just going off, and I'm like, these are the two. I mean, Alex, don't take offense to this. I'm just making a joke, but they're making you look like. I mean, your insults are a lot better than theirs. Let's just put it that way.
That's fair. And Zonia, haven't seen you in a while. Comes in with a big 20.
That's
says
my homie.
support for Alex.
Thanks.
Bam, bam, bam,
Hey,
bam.
big love for Zonia. Zonia is a great
Go ahead.
person.
Go ahead.
I got number love for Zonia. She and I go way back. She and I have been friends for a very long time. So thank you, Zonia. Thanks for tuning in. Hope everything's going well for you. Okay. Hope you're doing well.
Aw, see,
Yeah.
that's love.
Yeah.
That's love.
And here's the thing, like people that know me, like here's the thing. My rule of thumb is like if you're a good faith debater, like I will maintain the good faith. But the second you start being a dick and you start being an asshole, then guess what? I can give as good as I take, okay? Because like here's the thing, like there was a time like where it's like, maybe people shouldn't insult because if you insult then you lost the debate. Fuck that. I don't give a shit about that anymore. If you insult me, I'm gonna fucking just insult
Tear it
right
up.
back.
Good,
Absolutely.
because I'm not a debater.
Okay.
All I can
And
say is,
Sasquatch,
Martin.
you had your hand up. What were you going to say, sir?
I was just making the point. He's like, if you're a good faith debater and an asshole, I can deal with that. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not a debater and I'm an asshole. Now what?
Ooh.
Well,
shots
Sasquatch,
fired.
here's the thing, Sasquatch, because like there was a thing like a while back where some guy was like coming at me and I didn't even say anything to him. And you were like, dude, what the fuck are you coming at Alex for? He didn't even say anything. So like, that's why I was
I
like,
didn't say I wasn't fair.
well, that's the thing though. It's like, if you're fair, I respect that, honestly. So it's just like,
Fourth has something interesting, and maybe Jason, maybe you'll play along this round. Thanks, Alex, for staying the path long enough without getting too whacked out. And at Jason, I understand your point, but bro, you should have at least gotten involved. And this goes back to the super chat earlier of Fourth saying, wanting you to keep Alex, and I want to see Jason argue without a hand in his pocket. Do you want to try that argument now?
I don't even remember what the argument is.
I
but
don't
yeah,
remember what
sure.
it is either, honestly. So
I think it was over the President Trump xenophobia stuff. We were running down that path and ran into. We didn't get into the trans stuff until a little bit later.
We can't even get a good definition of xenophobia. I mean, and they have a double standard on all of it. So I mean, literally, it's okay for one president, but it's not okay for the next.
Well,
and so, I mean,
that's
I just at this point, I just don't care.
So what we do is just. What are you trying to say, Kazak? Give Alex.
Alex and I. So since Jason and Alex don't know what they were even arguing about, I'll give it to Kazak because he's got something to.
Oh God.
Doesn't have to be my last bit because I'm gonna get ready to go to bed soon. So go ahead, Kazak. What you got? So you want to make out?
Are you muted, Kazak? Kazak, are you muted?
He's not saying nothing.
Kazak! Are you muted? Are you muted? We can't hear you. Kazak. It's not muted on our end. Let's see if I mute him and unmute him, remove him, add him back on. It's probably his Wi-Fi's going out. Hold on. I'll just kick him and make him come back in. Hold tight. He's coming. There we go. All right.
All right, who can hear me?
We hear you now. What's up, man?
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, so let me know.
Turn the TV off.
We hear you now. What's up, man?
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, so let me know.
Turn the TV off.
All right, man. It's your go.
Kazak, are you good?
Oh yeah, I was watching the it's weird because
it's
everything
got a delay. It's got a delay
yeah,
on
it had
YouTube.
a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, that's why you can't watch it and respond at the same time. That's why you got to turn the volume off, push mute on the TV. Got a delay. I love you so much, Kazak.
No,
I
you
do.
don't. No, you don't. All right, so here's the question right here, Alex. Why is it that
Sonia. This is prime contact. I'm just gonna leave that on the street. All right, Kazak.
all right, so Jesus, Joseph, and Doggy Style Mary, right? So tell me real quick, why is it that with the politics that we have right now, why is that good or bad?
What are you talking about?
When it comes to Donald Trump and the politics that we're in right now, why is that bad towards your view and your political entities?
Well, simply because, like, as of right now, Donald Trump is actually making it to where, like, his big bullshit bill is actually going to make it more difficult for, like, rural communities, especially when it comes to healthcare, because I'm a firm believer that healthcare is a human right. Rural communities, especially hospitals, are going to start closing down all across the country, let alone the fact that, like, he is the most divisive president that I've ever seen in the history of this country. He claims to say, oh, I'm against fentanyl and I'm against drug trafficking, yet he pardoned the biggest drug trafficker, the guy that was the former president of Honduras. He says he hates terrorists, but yet he welcomed the president of Syria, who is a former ISIS terrorist, into the White House with open arms. He says he's against drugs, essentially, and drug trafficking, but yet he actually pardoned somebody that actually ran the Silk Road, which is the part of the deep and dark web. And he says that, like, you know, he's against sex traffickers. He was close friends to Jeffrey Epstein, and yet he has actually given a lot of leeway for Ghislaine Maxwell. He says the entire Epstein files is a Democratic hoax, and says, oh, well, look at Bill Clinton. But Bill Clinton even says, release everything with regards to the Epstein file. The guy is completely hypocritical. And the thing is, the guy is he's a narcissist. The guy demands loyalty without expecting. Okay, see, he demands loyalty without giving any in return. And the thing is, like, people say, oh, well, he's granted peace deals. The guy can't even remember what peace deals he's granted. The guy actually said that there was a war between Cambodia and Armenia. The guy can't even keep track of what peace deals he's talking about. Let alone the fact that, like, people, like, you know, he says, like, oh, I got a peace deal between Israel and Palestine. There is no peace deal between Israel and Palestine. They are still killing.
Pretty much, Alex, is what you're saying is he's kind of slow in his choices, right?
He's horrible with his choices. He's a fucking moron.
And who was better than him?
Pretty much everybody else. Like, he's like the worst president in the history of this country.
How is that?
I mean, aside if I think that, like, he says he's gonna, like, in his first administration, he said he was going to erase the national debt, and he did not do so. He actually added more to the national debt. He's increased the national deficit, essentially.
He also had what was called a pandemic that came out of nowhere, right? That's something that he had to deal with. So,
well, that was before the pandemic. He added more to the national debt with his tax cuts to the super wealthy that actually increased the national debt and increased the deficit. When Biden came into office, he actually decreased the deficit. Now, you're not going to be able to decrease the national debt in 4 years. That's not going to happen, because we're talking to, like, I think we're like at like $37 trillion right now. You're not going to be able to erase that in 4 years' time, essentially. But the thing is, like, Biden decreased the national deficit. Trump has now increased the deficit right now, because he's saying, like,
so why did people vote Republican and not Democrat if Trump did so bad?
Well, here's the thing, because I actually explained this when Sarah actually had me on. It's because the rhetoric game that Trump actually created, it's like he said, is like,
no, it was because.
No, well, you gotta let me answer though. Okay,
Yeah,
you can't
you're
answer
right.
from me. Okay,
Yeah.
So, like, he said, Kamala is for they, them. I'm for you, basically. The thing is, like, Donald Trump actually stated, he actually was able to go out to, like, for example, this wasn't like the biggest part of it, but the thing is, like, he went to places like, you know, the Arab community, like in Dearborn, Michigan, and he actually did like an entire widespread campaign out there. Kamala Harris did not do the same thing. And little the fact that, like, if I could talk for hours about this, the thing is,
So you're
like,
saying that the reason is that the Republicans actually went out there and did their business, right?
partially, yes, they did a lot of rhetoric game, but the thing is, like, the mainstream media actually talked about every single mistake that the Democrats made, like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, but they like, the thing is,
so
Trump
these are real
lied.
talk.
No, hold on a second. Trump lied about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs in Ohio. That was bullshit. But yet nobody really talked about that. But they talked about the fact that Kamala Harris laughs all the time. They didn't talk about nearly enough about the fact that, like, when they brought up the fact that, like, Kamala Harris says, oh, trans surgeries for inmates. That was a policy that was put in place under Trump, but yet they didn't talk about those things. Now, listen, Kamala Harris did not focus upon messaging nearly good enough. I talked about that when, you know, Sarah, she can back me up on this. I said we did not clarify and talk nearly enough about messaging. Messaging is what's really most important right now. But now there are farmers and there are people in this country that are saying, wow, why the fuck did I vote for this fucking
So
idiot?
what do you think? What do you think in the coming years when it comes to Gavin versus JD? What do you think?
Oh, fuck. Give me the goddamn bullet. Fuck those guys. I mean, here's the thing.
That's
JD Vance is
that's the next election. You know that, right?
It's not gonna be the next election. Well, first things first, like, even Trump is still saying he's still gonna run for 2028.
No, he
so
won't.
we don't know.
He can't. He won't.
Hey, he's
So
got to
throw
try
that
to.
away. Throw it away.
No,
Throw it
he's
away.
gonna try to. But the thing is, like, JD Vance is a fucking coward. The guy won't even stand
It's gonna
against
be
gripers.
JD against Gavin.
Well, JD Vance is a fucking coward because he won't even stand against white supremacists that mock him and his marriage towards his wife. The thing is, because, like, he needs that voter base, so he's a fucking pansy. Gavin Newsom, I don't like him. If I have to vote for him, I will.
So you will vote
Really hard.
Democrat over JD any
Fuck
time
yeah.
of year.
JD Vance is a fucking cunt. That dude sucks. That dude's a fucking piece of shit, honestly. That guy won't even stand up for his wife. People that insult him and his wife and his children because he needs the Groiper base. That dude's a fucking pussy.
He stands up for his wife and his kids.
No, he doesn't. He does
Yeah.
not. He needs the fucking Groiper voter base. Those guys, he literally says his wife should abandon her principles to become a Christian, which is fucking insane, dude.
He
But that's-
has an Indian wife. He's half American and Indian with his wife
Was-
and kids.
Well, no, he's not half Indian. His wife is Indian, but the
Yeah,
thing is, he's
yeah,
telling her
yeah.
to abandon her principles because other people are telling him that they need to be
No,
Christian.
No one ever said that. No one
Yeah,
ever
they
said
did
that.
though. He says, "I hope my wife embraces Christianity," which is completely undermining what she believes in.
So you would have Gavin over JD.
Yeah, absolutely would. Even though I don't fucking like Gavin Newsom because I think like his corporate ideas, because he
That
actually
doesn't make
supports.
sense. Even though you don't like Gavin Newsom, you'd rather him be president of the
Fuck
United
yeah,
States of
absolutely.
America?
Because at least Gavin Newsom actually has principles aside from JD Vance. JD Vance at one point said that Donald Trump was Hitler, and now he's sitting there kissing Donald Trump's ass. The dude's a fucking. If that guy was in prison, he would be a fucking prag. That guy would be fucking going around and doing sexual favors for cigarettes for his band. That's who JD Vance is.
Alex, you're fucking nuts.
I know I'm nuts, but at least I'm correct.
Bro, this is like an indoctrination session. This is amazing. Alex has almost won me over because if I don't think, I can just agree.
No, Alex is a good guy. I
question-
love talking to him.
question
Alex,
to the-
Alex, thank you for talking with me. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Yeah,
Question
no
to the
problem.
panel. I can go make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich again, and we can keep going. I'm good to keep going, sleep wise. I am getting hungry.
I need about 15 more minutes and then I'll be clearing out. So
All right,
Give me-
Alex is out in 15. Does everyone else want to keep going?
Give me a Balden.
down.
I might
I'm
eat
down.
PB&J too, 'cause that
Pizza.
sounds good.
With
Um,
Nutella.
There was since we did a reset, there was an argument I want to
got
make
another-
as an atheist in defense of preserving a religion, if anybody wants to hear it.
I will happily allow us to all hear it. Oh, Effigy's here. Does anyone want to give? Well, Alex, you're leaving in 15. Does anybody
There's a
else?
super chat too.
You just do it.
Oops.
You know what to do, sir.
Oh, okay, 10th. All right. Thank you, 10th man, for giving up your spot. And once Alex leaves, we'll bring you back up, 10th. Let's see. Hold on. Where are you back here? All right, 10th for Effigy. Hi, Effigy. It's been a while. Let me read these super chats, and then
Hello.
I'm going to leave the floor to you guys. Who's crackling something on screen? Papa Penguin over on Carney's side says the Trump administration didn't create trans surgeries. That's a blatant lie. That nonsense predated Trump under the argument of the Eighth Amendment. Was happening under Obama. Facts are a bitch when you lie. Alex, do you feel any need to respond to that?
that's not what I said. I didn't say Trump created it. I'm saying that was a policy while Trump was president. I was very clear about that actually. And when Kamala Harris was asked about that, she says, "I will follow the law." And then that's when Trump actually came in with this whole bullshit ideas like Kamala Harris is for they, them, I'm for you, basically. So this was like a thing that like Fox News and like every mainstream media outlet talked about ad nauseum, even though she says, I will just follow the law, which is a fair argument, essentially. The thing is like, there
Not an
hasn't been
argument,
any
it's a cop-out.
surgeries. Well, the thing is like that there was no surgeries that were being done. It's simply a law that was put in place even while Trump was president. And she says, I will follow the law. That's all she said.
I'll be right back, guys.
So the women who had mastectomies as teenagers were now going back and suing the doctors. That's just our imagination. That didn't happen.
They would have a hysterectomy, not a vasectomy. Men get
No,
vasectomies. not women.
mastectomies. I'm not talking about
Okay,
hysterectomy.
I thought you said
I'm talking about
vasectomies.
women who are told they were trans and wanted to become men and got mastectomies to remove their budding breasts, who then detransitioned.
Yes, there are a small minority of people who have
That's a
transitioned. who have
very small
detransitioned.
minority.
We're not talking about a large population to begin with. So your point.
Yeah,
While
so
you
you're talking about a
guys-
small
I'll
percentage
let
of
you-
a small percentage. Yeah, correct.
I'll let you guys
It's a
continue.
small
I just
percentage.
I will let you guys continue. I just want to bring up Zonia's comment. Says, Alex, can you talk more about us rural Americans? We deserve more attention. And Alex, I know that's a strong piece that you have, and you stand on that square. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just step away, go make a PB&J. Everyone's going to behave. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Everyone's going to
ma'am.
behave. I'm not going to have to run down here.
Go grab some pizza.
Carney's going to grab some pizza. I'm going to grab a PB&J. Alex, I'll let you finish out your thoughts. Please be mindful Alex is leaving in less than 15 minutes. So let him get his talking points out at the very least.
Alex, say your points and hurt my feelings. Go ahead.
Hold on. Someone's got an echo. Mind yourself.
My hard due out is gonna be 2:30 now because like Zoni asked a very hard question because like here's the thing, I live in rural America and I can definitely tell you that healthcare is exceedingly hard, especially for us out here in rural America. Because here's the thing, like if you go into like for example in the state of Michigan, if I want to get good quality healthcare, you got to go out to Saginaw. And you have to understand something like that. Even then, like there are some services they cannot provide in that area. You got to go all the way down to Ann Arbor. Now, this is really, really hard. I'm not simply saying that you need to have the same adequate care. I'm simply saying the fact that like in rural America, you're not going to have the same adequate services here in this country that you are going to have in the urban centers, essentially. This is why it's so important because we have to remember something. Farmers, people that work in the rural areas are just as essential, if not more essential, as the people in the urban care centers, because like we have to understand something. In the rural areas, they are the ones that like the farmers, the ones that do all the hard work, the people that pick the crops essentially, and the people that do all the like the important infrastructure jobs essentially. They need adequate healthcare as well, especially those because like you have to remember something. They also have people that like have wives that give birth essentially. If you don't have adequate healthcare, especially OBGYN clinics out there, it's going to make things more difficult. This is why I'm such a strong advocate to make sure that healthcare is affordable and accessible to everybody, especially in the rural areas. I'm a staunch believer in that. So let me know what everybody thinks about that.
I don't think anything's stopping anybody from opening clinics in those areas.
Actually, it's really hard to do so.
No, where's the government stopping them from doing it?
That's Democrat regulations. Democrats.
No, we know whose policies are closing down hospitals in rural areas.
Show me a law that stops them from opening new clinics in these areas.
The big beautiful bill is closing hospitals across the country. Easy.
Is it stopping them from putting them in?
Would you rather have a hospital or an urgent care clinic?
Is it stopping them from putting them in?
The lack of infrastructure to make sure that the like, for example, like when it comes down to opening up a hospital, first off, you have to build the hospital. You have to make sure the infrastructure is there. You also have to make sure like things like the adequate school. You have to make sure that the roads are good. You have to make sure that the infrastructure is there to sustain it. You got to make sure that the median household income could actually support these things. It's a very complex issue. But the thing is, there are hospitals, especially in rural parts, especially in the state that I live in, that are closing down. Sheboygan had a hospital that closed down recently. Actually, I can't remember when it actually closed down, but because it's so hard, because once the funding that a hospital closes down, you've got people that need to get taken care of. And then let's say, for example, in Medicare, if Medicaid and Medicare starts closing down in areas like this, guess who actually gets affected by this?
Slow down.
Seniors. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I ramble. I apologize. I'll finish.
Okay.
But the thing is, like,
why did the hospital close down? Start there.
A lack of pretty much a lack of funding, essentially, towards
it's not profitable to keep this big operation running in an area with very few people.
It shouldn't be about profit, though. It should be about quality of life
and
care.
It's a privately owned institution.
Of course, plenty of funding until the government cut things.
The thing is, like, healthcare should not be a private funding institute. It should not.
Well, that's
because,
an opinion.
Well, the thing is,
an
like,
opinion. I don't give a shit what you think.
Well, that's fine. And you have to understand something. Like, when it comes down to services, you should not have to rely upon private.
Another
funding.
should. I don't care about shoulds. That's your
not.
opinion. I don't give a fuck.
It's okay. Okay, this is why we don't have private funding. Like, for example, the police, the fire department are not in the private sector because these are systems and services that we actually need. Because if we started like prioritizing, like people should like, well, you should have to pay for these services. Does that mean if my house catches on fire, I should not have to, my house should not burn down because I can't afford these systems? That's the point. Like these are services that we Americans should actually get. Honestly, that's my opinion.
There's nothing stopping you from going and getting medical. Like there's no law that says you can't go and get medical care. There's no law that says you can't open a clinic or a hospital.
It's hard to open
there's
What if a policy shuts
nothing
down a hospital and now you have to drive 3 hours to
There
it?
is nothing legislative stopping anybody from doing these things.
But you got to have the infrastructure.
Cutting
to
funding
build
to a
these
place stops it,
But
doesn't
that's
it?
not that's not the responsibility of the government. That's the responsibility of the private sector.
The private sector cannot get in the healthcare industry because it rips people off and it actually robs people blind. That why else do you think that like and like here's the thing, like even Sarah can verify this. Like what that guy Luigi did when he killed that fucking guy. I don't agree with what he did. I think it's terrible that he murdered that guy, but I get it because the private healthcare industry has ripped people off, like where people actually die because they cannot get the healthcare coverage that they actually need. The private healthcare system is a fucking scam. It is a
Sure, you're
rip-off.
just going to smuggle in Luigi. Even though you're like, I condemn him, even though you're not really condemning him. You're
I am
actually
condemning.
using him
No, no.
to say,
No,
"Yo,
no,
look,
you
they do these things because it's so expensive." Bullshit.
I mean,
The guy
he's
doesn't
just bringing up a point
the guy
because of
didn't
why
even
Luigi
have
did what he
his
did.
health insurance through Universal Healthcare, where that CEO worked. His policy was a completely different company. So if he was doing it out of revenge, he already had the wrong target.
But the thing is, like every other country that has universal healthcare has somehow figured it out, but yet our country can't see. It's sort of like
Yeah,
how we
by
don't have.
extremely high tax rates and small populations that stay homogenous. Like, is that what you want? Like, that doesn't really work here because we
Well,
are not
the
a
thing is-
homogenous
well,
nation.
we
And
always-
we have a very large nation, and we can't afford to fucking
Of
give
course we can.
regular health care to every single person in the country.
Funny
No,
how
we
the
can't.
homogenous nation thing is kind of an admission that some people in this country are shitty towards others.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: is like
That's
we have
true.
no problem. No,
sort of
here's the
like
thing.
certain group that's stealing money from us to send back to their home country.
Well, here's the thing:
Yeah, they are.
we have no. We have to understand something. We have no problem giving tax cuts and tax write-offs to the top 1% that don't actually fucking need them, and actually making sure that
The people actually pay most of the taxes.
so they get a tax write-off. Well, you do realize that all the tax cuts have actually, like the 2017 tax cuts actually happened under Trump. You know what actually happened? No, you gotta understand something though, because like AT&T says
It helped everybody.
No, it didn't actually help anybody.
It
actually
helped everybody.
No, it increased.
It helped
my
everybody.
taxes. No,
It helped
dude,
everybody.
Dude,
It helped
increased
everybody.
my taxes.
It
my
helped
taxes-
everybody. It
no,
helped
my tax-
everybody. It
no,
helped
no,
everybody.
it did not. It increased my
It helped
taxes.
everybody.
I actually owed to the government because of the tax write-offs that he gave the top 1%. Actually,
Bullshit.
it didn't. Oh, yeah, I'm
Post
lying.
your 1040. Post your 1040. Post your 1040. Post your 1040.
I'm sorry, I don't have that on my computer right now, but I'm simply telling you what I.
Yeah, then shut the fuck up.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Seriously. Okay, you have to understand something though, because like this actually does affect the middle and lower class people, because the top 1% actually they get tax write-offs while we actually
Who
have
fucking who?
No,
I am not going to cry because the
Oh,
people
you're not
that
going to
pay
cry?
half our
Well, they
tax
fucking
burden
hurt you.
get a little bit of a
They
break
rip
from
you
time
off.
to time.
Dude, why are you defending the people that don't give a fuck about you?
What are you
Why?
talking about?
Why do you defend people that
I don't give a fuck about them. It's like, why should I give a fuck about me?
Because they are ripping you off. That's the point.
No, they're not.
The top 1% is trying to divide this country. That's the point.
Oh, here we go. Put
Yes, they
tinfoil
are.
hats on, boys. Here we go.
No, they are. The top 1%
Yeah.
doesn't give a
The
fuck.
top 1% are responsible.
They
Shut
want
up.
you to fucking
Please go
suffer,
to
honestly.
bed. Go to
Oh,
bed.
and stop it.
Look.
Dude, you need to wake the fuck up, dude. They don't give a
No,
fuck.
I'm
about you.
awake. I'm just not an idiot.
Oh,
Look.
oh.
All right, never mind.
Cheers, Sarah.
Cheers to the peanut butter sandwich. I figure we could all use a little break, so I figure we'll just eat a sandwich for a second. What kind of jelly did you use?
Concord grape.
I got strawberry preserves and Nutella.
Ahimsa made me she gave me some of her homemade blackberry.
Ooh.
So good. But
All right. Do you think they've cooled down?
well, they haven't had any peanut butter and jelly, so maybe a little, but I'd give it back to them. The crowd demands entertainment.
Mama's in chat.
Hi, Mama.
There she is. Mama, Jason cammed up earlier. But she's like, what the hell? All right. Boys, I think you both calm down. Bring y'all back up. I figure everyone deserved a little peanut butter and jelly time.
But my point was, if you're going to bring something up as an anecdote that you could actually show physical evidence of, then show the physical evidence. I don't care about your anecdote.
What?
You're going to claim you lost money on your taxes. I want to see it. I don't want you telling me.
So he has to dox himself to prove a point
Yes.
to you.
I guess I do.
Well, he can block his stuff. He can block out all the PII. I don't need all the extraneous information. Like,
How
he can
about the
block out
fact
the
that,
sensitive
you know, I'm not even done paying my taxes for this year. I'm fixing to have to write about another $200,000 check. And I've already cut, I'm top 5% in the nation. And I've already cut $100,000 check to the government already this year. I'm fixing to have to cut another $200,000 check. But no, I don't help the country at all when the bottom 50% only pays 3% of the taxes. But no, I mean, you know, they shouldn't have to pay anything. I should pay for everything that they get.
No, that's not actually what I said whatsoever. That's actually not what I said. Because like you have to understand something, because like I was actually trying to make a point earlier, because like after the 2017 Trump tax cuts, actually, because AT&T actually complained, if we want to make ends meet, we actually have to like do a certain percentage to make sure we can actually pay our workers. You know what they actually ended up doing after they got their tax cuts? Actually, they actually cut 20% of their workforce to make ends meet, just to make sure that they can actually pay people a living wage, essentially. And to me, that's bullshit. So, Sarah, actually, because you got a PB&J sandwich, I actually have some homemade jam that I can actually send your way.
Do you really? I
Yes,
love the
my wife
homemade
makes it.
shit.
Yep, my wife actually makes homemade jam. She's got raspberry that grows, like wild berry that grows on her property, actually, if you want me to send you some.
What? Oh my God, I'd love that. I would love that.
I grow
If you
raspberries, blackberries.
I'm not
and,
trying to kiss up to
blueberries.
Sarah, but it's
I
just
got
like she's got a PB&J, so I thought I'd bring it up though, because like
If you
Sarah's
want
a friend.
living wage, that's on you to find it. It's not on everybody else to provide it to you. You have to go and find something that makes you worthwhile to pay that well.
Well, do you know what the average minimum wage right? You know what the average
Don't
wage
care.
right now in the country?
I don't care.
I know you don't care, but
I
it's
don't
a simple
want to
question.
hear it.
It's a simple question. It's less than $8. You know what? When in 2001, I worked.
Are you gonna
graveyard
pull
shift-
this shit up? Because if you're not, then what's the
Because,
point of discussing it?
no,
Because
well,
we're
the
gonna
thing is-
disagree
sir,
on what the
sir.
numbers are.
Well, sir,
right?
You have to understand something, because like,
So can you discuss this on principle, or you just want to just?
I am discussing it if you would actually listen though, because
No,
the thing
you're
is, like,
you're trying to use stats that you're not going to show us, instead of just arguing the principle.
well, okay, I'm trying to argue the principle. The fact of the matter is like,
And leave
the
numbers
wages-
out of it.
Okay,
You don't
so
need
fine.
numbers to discuss a principle.
So
Well, speaking of numbers, if you don't mind, gentlemen, Papa
got 5
sends in
minutes.
over. It's Carney's side, so I at least want to respect the super chats that come in for him.
Thanks, Papa.
Papa says first trans surgery was in 2015 in Cali. Shiloh Heavenly Quine. So spin that. Any thoughts to that, real quick?
That's incorrect. The John Money stuff happened long before 2015.
Huh?
Maybe in America, but also look into there's that movie The Danish Girl. That's about they actually convinced that man he was an artist, and they convinced him that they could do a uterus transplant and really make him full woman. And I think he ended up dying as a result
Oh
of
my
that.
God.
I mean, I'm guessing he means the U.S. because the first trans surgery, I'm pretty sure, was in Germany in like the 1930s, because it was a big deal, because Hitler, one of the first things that he burned was one of the first transsexual clinics in Berlin.
This was before that. This was before that. The surgeon who did that for Germany had originally done the whole thing with the Danish girl. I'm gonna look it up right now because I can't remember the name, but there's a whole movie made about it.
And Testicle Johnson, I like that name, getting member for 5 months. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. We love you. And Papa says healthcare isn't like any other business and shouldn't be treated like such. When was the last time someone died waiting to get their oil changed?
Good point.
There really isn't an emergency room in the country that would make somebody that's literally on the verge of death just die in the waiting room. That's a myth. And for what it's worth, emergency rooms have to take you regardless. You know,
Yeah,
whether
but
you
if
have
it takes you
insurance,
3
you have
hours to
money,
get
or anything.
one.
At least you can get in. Like, they have to prioritize care. They only have so many doctors, so many beds, and lots of you. Okay.
I have that information, by the way. It was 1920s in Copenhagen, and the artist was Einar Wegener, who then ended up becoming Lily Elby.
Kazak spent $10 to boot. Alex, I'm gonna hold that for 5 more minutes. How's that sound?
I got 3 minutes, so that's
I'm gonna
fine.
hold that boot for 3 more minutes. Papa says prison gender affirming surgery taxpayers footed the bill for Alex, said it wasn't happening before Trump. That's incorrect. Alex?
Can you name the person that actually got the surgery?
Probably not going to be private medical records.
Exactly.
Even if they are prisoners.
That's
I
my
mean,
point.
it didn't
Though.
happen,
So we have to understand something, though. Like when it comes to so my point was earlier about like people that are going to get emergency care. Yes, they're going to get it, but the problem is, can they afford it? That's the problem.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter
because
actually,
they have to
like,
be treated, and
they
medical
have to
debt
be
does
treated.
not get reported to your
It's the
credit
number
score.
one reason why people declare bankruptcy in this country, Ant.
Well, Alex,
You
if you
understand
actually
purpose
know
of
what you're
bankruptcy?
doing, you can have all medical care actually written off where you don't owe the hospital anything.
But the thing is,
Also,
people are
the
not
purpose of
educated upon that.
bankruptcy
That's
is
the
to
problem.
restructure debt so that you can either be relieved of it or create a way
You
to pay
can't
it
though.
down.
That's the point. People actually end up like because they can't. But people actually have to have their houses foreclosed upon because they can't afford to pay their medical bills.
Who?
I mean, who? It's the number one reason why people declare bankruptcy. Like the reason why people have to foreclose on their houses essentially because they can't afford it. What do you mean who? What do you mean
You
who?
keep saying this, and you're expecting me to accept it.
I'm sorry. Am I fucking
Hold
full
on,
of shit?
hold
Are you
on,
telling me
hold on,
are you
gentlemen.
telling me I'm lying?
Caller,
I don't know
Y'all-
if you are lying or not, but you're not telling
So
me
why-
anything.
why are you
except
asking
you're
who then?
stating something
Hold
because
on.
you're stating something without anything to support it.
You're discussing hospital bills and you're discussing debt collectors, and these are two different people. The hospital sells the debt to debt collectors, and then you have to deal with all of that stuff. Continue.
And as I was saying though, it's like it's the number one reason why people declare bankruptcy in this fucking country. Now Ant, that's something you and I don't have to worry about. That's something that you and I will never have to fucking worry about because the thing is why? Because we have the VA right now. That's something that we could actually not have to worry about because but everybody else except for Jason, because he's taken care of right now. Everybody else in this country is going to have to worry about that. Like, for example, if somebody actually has to go into a hospital, like say, for example, the VA is not going to cover it. Or for example, if you can't go to the VA to get a surgery or something like that, you and I are going to be okay. The average American citizen is going to have to worry about that because that's an exceedingly expensive surgery procedure they got to get taken care of. Essentially, that's something
Is
that
worry
you-
is not worrying a human right or something?
I'm sorry, what?
Worry's human. It's the most human thing you can do. One of.
Yeah.
Why is worrying something the government should step in and stop from happening?
I didn't say that was not going to happen, but the fact of the matter is okay. So Sasquatch, you have to understand something. Is it the government's responsibility?
Hold on.
No,
Before we go
stop.
further,
Stop.
Every time you say you have to understand something, it's repetitive and pedantic
Sasquatch, you got to listen though, sir.
And let me read this since, Alex, you're friends with Sonia. Sonia says, shout out to Testicle Johnson. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Happy New Year to Sarah and panelists, and
Zonia?
good night.
Zonia, you're a saint. You're awesome. So, but yeah, I got to make this quick though.
Thank
So
you, Zonia.
Sasquatch, you got to understand something though. Is it the government's responsibility,
yeah.
like if a national crisis, like for example, a flood, is it the responsibility of the national government to come in and step in, like with FEMA, to take care of that crisis?
Not if you have a Trump sign in your front yard.
Apparently not.
Okay, Jason. Okay, that's not true that they were actually taking care of. But Sasquatch, what do you got?
Dude, were you in the path of the hurricane?
That's not what I asked though.
But I was.
Okay.
I
Is it the responsibility?
was on Sarah's panel the night that all that shit went down. So
Is it the responsibility of the government to actually come in and address the issue to fix that?
typically it's insurance companies. When the insurance companies go under due to the amount of volume that takes place during state emergencies, at least, the state steps in first and requests help from the federal government. It's not often the federal government steps up and is like, hey, y'all need money. Here, have some.
But in the event that that takes place, is it the responsibility of the government to actually make sure that you guys are provided for? Like, say, for example, if the state government says, yes, we need aid, do they actually step in and take care of it?
Well, then that would be the state government's determination.
Why? Okay, so if you stop paying taxes into, does that mean you need to be exempt for this? That means, like, for example, if you stop paying taxes into this, does that mean you should be exempt? You should be left to
Where are you
suffer?
going?
Essentially?
Where are you going? Skip to the end. I'm tired of being led down the garden path. Let's
Well,
get
I'm
real.
asking you. It was a very simple question, sir.
You say it's a simple question, but it takes you 10 minutes to ask it. I'm trying to get down
I
to
just
the grass
finished.
back of what it is.
Sasquatch, I just finished, sir.
Do I want big daddy government to help people who need help? Absolutely.
Okay.
Do I want them to just help everybody because they're freaking lazy? No. Do I just want no holds barred free Gibbs? Absolutely not.
By lazy, do you mean poor?
Our healthcare problems are a result of
Poor and
putting the
lazy
entire burden of healthcare costs onto the insurance companies, which they're never equipped or designed to absorb. Like, they were set up to absorb catastrophic losses, not regular everyday checkups and everything else. That stuff puts an immense burden on it. It's why health insurance has ballooned in cost, not to mention the ACA mandate that forced for a while everybody to get insurance or pay extra taxes. Like, what we need to do is divorce ourselves from this idea that we need healthcare for everybody, or health insurance for everybody, and start working towards a way to make health care affordable, not health insurance.
Which the Donald Trump
if we
administration
didn't
is
have
winning.
health
already lost that
insurance,
battle, but
though,
we've lost
if we
that
didn't
battle
have
a long
health
time ago.
insurance, we wouldn't have to be paying for all of these extra admins to do all of the administrative work, to submit the bills to the insurance, to send the appeals, to fight the. Like, I remember getting some information from my insurance and doctor's office, because like the doctor's office was trying to put through a prescription that my daughter absolutely fucking needed, and the insurance was trying to be retarded about it, and they're like, no, like, and I watched the appeals, like they send you all this paperwork and you see the appeals going, and it's like, holy shit, if we didn't have this fucking issue, we wouldn't have to worry about all this shit. But if the medicine wasn't a bazillion fucking dollars either, I wouldn't have to have the insurance going back and forth and asking permission if my doctor can prescribe my daughter with the medication she literally fucking needs.
That's where
Also,
PBMs come in.
and the second anyone tries to do that, you're going to scream free market.
That's where PBMs come though. And like Sarah, that's one of the things I brought up. Like, I didn't get a chance to like really clarify on that because everybody else want to talk about everything else. But like, PBMs is like one of the most untalked about issues out there. PBMs, for people that don't know, is pharmacy benefit managers. Those are the people that actually decide how much your medication costs. And there are 3 companies out there that control 80% of the market right now. And they can actually control, like, for example, if you live in a small town like I do, and then like, say, for example, if CVS was to move into your bumfuck in the middle of nowhere, if CVS was to move in there right now, they can actually control the amount of prescription. And then, like, for example, your independent pharmacy that you actually go to right now, they can actually charge less, which could actually drive out the competitions from there. The independent pharmacies are actually going to become like, they're actually going to get driven out because they can't afford to do so, because CVS has the infrastructure to support it. This is why.
Okay, like as a guy who lives where there is socialized medicine, I'd like to let you guys know something. You still have to have private medical benefits for things like medication, dental, vision, all that. None of that is covered by the public medical in here in Canada, right? And then the government gets to say, this is how many doctors can bill in these specific regions, and they can only bill this much. And then we have no doctors, and people did regularly over the last 5 to 10 years. Literally, there was a news report this past week that somebody died in the emergency room. People who advocate for socialized medicine have no idea what they're talking about. I have been through the medical system a lot. It is an atrocious travesty what has happened to our medical system here. You can't even imagine. And so for you guys to advocate for that, not even understanding how it works, that I not only get taxed 60+%, I also have to have private medical benefits, and you can't get a family doctor anywhere because they tell them where they're allowed to be. Now, you can have private clinics. If I want to go for an MRI, I can either wait a year or 2 to do it at the hospital, or pay $1,000 and do it up front. That's what your socialized medicine does.
Yet you will never find anybody that like actually lives in like the UK, in Canada, in Australia. If you ask them, would you rather have your healthcare coverage or US coverage? And they will say their country all the fucking time.
And
Because the US
Right, because they're getting it for free, and then they can go do bum fights and jump bicycles from one side, one fucking building to another, and then I have to pay for it. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, because 10th, you have to understand something, because like in this country, if you can afford quality care, then yes, you're going to get it. But the thing is, the majority of people in this country, in the United States, they can't afford it. That's the point. Like, here's the thing. I'm not saying it. Like,
Nor can people here and are dying in the emergency room waiting rooms.
that
Yes.
happens here too. People die here too. People die
Right,
here.
but are
in
you
America.
taxed 60%? Are you taxed 60% off your paycheck?
But the fact, it doesn't matter. The fact is people
Yeah, it
die
does.
too. It doesn't matter because people.
Yeah,
die-
because
more
you're
people
not
die-
only dying, you're also taxed as well to die.
But yeah, people still die.
What you're
in this
saying is
country.
nonsense. No, you
What
like
I'm saying is
that
nonsense.
other people's
people that
get to
die-
be poor too, right?
No. No. Wait. What? What the fuck did you just say?
You like.
I'm already pissed past my time, so you better speak
Right.
fucking
No,
sense.
you're right. You're right. You're right. The government's great. They're gonna. Everything else works so well. They're gonna do great. Just socialized medicine. That's great.
Papa says Shiloh Heavenly Quine was the prisoner taxpayers financed.
Dude, you have a
stimulus
real bad
surgery.
habit of fucking strawmanning arguments.
Kent, here's what he doesn't understand. He says all the people in Europe, love their healthcare and all that. If they're
No, they don't.
if they're rich enough to fly over here, they fly over here and get the operation here, and then fly back to Europe.
Right, because our doctors here suck. You have no dude. You have no idea.
I do
And
have an
Papa
idea,
says employer-sponsored health insurance came about during World War II. Employers used it as a way to steal labor from other employers. War is a racket. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a whole different topic, but I do not have the time to talk about
No,
that.
not at
basically.
all.
I
I'll
don't.
let you
that was the
make
entire
your
point.
exit when you're ready.
Whole night's worth of
Same
conversation.
I definitely got to make my exit though. So I mean, I
Real
can
quick.
talk about this all night. So go ahead, Beth.
I just wanted to point out, I'm not entirely sure like all the ins and outs of it, but I do know that Israel also has like essentially it's almost like a Medicaid for all, and for people who earn under a certain amount, it's only 3.23% of their monthly income that they pay in taxes for that, and over that, kind of like whatever the line is, I can't do the conversion. It's 5.17%.
They also have communal military service. So it's kind of like the VA. They take care of all their veterans, and that's their free health care.
Because we help them actually.
They also got the U.S.
Yes and
sending
no.
billions of dollars every year.
The way
so,
that
I mean, it's easy to
they have
afford
like a
nice things.
Medicaid for all there. Okay, and you can get additional health insurance if you want better health insurance.
I'm all for never giving another country a dime of our money and just keeping it here and taking care of our citizens.
Yep.
I agree.
Oh,
I agree.
wow. That's another topic. Holy shit. That's another topic I could talk about like all fucking day.
Alex, it's so funny because I didn't want to put together a Throwdown Thursday tonight, given the holiday and everything. But I think you have single-handedly turned this into one because it's literally.
Hey, you made me lots of
It has
money.
literally been 9 versus 1 all night.
Great.
All night. So kudos to you, sir. I mean, you really came on and turned the show into something totally amazing. So thank you.
Well, actually, let's thank everybody that actually contributed money toward this because I had nothing to do with it. I just was myself, but everybody else contributed money. So the big thanks goes out to them essentially. So, but I'm just glad that you always bring me
Alex,
on.
can I say something to you? Actually, kind,
I
real
don't know
quick.
why I wouldn't. You've always been so kind to me on screen.
You're a good
and off
person.
screen. Yeah.
Sarah, you're a good person. I respect you. I think.
Alex,
you're
can
very-
I say something to you really
Go ahead,
quick?
Jason.
I'm actually glad you stuck around because the more now that you've calmed down, I've calmed down, you can actually have a reasonable discussion. But when we're both heated, nothing's going to get accomplished because I'm a bull in a china shop and so are you.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like, the thing is, like, Jason, like, so I don't want to bring the drama to this, but like, the reason I blocked you is because, like, I just like felt like we were getting nowhere, so that's why I did. But I'll unblock you from now on. So anyway,
Fourth says, Alex, if you're getting tired, I'll pay to give you a rest. Now I'm doing Jason's end. He might pay up. He might pay up to punish you.
me. Punish me, Daddy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus.
That is.
Oh my God.
But anyway, I definitely got to make my exit because, like, I'm almost 15 minutes past. So.
Well, we will give you the full floor. Everybody else will shut up while you talk.
So anyway, I would just want to thank everybody for the contribution to this discussion. I always appreciate a spirited debate. I am never going to back down. I stand by my principles. I'm all about it. Like, listen, I'm not out here to change anybody's minds. I stand based upon what I believe in. If you still believe in, if you're not convinced, that's fine. Go for it. If you hate me, tell me how much you fucking hate me. Contribute money to Sarah because she deserves it. Okay. That's really important. Continue to support the channel. That is really important. But if you want to find me, I don't really stream much anymore, but I'm going to try to get into it essentially. But I got a TikTok, got to get YouTube. It's just the Alex Kirsch Project. That's where you find me essentially. But anyway, I want to thank everybody for having a great night, and hopefully I'll see everybody in the future. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Alex.
Good night, Alex. You've
Take
been
care,
awesome.
everybody. See ya.
Sleep well.
Good
Will
conversation.
do. Always.
I feel smarter. Did IQs just rise sharply?
You guys kill me. Well, we are in DGen Power Hour, so we could get back to topics or we can go into DGen mode. It's totally up to you guys.
I want to
Go
talk
ahead.
about Candace Owens because I've been watching your shows about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Where I after her talk with
Erica Kirk.
Erica Kirk.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she kept going after that, and I was like, okay, I'm done. So why don't you catch us up, 10th?
No, I just want to know, because she showed all the texts, right? She showed that he said that they were going to unalive him. Like, every time they accuse her of lying, she proves that she's telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So what I want to know is, does anybody here actually believe that the guy who's never, well, I only watched his arraignment, but that he wasn't drugged during that arraignment when he didn't even have a lawyer?
Oh, he was totally drugged.
What? Seriously?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
thought
don't
sent
buy-
you the link for it. I'll send it. I'll send you a breakdown of it. It's really interesting.
This might have been.
I'm not going to
during-
believe Fuentes just because he puts on blackface and drag.
Fuentes.
This is wild to watch from the outside as a left winger who's kind of just watching a bunch of right wingers talk about this. Like, to me, this is like kind of like the logical end of you guys like accepting conspiracy world wholeheartedly for years and years now. Every one of your media personalities has become Alex Jones now. And you're all it's all talking past each other, and it's impossible to know who's just grifting or who genuinely believes the crazy shit. But like
they're a
from back
television
here, I'm like,
personality, they're-
there's an obvious shooter who was obviously caught on camera doing the obvious thing, and
Mhm.
everyone's like, "But did the Israelis program him with secret mind control drugs?"
I don't
I'm
think
like,
that
"Oh,
happened.
That's effigy. To be fair, that is a very small but vocal minority. That's not like the entire right lining up
the right
behind
has
that
been
narrative.
led by a vocal minority for a decade now,
That's
and this
not
is
true.
this is the
Because
logical
that
end of
doesn't
it.
happen with the left.
No, totally, yeah, no. But right now,
Politics
it's
is
not
led by
happening to the left; it's happening to the right.
crazed vocal minority. Politics is led by the crazed vocal minority. Period.
Yeah, the loudest groups.
But
who here thinks it was actually not the like, or it was the kid, but it was something else behind it? Is that what you guys are saying, or do you think it was the kid was just a patsy?
I think there's
like some
almost
people?
a zero chance he didn't have an FBI handler.
I don't buy
Correct.
that. I'd have to
I
see,
believe
like,
that. Yep.
something that
Beth,
actually
can you
backs
drop
that.
that link back in the private chat and we can bring it up?
Like what the FBI handler pushed him into doing? Who knows?
No, hold on.
Yeah,
How come?
Always have an FBI handler.
How come we were told by all these law enforcement agencies? I know it's not the same guy, but the guy who took the pew pew for Trump. We're told he didn't have any social media, and then we find out yes he did because Tucker showed it, right? And the FBI knew about this guy. So that's what I mean. Is anybody who's going to go, oh no, everything's just as it appears? They're lying right to our face.
I will admit I feel that there is some weird shit about the shooting, but I mean, you guys might not agree with what I think, but I think to me one of the weirdest things is the text logs they've released. My son is the same age as this kid, and let me tell you, kids who are perpetually online do not sound like that when they talk, especially gamers who are
I
way
agree with
deep.
that. Yeah, those messages didn't make any sense.
That was really weird.
If
I don't know
you
how much-
can't, Beth, I can just email it to myself.
I got it coming right now.
That's
I-
what
I didn't know the kids. Like, how are we gonna? I don't think any of us did. So how are we gonna say like what's normal for him? I mean,
If you are so deep seated into gamer culture that you are going,
Dude,
to
I am a
solve
gamer.
No, but if you're
Yeah.
no, listen, Ant. If you're so
Yeah.
deep seated into that, you're going to etch in gamer sayings onto your bullets. Then
This
I
guy-
expect you to talk like a gamer in your chat logs, because number one, that's what most of those bullet etchings were. They were all lines from video games.
most of them.
So
yeah.
this guy, Sarah, whose link I just sent you for this breakdown, also broke down Erica Kirk's body language and the way she spoke and all of that kind of stuff at different times. This guy's
Ew.
really interesting. I like this channel.
Let me
Reading
turn
body language is so imprecise, though.
I agree with that. It
can
can be
be-
hit or miss.
Unless you have a
That's
certain
like a-
number
like going
of
back to times.
flags, if you will, or indicators, then yeah, it's pointless.
Yeah.
You have to have a
Papa
cluster.
Papa Penguin over on Cardi side says I'm pretty far right from Genghis Khan, and even I think that douche canoe shot Kirk. Kirk wasn't important enough for a conspiracy. I think he.
Not really.
There he
I mean,
is.
My theory. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory from the Israel perspective and all of that. I think it's a TPUSA problem. I'll say that much because I always say who seeks to benefit from Kirk being not alive.
Right after he ordered the forensic audit, it was what 7 or 10 days, and then he was gone.
Exactly.
Not just
I
that.
think it was a
but by them
conspiracy
taking-
with all the professors.
It's not just that, but by our most like reserved
what?
right winger being assassinated, that kind of pushes. Like you see a lot of right conservative people that are kind of controlling themselves when like the left loots and stuff like that. This kind of pushes the right to act out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
It is.
But I don't think it's a whole Israel conspiracy theory. All right, we're gonna get through and watch this, do our commentary on it, and then after we get through this topic, then we'll go ahead and shut down. All right, here we go.
James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Behavioral Arts. My name is Spidey, and I use my degree in sociology and
Spidey.
psychology, my certifications in
he's
criminal
funny as
interrogation
shit.
and body language
Social stuff.
analysis, and my experience as an award-winning mentalist to teach people behavioral analysis and practical psychology on stage and television shows all over the world. This week's case is a doozy. There is so much going on. So Tyler Robinson, the primary suspect in the Charlie Kirk assassination, showed up in court for the first time this week.
Yeah,
Now, a lot of
suicide
news
note.
outlets have reported that he was very stoic and non-reactive, and although that's very true for long stretches of this, there are little moments where some emotion and thoughts are coming through, but there's this really massive inconsistency that nobody is talking about, and the only reason I noticed is because I was watching 2 feeds of this hearing simultaneously, and something didn't add up, and from a behavioral standpoint, that distinction is huge. So we're definitely going to talk about that. And finally, a lot of you requested that we talk about the text exchange that was released to the public between Tyler Robinson and his roommate / romantic partner. And we're going to talk about those as well because there's a lot going on in there. So without further ado, let's jump right into the footage of his court appearance.
51403.
Oops, sorry. Sorry.
Happened to me too.
Oh,
576. State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Hold up.
Thank you for being-
First on the nose, why is he wearing a bulletproof vest if he's...
No, that's a suicide gown.
Okay. Thank you.
When you're in jail or prison, that means he
Yeah,
doesn't.
he's
have
on
a blanket.
PC.
He doesn't have a blanket. He doesn't have a sheet, so that way he can't hang himself. That's a specific thing made for that.
It's made to be rip proof, so you can't tear it up into smaller pieces and make a new.
Oh, very cool. Okay,
They
thank
learned
you.
from Epstein.
Well, just interesting.
That's why there's no
Have him in a
sleeves.
Suicide
Here,
note.
Mr. Robinson. I'm Judge Graff. Mr. Scortis. So, Mr. Robinson, you have a right.
Okay, I'm going to need you to pause.
cannot afford
This
one,
is
the court can appoint-
doctored. I'll tell you right now, this is doctored because I watched it on OG Do Dirties. He did not speak at all. This is a doctored video, but you go ahead.
So far, he hasn't said anything, I don't think, right?
He did. He just said his name, didn't he?
How do you know the other video wasn't doctored? To cut
Because
out
it was
everything he said?
live when it happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll see,
Well,
10.
apparently it wasn't.
Hold on.
I'm telling you, this is doctored.
I don't think he said his name. I thought
I think
they
that was
said
the
his name.
judge.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
I haven't seen
He
him
leaned
obviously
forward and
edited.
said his name also. The judge asked him to say his name, and he leaned forward and said it.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
An attorney to represent you. I have reviewed your declaration of financial status and find that you are indigent. I'm provisionally appointing a Rule 8 qualified attorney to represent you on your case, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, I also wish to inform you of your right against self-incrimination. Anything that you say in court today could be used against you, and we want to protect your constitutional rights. Mr. Robinson, at this time, you will remain in custody without bail. Mr. Scortis, is there any other points that you wish to address?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
There are quite a few moments in this first clip where he is giving away quite a bit. The first one is when the judge says, "Thank you for being here. I'm Judge Graff," and we get a baseline for his acknowledgement. So when he acknowledges, we get this one downward pop with the chin like this. This is something that he's going to do throughout his appearance whenever something is said directly to him and he acknowledges it. And there are a couple of very important details here. One, it's just one pop downwards. That's very important. The chin goes down. Second, he maintains eye contact. So it looks exactly like that. Immediately after the introductions, when things are about to get started, we see him open his mouth, which is rare, and we see him take a deep breath that moves up into the chest. We know that because we see a visible breath. And this usually happens when we're stressed, feeling anxiety, and that makes perfect sense here. The introductions are done. We're about to begin. Here we go. When the judge says to him that he has right to an attorney, again, we get that exact same baseline acknowledgement. Chin down, eye contact, one pop. This is exactly what he does when he goes, "Okay, I understand." Immediately after that, as the judge is saying what would happen if he can't afford one, if you cannot afford one, we see his eyes slowly going downwards and his eyelids even close just a little bit. So everything is shifting down. Now, as a general rule in body language, when we're excited or happy, things go up. We call these gravity-defying gestures, and it's even in the language, right? I'm jumping for joy. I'm on cloud 9. I'm in the clouds. These are all positive things. And when someone's in a negative mood, we use language that goes the other way, downwards. He's feeling down, he's feeling low, and we see it in the body language as well. Research has shown that we perk up with happiness, we take up more space as well, and with sadness, we take up less space and things come downwards. So as he's talking about not being able to afford an attorney, we start to see these negative emotions setting in. Things are coming down. Now here's where things get really interesting, especially because we've established a baseline for acknowledgement. When the judge says, "I've reviewed your declaration of financial status," again, we get that same acknowledgement. One pop downward, eye contact maintained. But as the judge goes on to say that he's going to appoint a lawyer to him, we again see a nod, but it's very different from the acknowledgement nod. This time, the chin goes upwards like this, and we see an eye block, which is a very slow blink as he comes back down. So this is a subtle difference, but for someone who typically...
Ooh, I heard about the eye block thing.
Yeah.
I forget where I was watching it, but that eye block thing was a big deal when like somebody says something that we want to deny or that we like don't want to acknowledge, and you're like make
Or
it
even
stop.
or even if you're saying something that you don't want to acknowledge, yeah,
Yes.
you'll look away. You can't make eye, whether you close your eyes or you put your hand over your face.
Yes.
your head down. Yeah. It's like shame.
Interesting.
Just downwards while maintaining eye contact. This time we have pretty much the opposite of that. Chin's going up as we're blocking the eyes. So the research on eye blocking is really fascinating because it shows that we're born with the reflex of doing this. Even children who are born blind eye block in certain moments. And it happens in one of two cases. So think of the eyelids as the garage doors to your thoughts, and either we're trying to keep them in or not let them come in. So you might see it if somebody's experiencing something really happy or great news. They might close their eyes as they're celebrating because they want to hold on to this emotion. Or when someone gets bad news, you might see it because they just don't want to deal with it. They don't want to focus on this thing. Before we put it all together, let's talk about the chin going upwards. So this could mean a lot of things depending on context. Research has shown that everywhere in the world, universally, when the chin goes up, this happens with pride. When we're fearless or when we're feeling proud, chin goes up. Again, remember, positive, up. But it's also exposing the neck, showing that we have nothing to fear. That's one place we might see it. Another place we very often see it universally as well is when it's not held, but just a quick pop with a throwaway, like a dismissal of something. Very often associated, especially in the Middle East, with the sound like this. So like that. It's like a, no, I'm good, just a throwaway. So in this case, context absolutely matters. Notice how it's happening, just this one pop with this slow blink as he comes back down. And I think the throwaway is exactly what's happening here, especially because we have someone who acknowledges like this. So this is very different with that eye block. I think what's happening is as he's being told about this court-appointed attorney, he's basically going, oh, what's that going to do? Like, you know, I'm in so deep, like what's that guy going to be able to do for me? And then notice how right after that, as the judge concludes this whole thought and says, Mr. Robinson, we get one more, that classic acknowledgement like this. So we had the classic acknowledgement, then this different nod, and then the classic acknowledgement again. Normally you would expect, okay, got it, okay. But here it's more like, okay, okay. So we're getting some negativity between those two acknowledgements. Now I want to throw a quick caveat at this and this whole context, because this is an analysis of a reaction. And that's very, very interesting for me because, of course, when we're looking at an interview or an interaction, when the person's speaking, we're getting feedback, we have more confidence on our reads because we know what they're saying, we know what's in their head, and the behaviors are associated to that thought. With reactions, we're not always certain. What if the thoughts wandered? What if he thought about something else? When the guy said attorney, we can't really.
What's that? Did somebody say something?
I thought so, but I don't know who.
Wasn't me.
Anybody trying to talk over there?
Not
Okay.
me.
All right,
We
just,
won't
just making sure.
say anything about stuff we've seen up to date, or are we just going to keep going?
We'll keep going.
No, but keep in mind, this is literally my wheelhouse. It's where I got my 50,000 hours of practice of reading people because my career for over 18 years has been to bring people up on stage in front of an audience, and I look at what I see and I start feeding things about themselves, and I'm looking for these little micro gestures as I'm talking to adjust my read. And my job is to look for those little distinctions, know what they mean, call that meaning out, and have the person go, oh my God, how did you know that? And the audience applauds. So I'm constantly looking for these little shifts and distinctions. So what I do mentalism is a mix of trickery, but in the cold reading aspect has a lot of exactly this. And if I
Yeah, I mean, if you bluffed him and just maintained absolute eye contact, didn't move, didn't do anything, like you'd actually throw him off. Or if you gave cues that were specifically outside of what he's expecting, then you could throw him off even more. But you'd have
the
to.
audience to come up and be there for him to identify all these things he already knew.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could be a plant. I don't know.
So what you're saying
like,
is when you're
his
talking to
expertise
them,
is
just
going
think of a
like,
big old
by what he
taco.
said.
Hold on, you're all talking at once. I can't hear you.
He's friends with guys who were former special forces that taught people how to avoid interrogation and how to brainwash people. So, like, I mean, these guys,
If
like,
I'm friends
they
with
fall
someone, does that
out.
mean I get their skill set?
Yeah.
You're right.
Because I'm friends
yeah.
with a lot of special forces people, and I don't have their skill set.
I worked for 6 months on a Navy SEAL fob. I would never identify
If
as a
you would have
Navy
given me a guy whose job is behavioral analysis for like the FBI or some shit like that, I would put some credence. But then guys like, I'm a professional mentalist. I'm like, okay.
He's
Yeah.
really good friends with Chase Hughes.
He basically follows people's eye movement.
That
Is all he
means nothing.
does.
I'm good. I could be good friends with a pope. It doesn't mean I'm a fucking holy dude, right?
They do these episodes together where they trade secrets.
don't
and they talk
care.
about how they do this stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough.
I saw this in a real world context when I'm doing a reading, someone acknowledging along like this, and then I say something and I get this slow blink with this upwards nod. I would go immediately towards conflict or negativity. I'm sensing some kind of conflict here. There was a negativity. Did you guys get into a fight? And with pretty high confidence, I would go down that path. Something is different in that nod. When the judge says anything you say can be held against you, we see some stuff with the lips. So the lips go downwards like this with a bit of tension, and that happens twice. And this is one of those cases where I can't tell you with 100% certainty what is causing this. I know that online we often see comments from people like, oh, this means this 100% of the time. That's
you can
just not
see
how
it.
behavioral analysis works. And this is a very ambiguous gesture. Could it be that he's cleaning his teeth? It's possible. There's a family of gestures that are called adapters, pacifiers, manipulators. There's a lot of different names for them in the research, but they're massage-like gestures that we do to adapt to stress. So it could be with the arms, the hands, the face, and yes, sometimes we do with the mouth as well to alleviate some of that tension. But tension in the lips is also very common with withheld opinion. Like, is there something here that he wants to say, but the judge is saying, don't say anything because it might incriminate you, so he's kind of holding something in. That's why we're seeing that. There are a lot of possibilities. It's just an interesting note that we're getting this lip activity around that thought. But immediately following that, the judge says, we want to protect your constitutional rights. And we see from him upward nods again. And I say nods because it's this bit of a bobble. It's not just this one like this. Very often he does these one pops. Here it's this upwards like this.
Yes.
And I think, again, it's going upwards because there's a little bit of an element of dismissiveness to this. Like, yeah, sure, you want to protect my rights.
What's that?
Oh, he's going on like, overanalyzing some of this. Like, yes, he's clearly nodding. He was agreeing with what the judge was saying. Like,
Also, my big problem with this so far is that this guy is taking what he knows about normal people in normal settings who have lived normal lives and how they react to things to a person who is obviously mentally disturbed, who has probably been in solitary for a few weeks, who is probably, maybe even what you guys said, maybe even drugged. Maybe that's what he's trying to prove. But I just don't see the one-to-oneness of being able to read a normal person and then trying to attribute all of those normal things that you pick from regular people's interactions to someone who's obviously off kilter from a normal mental perspective.
also, it's sitting in a pressure cooker, like being under that kind of scrutiny by the judge and all that, with all the charges and stuff out there that you're being accused of. Like, the amount of stress that kid is under at that instant is phenomenal. Like, I would never wish that on anybody.
To be in a suicide gown, you have to be isolated. There's no two-man suicide watches. You're yourself if you're on suicide watch.
Unless you know all the variables, you can't. You can't read somebody unless you know all the variables, and there's no way he can know all the variables just off of video.
He's clearly never interviewed this guy directly, so everything he's basing this off of is just very general patterns that he's observed, right?
Like reading somebody's horoscope.
Pretty much. I mean, that's about he's maybe slightly more valid than that, but not by much.
But I mean, like, you could apply generalities to anyone and they'll make sense when you think of it that way.
I mean, like Sarah judging Aquariuses.
All y'all fucking Aquariuses suck. You suck. You hear me?
You love us.
That's what we're doing here. That's what
We can't help that Taurus
And
is
then
hate
notice
wishy-washy
that
people.
almost this exact same upwards bobble happens when the judge says that he's going to be held in custody without bail. So it's unlikely that he knew that before this moment. The judge is probably announcing it. It's possible that, whoever's representing him was privy to this information. But regardless of that, upon hearing it, we see again that upwards nod like this twice. And this time it's followed with a hard swallow. So again, it's connected to a negative thought. But
He's
basically,
definitely
we
wrong
keep
about
seeing
that.
how
It's like
moments
watching
of
the
actual
coverage of the Casey
acknowledgement, it's
Anthony
just that-
trial.
What's that? What's
The
that,
bail
Dan?
hearings. The bail hearings already happened. He's definitely already wrong. He's definitely wrong about that. The bail hearings, the very first thing you get.
That's true.
Effigy?
I said this reminds me of like people watching the coverage of the Casey Anthony trial on those like alter news channels where they sit there for hours and being like, look at her face whenever the judge talks about her children. That's the face of a murderer.
Ugh.
Yeah, I don't buy that shit either. So
downwards one pop. And
Fair
then in
enough.
more negative emotions or in conflict motions, we're getting more of these upwards ones. I do want to talk about a few things here contextually, and one of them is what he's wearing. So that's a vest that they put on suspects who are on self-harm watch. So it restrains the arm so he can't hurt himself. So that's what he's wearing. Maybe lets us know that he either alluded to self-harm or they have reason to believe that, he might be thinking about that, and they have him wearing this thing. Now, some people online have speculated, because he's wearing this vest, that he might be sedated or medicated. And maybe that's why we're not seeing too many reactions. But I think what those people are doing is that they're connecting this kind of vest to psychiatric facilities. But that is not where he's coming from. And so I asked a lot of my friends who do exactly this for a living, work with courts, prisons, jails, at evaluating criminals, and they all said with zero disagreement that it's very unlikely that he's sedated or medicated. First and foremost, because he hasn't been evaluated psychologically and he's not in some kind of psychiatric hospital. Secondly, and this is huge, it opens the door for mistrial or an appeal. If somehow there's an adverse effect, he reacts, something happens, they could blame it on the medication and throw the whole case out. And that's a really slippery slope. There is very little reason to believe that he is medicated or sedated. And that's not coming from me, that's coming from friends of mine that I asked who would really know this kind of thing. Now we're gonna move on and look at his reactions to some of the details of this case that are giving us quite a bit of information and this huge inconsistency in the way that this was reported that is so frustrating. But before we do me a huge favor, hit that subscribe button.
Don't forget to
notifications on for more behavioral
subscribe.
analysis and practical psychology content. And do me a huge favor and take a second to like this video because it really helps.
Donate
the
the
growth of
Raging
channel.
Tomato,
We
please.
filed a pretrial protective order on behalf of Erica Kirk. We would ask the court to review that. It should be in your queue, Your Honor, and sign that.
Thank you. I have reviewed the pretrial protective order and will be issuing this pretrial protective order in favor of Erica Kirk. Is there any other business that we need to address
Is
today?
that like a protective order so he can't be around her, call her, anything like that?
Yeah, basically, he can't.
write letters, no contact type thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, it would make sense why they would automatically add that in. So, okay.
Counsel.
Just for the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. So that should be in the court's file.
Okay, so this one's going to be quick, but notice what happens with his eyes when Erica Kirk is brought up. That is Charlie Kirk's wife, now widow. And you'll notice with Tyler, the moment that the name is brought up, his eyes go to the left like this. And this is something he very often does when he's trying to recollect or remember data. So often when dates come up, notice how his eyes go to the left, or when people come up, he does this as well. And I know there are a lot of sources that say like, oh, this way is real recall. So when you see someone, go that way, it's a lie. And this way, I don't really know. But all that has been disproven. Even the people who first said that in a book were like, no, it's really not reliable and you need baseline. So yes, if you know that someone, every time they recall, go this way, and now all of a sudden they're going that way, you can ask yourself some questions, especially if there's other stuff going on. But there is no consistent pattern that has shown that this always means truth, that always means deception. Think about it. If that was the case, trials or interrogations would take seconds, not days or weeks, because the moment
That's
somebody
actually a
went
good
the way
point.
whatever lie.
It's actually a good point. Like if it was so consistent and reliable, we could actually just apply it. Like detectives could actually come out and say, all right, did you kill this person? Yes or no? Or whatever. And if they knew that 100%, if they turned their eyes to a certain side or something, like you wouldn't even need a trial.
I think it's funny that he undercut his own argument, though, talking about baselines when he doesn't have a baseline with Taylor.
Right.
He's
And
never interviewed.
like that was my point, right? Like a psychopath will be able to mimic being normal, right? If there's a normal that you can be told. So, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are, right? So like when you're asking and looking for normal things from an abnormal person, it didn't make sense to me.
And I mean, no two people are going to act the exact same in that situation. I mean, every single person's going to act differently. I don't care if you study 1,000 people, you're probably going to get 1,000, probably 900 different reactions from it.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's it. They're lying. End of story. Now, in this case, immediately after that, after this left movement, he comes back for a little bit, and then the eyes go downwards like this. And again, this is associated to some kind of negative emotion. And it's a really good
Maybe the
example here
screen
of
was.
an emotion, but again, not being 100% sure what that emotion is connected to because he's not talking. So we don't know exactly what's in his head. Because what's being discussed is the protective order against Erica Kirk. So is this negative feeling towards Erica Kirk? Is it towards the protective order? Is it towards what happened to her, the position she's in? It's really hard to know, but there is a moment of negative there. The thoughts go downwards. Now notice what happens when the prosecutor says that they just filed a couple of minutes ago a request to go after the death penalty. And if we look at Tyler, all we see is that upwards bob like this. And this is where I love behavioral analysis because we looked at the details of his head bobs and we know that acknowledgement is more like this and this tends to happen in negative moments. So we could see that there and go, okay, it's happening again. But besides that, there really isn't much going on with him. Like imagine if you were on trial and the prosecutor said for the first time that they're going to go after the death penalty. You would expect some kind of reaction to that, right? Eyes opening up in fear, looking around, some kind of pacifier, adapter, like, oh my God, they're going after the death penalty. And with him, we're just getting this upwards nod.
I feel like he would have already known that they were going after the death penalty.
I was fixing to say, I think it was pretty well known that they were going to go after the death penalty by that time. So
Yeah, I don't think this
everybody
is
remember,
new.
this is a few weeks old. This is the first arraignment.
Yeah, but like he would have already known all of this information early on.
But I mean, if you're from
But
a
he
state
wouldn't
like,
know that because he doesn't have a lawyer at this point.
that's not true because if you're from a state with the death penalty like I am, and you go and do what he did, you know you're pretty well getting put on the death penalty.
But even at that, though, like I don't think this is the first time he's aware of this. I mean, even in an arraignment, like you already are pretty well aware of all of this stuff going on.
And his family friend supposedly was law enforcement or whatever. So I mean, he's been raised around law enforcement, so you know the punishments in your
I
state.
believe that the attorney general stated like in that first week that they were going to seek the death penalty on
Right.
this. So that was a pretty given thing.
Yeah, I think he already knew that. At this point, it's just a matter of formalities doing the arraignment.
I mean, it's kind of like in Texas. We have a case that's gonna pop up next year from a kid stabbing another kid, a track mate, and he was 17 whenever it happened. But they're charging him as an adult. They can't give him the death penalty because he was 17, but they can give him life in prison. So
I remember that one.
yeah.
I remember that one. Yeah.
The court case happens in June.
Wow, that's such a long time.
They did it because the twin brother, the person who was murdered, graduates like in April or May or whatever. So they're allowing him to get out of high school before the trial starts because they're afraid of the backlash it could cause the high school.
Well, that's because that kid got a whole big donation thing.
Over
And
$1
then-
million.
Yeah, and then by contrast, that white lady that called that little kid the hard R, on the playground also received like $1 million in donations. So there was this real race tension that went on surrounding that whole thing.
Well, Ben, the family the kid who got murdered in Texas, his family's been swatted like 7 times since her son was murdered. Like the supporters of that kid who did it, swatted his family like 7 times.
That's
Shit's
disgusting.
wild.
That's disgusting.
Which we know he often does in negative moments. But besides that, like he's keeping it together pretty well. So I don't know what that is. Is it that he doesn't care? Is it that he doesn't want to show weakness, that he's keeping it together like really well? Besides this slight nod that we know is negative because we've been watching him really close. I don't really know what this is, but he's keeping it together pretty well.
At least he admits it.
Tyler James Robinson committed criminal homicide in the physical presence of a child younger than 14 years of age, with knowledge that a child was present and that may have been seen, or heard the commission of the criminal homicide, victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2, Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. That concludes reading the information. Mr. Robinson, this case is set for September 29th at 10 a.m. It will be a waiver hearing.
So there isn't much to talk about here. And that's the whole point, that there isn't much to talk about. Throughout the reading of the charges, he was very, very stoic. And I first saw this in short form on social media, I think Instagram. And I was looking at it and I was wondering, that the clip that I saw, was this a picture of him while the judge is talking? Because there was stretches where we barely see anything out of him. So the event was mentioned.
I mean, what court case is fun? Like, what court case are you like? It's boring. You know what I mean? In terms of reactionary, there's nothing to react to. Especially when this is just a formality. You already know what's going on. You already know like the depth of it. It's like, okay, I have to sit here and listen to this man tell me what I already know. Okay, thank you. I mean, stoicism, I don't even think it's stoicism. It, to me, just looks fucking bored.
Well,
At this point, he would have a public defender.
He's probably in a little bit of shock. Like, he knows he's hammered duck shit right now. And like, what is he gonna say? I'm not sure what they want him to say here or do though, because like, it's not like they're asking him questions. They're just going through court procedures right now, and
his lawyer probably told him just to shut up and just nod and say yes or no, sir.
Exactly. Yep.
100%.
And how old is this kid? He's a kid.
I'm telling you, the judge said a minute ago, he does not have a lawyer presently.
You have to have one even to go through arraignment. Like,
He'd still have a public defender up to
Nope,
that
they
point.
arraigned him with no lawyer. I'm telling you right now.
No, they didn't.
My
That's
guess is
Canadian,
that
not
some
American.
public defender told him a little something though. Just because he's not specifically assigned a lawyer, when you go into court, if you don't have one, on the day that you either originally plead guilty or not guilty, and you go through your bond hearing and all that, they assign you, and the public defender's office knows that you're getting assigned, and they say, and they have somebody there that's like, hey, I'm not your guy, but you're getting assigned to the office. Sit down, do this, and be at the office on this day next week or whatever.
I'll handle all the stuff from the initial arraignment, like your bail getting set and everything. But they wouldn't recognize him as his lawyer here because going forward, they won't be.
right. Unless they are, but
I don't know. I think the way they described earlier is his legal fees would be paid for by the state, meaning he could get a non-public defender to represent him. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that section of the law.
oh yeah, you may be right. Like where he has some selection in the mix there.
Well, right, and also it's I think because of the type of and nature of this case, right? They're not going to assign somebody fresh out of law school to defend this guy. Like he needs somebody who's got some experience handling, criminal cases, especially high-profile murder cases.
Right.
Because
I'm
at the end
surprised.
of the day,
I'm surprised he's even.
He says
I'm surprised he's even going through court though, because didn't he like admit to it? Isn't that why we're all here? Because he pled guilty, or like not pled guilty, but he turned himself in.
he didn't turn himself in. His dad turned him in.
Yeah, but why would they even have a court case? Why wouldn't they plea him out?
They're not going to go for a plea deal when they think they have you that dead to rights.
Yeah.
They
want to make an
they're
example of
putting on a
this kid.
show with this one.
It's also way too early in the process for a plea. Way too
Also-
early. He doesn't even have a lawyer. They just said they would appoint him one.
Also, considering this is a pretty high-profile case and who's with, do you really think they want to put up the backlash of a?
You must be Canadian.
Well, what I'm saying is, even if a plea deal was getting life, right? Life versus the death penalty.
Right.
If the
And
death
Sarah,
penalty's on the table, like I would plea out to a life,
and Sarah,
without parole or something.
you realize that Erica Kirk would have to agree to a plea deal.
Yeah,
No,
that
she wouldn't.
too.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
No, because it's the state that's prosecuting.
Absolutely not.
No, they
They
state
ask
is-
the victim if they want to try to plea it out.
yeah, and
Absolutely not.
the judge will ask the victim's family, are you aware of this plea deal?
Well, why
Are
wouldn't
you
she?
okay
She
with
forgave
this
him
plea
publicly.
deal? And he will give them the chance to give their piece. And if he sides with the family, he can deny the plea deal.
Victim testimony.
It's what do they call it? Impact statement.
Yes.
They give
But
an
the impact statements don't always. That's on sentencing.
If there's a plea deal, the judge talks to the family first before he'll accept it. Always in this kind of a case.
Well, I'd imagine even like life without parole versus a death penalty would be better.
Think about it this way. What if they decided that what if they decide to give him a plea deal of manslaughter? Okay, and then Erica Kirk is like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, but she's not the state, though. At the end of the day, the state still says, look, this is what we got. This is what we... And this is between the lawyers negotiated. If the lawyers negotiated, the judge is more likely to be agreeable if they worked all this out beforehand.
And also from
More
what
than likely.
well, and also from what I understand, it's going from state charges that they've also tried to press federal charges on him also.
Yeah.
Also, there's these are, like you said, state charges and federal charges, meaning the party of interest is the state or the feds. Like, just because Erica's wife of the victim doesn't mean she's the plaintiff. She's not.
Right.
She's,
Yeah,
if
that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying though is that the last thing they want is a bunch of wrongful death suits popping up everywhere, or her coming after, creating, huge backlash for that court system and the district attorney and everything else. The judge always makes sure the family look. Even when my ex-husband just stole my fucking identity, they had to make me aware of the plea deal that they offered him.
Well, but that you were the direct victim.
In murder trials,
in
it's
this instance, she's the wife, right? She's still a victim, but she wasn't the one that got killed or harmed.
Well, exactly.
Right,
She's the one that's it's not about the victim so much as it is who is impacted the most, right?
Right.
He's gone, so now she takes over everything that was in his name, essentially.
Yeah, I think overall, if they're gonna go for a plea deal, the prosecutor will work that out with the defense attorney, and they probably won't just let a bunch of shit slide, right? Especially if this has federal charges and all those other things on it. But like I said, it's probably just the difference between death penalty and life without parole. Like, that's probably the closest he'll get in terms of a plea deal.
Well, the other big factor to look at here is most states, they're more agreeable to a plea deal because the state doesn't have money. Jury trial costs like $250,000, and a lot of these places just don't have that much money. If you've ever looked into it, if the first 2 weeks everybody tried to take their case to trial, they'd bankrupt almost every county in the country for the rest of the year. Like they would use up their whole budget in 2 weeks. But Utah, they've got a lot of money. This is not going to be an issue for them at all. That's a ton of money right there that he's up and facing, and they're going to make an example out of that guy.
Yeah, the Mormon Church. The Mormon Church kind of makes sure that Utah has plenty of money.
Yeah.
There is also the possibility that he could be like, give me something better than just life in prison, and I'll tell you who else was involved. And if he could establish that, he could get a better deal. But he'd have to establish that claim.
But
before
that's
they-
only if they have an interest in it. They have to have an interest.
there'd have to be evidence, like strong evidence that there was another person, and the key would
Right.
be his testimony. Otherwise, him just saying there's another person is completely worthless to them.
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Well-
mean, he could be like, so and so paid me to do it.
Well,
and
you know,
he could
that's
prove
not
he was
necessarily
paid to
true.
do it.
That's not necessarily true, because supposedly there's chat logs from some website. I can't remember which one, but anyway, that they were basically discussing
Discord.
it. Yeah,
Discord.
Was it Discord? But
Yeah,
there were chat logs for like discussing what was going to happen like weeks before it actually happened.
I'm just
Right, which would
throwing
be-
out possibilities in these situations. Not that any of them are probable in this situation.
All I was saying, Jason, is just saying I'll give you a name really isn't worth much if that name isn't somebody that's a person of interest to them already.
Oh, exactly.
Oh, sure. And on top of that, they'd have to be able to establish some kind of proof to what they're claiming.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's
why
like
is it
the
so hard to believe that it's just one lone dude. I just don't get this.
It's
Yeah,
like
I know.
think it is.
Like, it isn't unbelievable to me. I think this is actually more normal, well, for this sort of thing than people
In
want
a
to admit.
country where guns outnumber the people, eventually the guns are going to end up in the hand of someone who is going to turn it towards someone they don't like.
Oh, I mean,
agree with
Effigy. It's
that.
like
Kirk
the
said it like a few weeks before he died. Like that was going to be a natural outcome of the society we live in.
it's like the other case in Texas where they went and ambushed ICE facility or whatever. They've already, they arrested all of them pretty well that night, and they're all cooperating with the feds because they're taking the death penalty off the table for them if they'll cooperate with them. But I mean, I think they're all going to end up with get life in prison is what they're going after, but they're taking the death penalty out for cooperating.
That's fair. All right, let's push play.
The children were mentioned, and throughout this entire thing, we're getting nothing. And all this is very interesting to me because there are a lot of theories out there. You know, some people believe he did this. Others believe he must have had some other people helping him with this. Some people believe he had nothing to do with this. But despite all that, whatever the case, I would expect to see some kind of emotional reaction to what's being said here. Like, for example, I know that almost anyone I've talked to about this event, regardless of where they fall on the political landscape, when they think about the children, Charlie Kirk's children being there and witnessing that, almost everyone gets a sad reaction to that. And anytime I think about it, I think about my own family and my own kid and this kind of thing happening, and I get really sad about that as well. So even whether he did this, whether he didn't do this, whether, there was other people, why is there nothing happening when the kids are coming up? It's possible, it's very possible, whether somebody else advised him or he thought of this himself, that he's under the impression that he shouldn't react to anything because it could be an admission. So he told himself, just sit there, glaze over, give him nothing, because otherwise they can use it against you. Or those guys on YouTube will look at your body language, are going to be like, oh, look, there's guilt there, so he must have done this. So I don't know. Maybe he's making a conscious effort to not give any reactions. And that's exactly where this gets really interesting and frustrating. And I discovered something that no one else has talked about, and I don't blame them, because what happened to me was very specific. So what happened is I first saw it on Instagram, and I said, wow, this guy's not giving him anything. And then when I was going to do this analysis, I went on YouTube and I searched for the whole footage, and I came across the version on ABC News. And as I was watching it, I saw something completely different. Watch this.
Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. That concludes reading the information. Mr. Robinson.
Please tell me you notice the difference. In this version, when the judge said that Tyler intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of his belief or perception of Charlie Kirk's political expression, as he's saying because of Charlie Kirk's political expression, we see Tyler nod downwards, the same way he does when he acknowledges things. And in that moment, I'm looking at that going, wait a second, like this whole time he was stoic, and this one moment where in this slip up where he's going, yep, that's why I did it.
Kirk's political expression.
But there was a little voice in my head that was like, wait a second, I saw this on Instagram earlier, and he never acknowledged anything. I was looking specifically for that, so there's no way I would have missed that. So I took both clips. I took the ABC News one that I was watching that has tons of views online, and then I compared it directly to another one that I found that was from a news source in Salt Lake City, and I synced up the audio to where the judge is saying the same thing. And I looked at Tyler, and it wasn't the same thing. In the local one, in the Salt Lake City one, all the charges are read. He doesn't react. And then when the judge says that concludes the charges or whatever, when he's done, when he's concluded, that's when we see the acknowledgement like this. So Tyler goes, good, okay, we're done. I get it, acknowledge. So I'm going to play them side by side. I'm going to show you this clip. And on the right, the little box, that's ABC.
To me, this like affirms the media is dirty.
That's what I was trying to tell you. This is edited.
Dirty.
News, and you'll even hear that the audio is synced. And on the left is the one from the news station from Salt Lake City. And look at when that nod hits. On ABC, it's an acknowledgement to the charge. On the Salt Lake City one, it's an acknowledgement to we've concluded.
Because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression, that concludes reading of the information. Mr. Robinson.
To clarify, in the beginning, they were both synced, and it seemed like the responses that he was giving were timed well.
What's up?
Dirty.
Oh, yeah. That's fucked up. Something ain't right.
Well with what was being said. And then at this moment, I realized that the clips were out of sync. So I'm watching one of them, and I'm watching him not react throughout and only react when it's done to acknowledge, okay, we're done. And that one, by the way, is on a network called KUTV2 News. That's in Salt Lake City. But then on ABC News, one of the biggest news platforms of the country, I'm seeing this report that's been seen by tons of people out there. And when he's being told, when the judge is saying the motive for having done this, which is political expression, we're seeing an acknowledgement. And listen, you don't need to be a body language analyst to see that acknowledgement, right? The judge is saying that Tyler specifically chose Charlie Kirk because of his political beliefs. You're seeing the guy in that moment acknowledge it like this, the way he's acknowledged other things before. Seriously, what are we doing here?
20 minutes of body shit to tell us the video was edited.
Right.
I was like, we could have skipped all the body language
could have
bullshit
just gone
and just
right
said the
to that.
fucking video was edited.
Yeah, court footage of Charlie Kirk's assassination doesn't add up. Tyler Robinson body language exposed. Like, actually,
Actually, it's just video
no news. This should be news media edits Tyler Robinson's footage. Or something like that should be the main.
I'm surprised he's not bringing in gematria.
It looked like it was filmed on
Oh my god! I will fucking
a
unalive
potato
you.
from the 17th century. Everything is choppy, everything is laggy. So what I did is I looked at both clips and tried to listen and look at the judge to see which one is more synced with his audio. And
you weren't
in
there
both
looking at
cases,
the
it was
original,
again
how would
super
you
laggy,
know?
pixelated, choppy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Like, what are you basing what normal is? You have two different clips. You don't know which one's normal and which one
Yeah,
isn't.
which one is synced, which one's not? Yeah.
But it does seem like the one on KUTV makes a little more sense with the way that the judge is moving when he's speaking and the way like he puts the papers down. It looks like it makes a little bit more sense and lines up with him finishing and Tyler just acknowledging that that concludes the charges. But I have no way of knowing that for sure. I don't know where that lie came from. And even if the judge seems synced, how do I know for sure that the feed that we're getting from Tyler is at the right time? Who's to say which of the two got it right? When you have two news outlets playing the same audio, the same footage, but the guy who's on trial in one of the most high-profile cases right now in all of America, and we can't see what the guy's reaction is. Why are we even filming this? All right, thanks for listening to my rant. I hope some of you connect with why this frustrates me as much as it does, especially considering what I do for a living. But overall, we have someone where we're getting these little bits in the beginning of acknowledgement versus more negative or throwaway feelings. Then we're having someone who's pretty non-reactive for a long stretch while the charges are being read. We're not seeing any emotional spikes in places where we would expect them. Surprise, fear, a little bit of anger maybe, some sadness. These are all universal, so we would see little signs of them. We're not seeing those, which indicates to me that he's making a very conscious effort to not let anything slide, because even if you weren't much of an emotional person, we would still see slight reactions to stuff. So it takes a lot of conscious effort to not give anything, so I think that's what's happening. But now let's move on to this text exchange between him and his roommate, who's also a romantic interest, and a lot of people are talking about this text exchange and some weird elements to it. So let's go through them, and I'll kind of highlight a couple of things that's out there people are talking about that I agree with, and then some other things that I noticed that are very bizarre to me from a behavioral standpoint about these texts. Okay, so the roommate's name is reportedly Lance Twiggs, and these are their texts. And on some news sources, it's presented like actual texts. And then on other sources, it's almost like it's retranscribed into a conversation. And there are signs there that there have been some modifications, which we'll talk about in a second. But let's kind of read through this to get a bit of a vibe as to what's going on. So it starts with Tyler saying, drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard. And then there's a note there that says that the roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. So there was a note that declared this, and the roommate comes back with what? With all these question marks. You're joking, right? More question marks. Then Tyler responds with a bunch of details about where he is, and he's got to go get his rifle. And he says, to be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. In a moment, we'll come back to some of the wording here that's interesting. But I really want to talk about something that immediately for me was a question mark. And it's the fact that he's saying, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. So first of all, if he wrote a letter that we saw above that he left for the roommate to reveal his plan, and if at this point he wasn't caught yet, because we know that at this point when they're texting, they weren't onto him yet, he hadn't confessed yet, why is he confessing? If he had hoped to hold on to this secret, why isn't he? What is forcing?
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Does that make sense to anyone else? Like,
well, hey, I think that devil's advocate
are the only thing that really piques my eyebrows in the whole situation. They just don't sound like a kid
It
who
doesn't.
plays games for.
But devil's advocate, he's a crazy person, right? So
He's covering all bases. The only thing I can see is he's covering all bases in case he does get caught while trying to grab the gun.
but if you're caught, it doesn't matter. Then the secret's not a secret.
But that is true, I guess. So
That's what I'm saying. Like, I hope to keep this a secret until I die of old age. Then, like,
I thought it
if
said
you-
I hope to keep, or like, I hoped to keep this a secret until
Right.
old. Yeah. So
Right.
that's saying he was hoping, but there's a chance it might not, be kept a
Right.
secret.
But he didn't text his buddy. When hold on. When was these original texts? Does anybody know?
Shortly after the shooting.
Yep.
Did he get caught, or was he close to getting caught? Or
His father turned him in that same day. Yeah.
When those texts were being
his
sent,
original
Sarah,
plan
he
was
was
to double back and get the rifle that he left in the woods.
yeah, he
and
was
the
still
rifle
on
is what
he
led
was
them
still on
there.
the campus when he was sending those texts.
But-
And
I
he had
think- But like, why share the secret if you're still working on getting away with it?
Yeah.
And I just want to ask one thing
because he doubled back for the rifle and the police were there and they found it. So I think he figured he was caught at that point.
Somebody said these texts are the thing that makes them raise an eyebrow. What about the texts with the security guy who they're like, don't worry, that roof's fine. And then everything was just fine.
I mean, and honestly, if you found that gun, that's a very rare gun in this country. And I mean, it's even rarer conversion. So, I mean, there's so many things wrong with this.
Yeah, I just think it's
Well,
weird.
the thing that
to
makes me raise an
say-
eyebrow is the language. That's the only weird thing.
Yeah,
to
the
me.
language
Like I said,
is-
my son is the exact same age, is immersed in gamer culture, and I have to assume that these kids were too, because they're so immersed in it that they're taking the time to etch their bullets with gamer tags, with gamer memes. So when I look at this text chat, I see no Gen Z shit. I see no Gen Z slang. I don't see any game reference or gamer slang either, and that's just
It looks like a 50-year-old FBI agent wrote it.
Yeah.
GPT to me.
The part I have the most issue with, everybody is noticing this text. The way this is worded, the supposed note. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That's very interesting. Like you were what now there's obviously a past tense and a current tense going on here.
Mm-hmm.
But what that really is saying what I'm wondering then with that is you came upon an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and you're going to take it. If something was going to speak to me that there was other people involved, that would probably be one of the things. Like where did the opportunity come from?
Yeah. Yes, like an opportunity is like a job opportunity, an opportunity to go on vacation or like a once in a lifetime opportunity. This situation isn't an opportunity. Like he created a situation. It's not an opportunity.
Yeah, that's really weird to me, the wording of that note.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all of the texts are weird to me.
Back to some of the wording here that's interesting, but I really want to talk about something that immediately for me was a question mark, and it's the fact that he's saying, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. So first of all, if he wrote a letter that we saw above that he left for the roommate to reveal his plan, and if at this point he wasn't caught yet, because we know that at this point when they're texting, they weren't onto him yet, he hadn't confessed yet, why is he confessing? If he had hoped to hold on to this secret, why isn't he? What is forcing him to let the roommate in on it at this point? We're not getting a motive for letting him in on it. Then we have the roommate saying, you weren't the one who did it, right? And we know that there was a note under the keyboard that said, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk. Now on the news, Charlie Kirk, has been shot. And the roommate is asking, you weren't the one who did it, right? But this is fine. This can be just like, they're in denial, they're uncertain, whatever, I'll let that go. And he goes, I'm sorry. And then the first question the roommate asks is, I thought they caught the person. There's no, oh my God, are you okay? Holy shit, where are you? What's going on? There's no panic. For somebody who started with that many question marks, right? So this is someone who's explosive, expressive. Now they're just asking these simple questions that are even about to get reduced to one-word questions. It's kind of inconsistent. Why isn't that panic continuing? Sense. Then Tyler responds with a mini novel with details about what his plan was and what he was intending on doing. And this includes sentences like my drop point. And there's one vehicle lingering. So we're getting this kind of thing. So then we have this like one word why. And then Tyler goes, why did I do it? And the roommate goes, yeah. So again, we've reduced it to these one word questions now. And it's almost like, instead of going like, oh my God, why did you do this? What's going on through your head? Like more panic, more questions, more, it's just why. And Tyler is the one who has to expand on that. Why did I do it? Yeah. So you know what? Let me give you my theory now. Let's operate under the assumption that they have the right guy. I know that there are a lot of theories out there, but let's just operate under the assumption that Tyler is in fact the person who did this. And let's operate under the assumption that these text exchanges are legit. And in a moment, we'll talk about some other theories there, but let's for now just assume that they are, right? If all those things are true, my theory is that this entire text exchange is a piece of fabricated theater to communicate to an onlooker that the roommate did not know about this plan. That's why we're getting these insane amount of details. That's why we're getting styles of communication that aren't that standard. Like first we have panic, then it's like, why? And it's almost like Tyler is realizing that the roommate forgot their line. Like, no, you were supposed to say, why did I do that? So he improvises and goes, why did I do it? And the roommate goes, yeah. And then he responds with another paragraph of motive and more details about exactly where he is and what's going on. And you would expect him to be in a panic and just...
What's that?
Did we ever get timestamps for any of these texts?
I think it was, let's see, we're at 28:21. Let me go to the...
Like I saw we see the text, but I don't see any timestamps.
Somebody else brought this up to me, and I said that if you have an iPhone...
they don't always timestamp. Mine doesn't.
It'll do it if you're, if it's late, like 5 hours later.
But you could still contact the cell company with a warrant and get all of this.
That's true.
Well, but when you have iPhone, you have to if you're in the text, you have to like hold the screen and pull it left to get the timestamps.
And basically, from what I understand, I know the FBI contacted Apple, several years ago to get messages from them. Apple said they were not going to turn over stuff to the FBI anymore.
Damn.
Well, if a court tells them to, that's between them and the court. If they want the contempt charge.
That, and the thing that I thought, the interesting conspiracy theory that I thought, from the text messages they were going on, the old guy who got arrested and everything, they ended up later on getting him on charges of child porn. And there's a conspiracy theory out there that maybe he was in the Discord chat and he saw them talking about it, and he went there to basically be a distraction for it.
Yeah, but the issue I have with what he's got going on here is he's saying all these things are unusual about his writing style. We don't have any other samples of Tyler's writing, so
that is true.
How are we saying this is unusual when we don't know what he normally looks like writing?
I mean,
maybe he was a really good writer in high school and throughout school. We don't really know. Not that this is really that high quality. I mean, this looks pretty.
Well, I mean, when do
plain
you?
to me, but-
How many times do you say the word vehicle when you're talking about a car?
I often actually.
I actually do it quite a bit.
I mean, it's not that unusual for me to use
18,
vehicle.
19 years old?
I might be a few years over that.
But you're asking me. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but if that was going to be your point, then why did you even ask instead of just saying you guys are old? You're not going to use the same language that an 18-year-old uses, which I think is your point, right?
I mean, a lot of the messages that I had seen, like, I'm a very literature-oriented writer, right? So when I type, like, unless I'm typing fast pace, if I'm typing out an email or something that's lengthy, I go into using commas and grammar, and it's very something that you would probably see a writer writing. Okay. But that's because to me, when I'm typing something, words are very important. But in this instance, the kid's like in panic mode. He's about to get caught, he thinks. He's like I would not expect sonnet style writing from is he 20 or 19, whatever it is, 20-year-old kid, after he just supposedly offed someone. Like, I would expect more panic writing, more like less wordy, and definitely not using big words.
I don't blame you for expecting that. I'm just saying, like, we don't know what his normal looks like. So,
And granted, I do know that I got it for free because we have so many phones with the company. They give us the new iPhone every time they come out. But all I have to do is like push a button on my phone, and basically it'll fix all my grammar for me.
True.
Fair enough. Let me go back to.
iPhones are actually obnoxious with their error correction.
Oh, they really are. I fucking turn all of it off. I'm like, fuck it. The person will understand whatever I'm trying to say. I don't give a fuck.
One of the first job I got when I first got out of the Army, off active duty, that is, was working security, and we had to do stuff on the phones. And because we were using like a lot of abbreviations or special terms, like the autocorrect would go nuts, and I was often ready to chuck that phone across the room.
Motive and more details about exactly where he is and what's going on. And you would expect him to be in a panic and just, he's probably shaking, he's nervous. You would expect short replies saying, trying to get out of here, see you soon, don't worry, everything's fine. You would expect these brief things, but we're getting mountains of explanations here. Then again, the roommate asks a short question. How long have you been planning this? That's the next line in this little theater. And then Tyler again goes into a flood of detail. But let's look at some of these details. So there is a squad car parked right by it, not a police car, a squad car. Then again, the use of the word vehicle. As I got to my vehicle, I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle, so old man. Then again, all these very specific details of exactly what's going on, and Grandpa's worried about the gun and what he's doing with the gun, all these details. And then the line for me that I just can't ignore, which is, since Trump got into office, my dad, and my dad is in brackets, has been pretty diehard MAGA. So again, we'll talk about all this in just a second. And then at the end, we have this exchange, "You are all I worry about, love," to which the roommate responds, "I'm much more worried about you." So this is the first time we're actually seeing worry in this one line, no exclamation points, no punctuation, for someone who started with a ton of punctuation.
I'm thinking about this use of the word vehicle right now. This is pure conspiracy theory, that is complete speculation. If you want to call me on it, go right ahead. I'd agree with you. But what if he's protecting a driver? And he's or at least he thinks he's protecting a driver, because he got in and out, right? He wasn't arrested at the university. He was arrested later on. So he got in and out, meaning somebody else could have been waiting for him, so he didn't have to use his own vehicle.
No, he's caught on cameras walking most of the way. The vehicle he's talking about is the vehicle that's lingering by the woods where he dropped the rifle. I'm pretty sure he's talking about a cop car.
Maybe.
That's what basically stops him from going back to the woods, and that's why he says he's going to try again, because the rifle is the one thing that he feels like is the evidence that'll point to everything. The strange thing to me is that if he already planned to like go and get the rifle again, why would he send a text that basically outs the whole thing?
Because he probably
Then
thought he
again,
was
he's
already
an
outed.
irrational teenager, so
Yeah, I'm thinking he probably thought he was already outed because people have this misnomer that if they find the rifle and stuff, they can immediately link it to someone, and that's most often not the case, actually.
and it's really kind of kid behavior also to worry more about what your father's going to do than realizing that if they find the rifle, you're completely boned for fucking murder.
I will agree
If
with
they can
that.
tie it to you, yes.
Yeah, because I mean, the specific gun that he used was actually never made in America, and it was never actually made in that caliber. So it was. They basically, when his grandfather brought it back over here, he put a different barrel on it and changed the caliber of the rifle.
No, it was a Mauser hunting rifle, and
But
I
Mauser
remember
never
looking this
made.
up.
But Mauser never made it in that caliber.
I think you were mistaken, sir.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
And then Tyler says, don't talk to the media, don't take interviews, and if the police come, just lawyer up. And I guess this kind of relates back to what I was questioning earlier. I guess he's thinking if they find the rifle and they trace it back to him, maybe they're going to go talk to the roommate, but all that would take so much time. Like, does he not understand that he'll probably get to the roommate before they do? If he's leaving now, he'll probably be able to get the roommate before they do, and they'll be able to have these conversations, but he's still sending all this by text. He's like, I was hoping to keep this till I die of old age, but then why did you spill the beans right now? You don't have any reason to believe that they're onto you. They interviewed the wrong guys. Nobody's onto you. And by his own admission, it looks like he's about to walk away from this whole thing. So already that to me was a little unclear. And then there's literal evidence that the text exchange has been in some way modified, because first of all, there's ellipses all over the place, that little ... And that's fine. Maybe they removed certain things because it's evidence or it's part of the investigation. That's okay. But then the part where he talks about his dad, the my dad is in those brackets that we use to specify something in journalism usually. So if the person said like he, and then, we're referencing this in an article, we replace the he with whoever that he is in these types of brackets. So we know that there's been some kind of modification. And it would be nice to know, how much of this was changed? How much of the original are we seeing? How much was left out in
Yeah, I was gonna say anytime you put brackets in, like they definitely have to be. There's some texts in the middle that we're not seeing. That
There
they're
might
not
be
showing.
information they can't release.
Right.
Like
And you were right, Ant. I just went and looked it up. You're right, but I think it was a gun he had
it's
brought
fine.
back from. He had brought back from the war, and the Germans didn't use that caliber, so he would probably had to change it over. Once he brought it back over.
It was a Mauser, but it was it was one of their sporting line, right? So that could have easily been, found itself chambered in 30-06, even in Germany. All right, although I think this one specifically was French. I think it was FN. I could be wrong, but I think it was an FN Mauser.
points? Because that might help bridge certain gaps. Was the roommate freaking out more, asking more questions that I would expect to see? So I don't know what's missing. But the bigger point about this line, ever since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA, is that he's calling this person my love. He's texting him a confession. They live together. They're obviously very close. These are conversations that they've had. The roommate would know that the dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. This is something Tyler would have complained about. It just seems so like these are the things that we need to say so people won't know that this was premeditated and that you knew about this before it happened. And then the last thing about this is something that there's a lot of talk about online, and I didn't initially notice all of these, but I definitely noticed some of these. I noticed that he used the word my old man and vehicle to talk about his car. But some other people online noticed some other odd terms like drop point or till I died of old age. And let me tell you what I think this is. I think it once again contributes to this whole two-person text theater for us. So think about how in a movie sometimes you see a character call someone and we're only seeing this one person. And when the phone picks up, they go, hey, John, no, whatever. Like they say what it is, or hey, mom, no. And that's not for that conversation. Because usually when we call a friend, we go, hey, man, what's going on? Like we know who it is. They know who we are. This is for us, the viewers, that understand context. And this conversation is very similar to that. There are these things that doesn't make sense that he would be saying to Lance, but are there for us as outsiders to go, oh, okay, this is the fiction. This is the theater that we're supposed to accept. I also believe, based on these texts, if Tyler in fact sent these texts, that he's a bit of an outcast, a bit of a loner. And, it's been reported that he spent enormous time online. So probably a little antisocial. And I don't think he's a trendsetter. I think he's a bit of a follower. And I don't think he knows what cool is. So he picks up these terms. Like a lot of these terms, it's like he watched some war movie or police movie and picked up like squad car and vehicle and drop point, and he's using that in his language because he thinks that's what cool is. And then he watched some old movie where someone said, "My old man, I know until I die of old age," and he worked that into his little script here, into his little theater. Because if we don't look at it through that lens, this exchange between a guy who's on the run and his roommate, who's also his romantic partner, doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that this is the conversation that they have. Sorry, there's a lot of scattered thoughts, but another thing that's missing from these
This is the part that, like, look, I can't accept the text and stuff, and the way this guy just framed it, and the way they keep saying like romantic partner. You do speak differently to the person you're in love with.
It's true,
and it's that could be a lot of what all of this is about, is people just backbending over the fact that these two people were in love. And maybe,
I don't understand why that's
maybe
so hard.
Maybe it just comes down to this person was like, Charlie Kirk is threatening the person I love on a daily basis, and I'm going to go do something about it. It could be just as simple as that. And the fact that this guy,
you're onto something, FNG.
Their romantic partner, I was like, we do talk differently to the people we love. We maybe try to heighten our language sometimes, or speak romantically, especially when you're a fucking teenager who's all lovey-dovey about something. But it seems like everyone just doesn't want to talk about that because it's two dudes.
Well, I mean, I know the trans community has been under a lot of pressure also, since Trump took office. So, you've had two major shootings by somebody who, was either involved with a trans person or, was a trans person. You've had two major shootings last year, just from, in 1 year's time. Yeah, pressure can do a lot of weird things to people.
But do you also think it might be the case that the right is backbending so hard with these conspiracy theories because it's not completely obvious that these people were actual left-wingers, and that there's a lot of trans people and people who are okay with trans people on the right as well?
Oh, yeah. Nobody will ever, the only thing the only thing I've ever heard, though, is that his family came out and said that he was leaning left now. Who knows? It'll all come out during the trial, I'm sure.
I don't even know what
I find that if we're gonna go with what Animated said, which I can buy, that this it's not like this is that adult talking. This isn't. Most of America only read at 5th grade level.
No, it's lovey-dovey.
Yeah, it's so. But when he says the word drop point, if we go with the mentality Animated's laying out, then to me that's something that somebody's plotted with somebody else. Like,
that's true.
Like this was already planned out, and whoever he was working with, which once again he had the opportunity, and now he's going to take it. What fucking opportunity were you getting, and why are you?
To me, drop point could also be the only actual gamer slang reference.
I was fixing to say that too, Evan, because I play a bunch of first-person shooters, and drop point is definitely a first-person shooter.
Especially if he was super into Helldivers, which he referenced on one of the bullets. Actually, two of the bullets.
Yeah, that
is any form of self.
I was just agreeing with them. It's like, that didn't strike me as odd at all. It's like, yes, if you play video games, especially any from the last few years, drop point's probably somewhere in your vocabulary.
Yeah, just maybe.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah, but again, you've
What's up, Beth?
chosen that spot ahead of time, even if that's in your vocabulary. You've sat down and made like a more elaborate plot plan of things. Again, when you add that into he had an opportunity, that seems very, very interesting to me. He didn't just drop the rifle there. It was his drop point specific.
I'm nodding off, so I'm going to say goodnight, guys.
All right, good
Good
night,
night,
Beth.
Beth.
Have a good one.
Good night.